This story is unlike any other recap we have done. Our main character is none other than a weak snake who happened to unlock his consciousness. He gained intelligence to the point where he's now aware how to defend and keep himself alive against these freaking snake catcher cultivators. This snake is no lame MC. Watch him devour demonic beasts that were 10 times or even 100 times larger than him. Aside from that, we also have a thick plot. I mean, an interesting plot. The title of this manhwa is Snake Immortal, the tale of a snake's cultivation to immortality. Please comment SNEK if you loved the video. The story begins at this rural village. Since it was getting dark, the people on the streets were advised to go back home quickly. Their place hasn't been peaceful recently. A man informed the villagers to light the incense and close their doors properly to prevent the old black snake from getting into the house. A rumor about the old black snake is going around. That this snake devoured 2 more people at the mountain god temple a few days ago, and one of those people is a cultivator. The man he's conversing with replied that he's unaware of the snake eating some people, but he had heard that chicken and ducks disappeared in the village recently. A child suggested to his father to bring the chicken inside their house too. He knows it is going to be stinky, but he thinks that it's better than losing the chickens. The father agreed that it's better than losing the chicken to the old black snake. They decided to hurry back home. The father complained that the houses that they passed by felt chilly. Little did they know there's something inside that abandoned house. A snake started to hiss. It knew that the old black snake that they talked about is him, but he denies being old. Nor does this snake think he's scary. He heard the rumor about the 2 people from a few days ago, and he indeed devoured them. A man yelled for help. He was called a human-shaped pill and was told that he must pay for his life, especially after he'd fattened up from the medicinal herbs. The man cried and begged for mercy since he doesn't want to be eaten. He kept praying to the mountain god to help him. Back then, the snake couldn't understand what they were saying, but the guy looked really miserable. So, the snake decided to end his suffering and ate the man. And then another person came in. The old man felt bad seeing his human-shaped pill that way. The snake perceived the old man as pitiful and miserable. The old man pointed to the person being devoured since it's his human-shaped pill that he spent 10 years refining. He demanded for the man to be returned. Because the snake wanted to end the old man's suffering too, he decided to reunite those 2. But the snake didn't expect what would happen next. He suddenly has a breakthrough. Not only did he develop a demon core, but he also awakened intelligence. From then on, he learned a lot of dangerous and scary things that he didn't know previously. One thing that this snake learned is that the black-clothed humans who chased him back then were called snake catchers. They all were cultivators from the snake catcher sect. The snake once witnessed them encircling an enormous reticulated python. He realized that those human cultivators were really strong. The snake learned that cultivators can keep increasing their strength as they have cultivated. They started from chi refinement stage to foundation establishment stage, then core formation stage, even the nascent soul stage. The snake knew that his previous escapes were due to luck. He realized that humans are scary, but cultivators are scarier. It wasn't easy for the snake to awaken his intelligence, and that motivated him to survive. Because of that, the snake realized that hunting raptors and humans have too many risks, and stealing poultry is the safer option. The snake's tummy growled because he's getting hungry again. Not only a couple of chickens and ducks doesn't fill him anymore, they are also getting harder to steal. The snake heard that the Chen clan's village has many rich people who raise pigs. He decided to steal there instead. The snake noticed that humans like to name themselves. He didn't like that the humans kept calling him an old snake when he's not that old. The snake decided for his name to be Snaky. Later that night, at Chen clan's village, Snaky creeped into the pig pen. The pigs were all unaware. Upon seeing the fat pig, Snaky knew that it was enough to fill his stomach. Snaky inspected the surroundings and assumed that the humans who raised the pigs have already gone to bed. Snaky didn't hold back and devoured the pigs. The other pigs woke up and made loud noises while running away. The snake wants them to stop screaming since they might get him killed if they attract people. Snaky targeted another pig and devoured it. He was happy and full. It was only at this time that he realized that he had eaten too much. He decided to sleep since there's still time before humans start their day. That would help him digest before he leaves. 2 hours later, a man screamed that a brat stole his woman. Someone suggested that the man should stop hitting Chen Fan because it looked like the guy had stopped breathing. But the man didn't care since the brat dared to steal Master Chu's woman. They made their way to the pig pen. The snake woke up and saw them coming. For Snaky, humans are scary, so he decided to hide. The man decided to throw the brat into the pig pen. Snaky hid behind the planks on the ceiling, hoping that the humans won't notice him. The man informed his big bro that the brat is no longer breathing. The man replied that it's good that the brat is dead, and his corpse would be fodder for the pigs. They left the pig pen while complaining that it's stinky. One man also noticed that the number of pigs had decreased. Snaky peeked. The pigs approached the body. Snaky had heard before that a dead human is bad luck, so he decided to leave quickly. To his surprise, the human opened his bloodshot eyes. Snakey was surprised to see the man came back to life. He wondered if this man was just pretending to be dead. The man started laughing loudly while saying that he, an immortal, had finally possessed someone and reincarnated. Coincidentally, the name of the owner of the body and his name is the same, Chen Fan. The immortal soul that transferred to the body commented that the previous owner of the body is trash. The engagement was called off and his core was destroyed. But this immortal soul who has inherited the body decided to get revenge for the poor man. Snakey wondered who that man was talking to. The immortal soul inspected the body and uttered that it was heavily injured. If it wasn't possessed by him, the body would have died. But the injuries aren't a problem for him. Snakey knew staying any longer would be bad for him. The man turned around and saw Snakey. He realized that it's a spiritual beast. Snakey panicked internally that he's now discovered. He's worried that the man is a high-level cultivator, or worse, a snake catcher. He wondered what he should do. Contrary to what Snakey was worried about, the human didn't mind him since the snake was just a low-level spiritual beast that it's not even worth it. The man sat down with his legs crossed. He focused to circulate his energy to heal and release his spiritual energy to scare the snake away. While doing that, an item appeared. This man didn't expect that the supreme treasure of the demon clan, the divine demon cauldron, would also reincarnate with his divine sense. While speaking to nobody, he uttered that the ancient dragon of the void was mistaken. Snakey thought that this man, a snake catcher, had started to cast spells to kill him. He assumed that it must be because he devoured 2 pigs. Snakey overthinks the scenario since he didn't want to die yet. He wondered if he should just return the pigs, but he's almost finished digesting them. The man continued his spell while Snakey panics further. Snakey felt cornered. And that's why he opened his mouth wide as it approached the man. Snakey kept thinking that he was just forced to do that. The man was surprised that half of his body was already inside the snake's mouth. Snakey gulped him down. Snakey was happy that he had done it, but he can't relax just yet. He crawled as fast as he could since the place wasn't safe anymore. The man was still alive inside the belly. He's annoyed that a lowly first-level spiritual beast ambushed him. He told the snake that he gave him a chance, but instead of running away, he devoured him. The man gathered strength and told the snake that it just invited its doom. The man used his skill, Fury Boundless Ocean, a powerful punch. The snake felt that. The man continued to punch its gut. Snakey was surprised that the man isn't dead yet and that it can cast spells inside his stomach. Snakey felt the pain of being kicked in his gut, but he still willed himself to calm down. Eventually, the man found the snake's demon core. There's a demonic core protective shield. The man thought that the snake was acting cocky because of that, but in reality, for Snakey, it's a lifeline. The man gripped it, causing cracks to form. Snakey coughed up blood. Experiencing this kind of pain, Snakey couldn't help but think how scary snake catchers are. Snakey writhes from the pain. It hurts so much that Snakey wonders if it's the end for him. He couldn't move anymore. Snakey was frustrated since he worked hard to condense his demon core, to the point that he awakened his intelligence. Snakey shed a tear while wallowing with regrets of going in that place to steal the filthy pigs. Meanwhile, the man munched on the insides of the snake. He's delighted to eat a meat snake to nourish himself. To his surprise, the divine demonic cauldron came out. It moved away from him, so he chased it, but he had difficulty retrieving it. Suddenly, the space became so bright. A yellow mist started to form something. When it was done, it revealed a menacing face of a dragon. The man assumed that it was because the divine demonic cauldron absorbed the beast's demon core fragments. He couldn't believe that the demonic cauldron was helping that beast. It dawned on him that the snake isn't just an ordinary spiritual snake. The demonic cauldron made a ding sound, making the dragon roar loudly. The man was enveloped with the beam of light. The light came out of the snake's mouth and eyes. It made Snakey writhe from the pain. The man's skin was being burned. He couldn't accept it since he's an immortal. Eventually, nothing was left of him. The sun then rose and the birds chirped. We could see that Snakey's body was torn apart. But then, one pig started trembling in fear. And that was because something started to crawl again. It was none other than Snakey. He's alive and was shedding tears from the sadness of having his demon core breaking. He laid there in a puddle, and that water reflected the dragon from the demonic cauldron. The next day, we could see that the pigs were biting the tail of the snake. It was like they were having a feast. One pig chomped on the tail. To its surprise, the tail moved, and it threw the pig in the air. Snakey rose while telling the pig to stop biting his tail. Snakey vowed to devour all those pigs later. The pigs ran away as fast as they could. Snakey's tail quivers. It aches, which made Snakey annoyed with the pigs. But Snakey is also confused that he's still alive. He then remembered that his demon core was shattered by the person that it ate. The demon core is the foundation of cultivation for every demonic beast. Snakey wondered how he's going to cultivate without his demon core. Snaky cried as he assumed that he's completely done for. But then it started to realize that he's still alive despite his demon core being shattered. He wondered how it happened. And a thought dawned on him. He remembered the divine demonic cauldron mentioned by that human. He's confused as to why it's sitting there in place of his demon core. He wondered if it replaced the demon core and saved his life. And now, he can see the insides of his body. And it's not just his body. He can see the insides of the pigs, too. His theory is that it's one of the divine sense cultivators. He was pleased that he now has the skill of cultivators. He could even see even when he closed his eyes. With that, hunting for food and evading beasts and humans have become much more convenient. But he noticed that there's more. His brain was bombarded with more information. It's the cultivation technique of the man that he devoured. Snaky felt his head itchy, and it was a sign that his brain is growing. Although he doesn't know what use it has, he's certain that it must be able to heal injury. He decided to imitate the person's technique to channel his energy. He tried to recall the chant of the man, but he settled to channel his demon core naturally. He paid attention to his demon core, and he felt a sensation. It was like the aura of his surroundings were slowly gathering around him. A few moments later, his tail started healing. He was so impressed by how it happened. He just took a few deep breaths, and the spiritual energy is filling the inside of his body. His body felt refreshed. It's like he ate spiritual herbs. The technique's primary usage must be for increasing cultivation, and the ability to heal must be an additional effect. His demon core had shattered. By right, he shouldn't be able to store spiritual energy, so it made him think that the cauldron has become his new demon core. He didn't think much about it, and he set off to find a place to sleep for a few days. He took a mental note that a random young man was that strong, so he shouldn't mess with humans in the future. But before he leaves, Snaky's eyes start to glow as he remembered to target the pigs. He reasoned that if he's going to cultivate, he should fill his stomach first. Later that day, at a river. After swallowing that human-shaped pill and gaining enlightenment, Snaky's brain often experiences new knowledge popping up. And after swallowing Chen Fan, that feeling got stronger. A morning a few days later, Snaky suddenly understood the cultivation system of humans. It turned out that the demonic beats cultivation was the same as the cultivation methods of humans. It was separated into numerous cultivation realms. They were the spiritual awakening realm, foundation establishment realm, demon core realm, nascent soul realm. This was just like evolving into a higher being. His current cultivation is the only peak of the first level of the spiritual awakening system. It is equal to the peak of the first level of the chi refinement of a human realm. Inside his dream, Snaky saw the demonic beasts that can split heaven and earth, which made him yearn. Snaky also wished to become an existence like that. This was the path he must take if he wished to not get hunted and survive. Therefore, Snaky started to cultivate. The past few days, Snaky has been cultivating that mysterious technique. Snaky found out that his technique not only can heal, but it can also improve physique and cleansing the meridian and purging the marrow. Not only did it help him expel a lot of impurities, but it also caused him to shed a layer of skin. It's been a week. Snaky felt so much different than before. The horn above his head has become longer, and his scales have also become stronger and imposing. However, something really bothered our MC. Snaky became so small. He should have become one size bigger upon shedding his skin. He wondered why his size went down from 33 feet to 6 feet. Right now, he's just the same size as the small bird. And since this irritated him, he smacked the bird with his tail and devoured it. But even though his body became smaller, his speed and strength has increased quite a lot. His flexibility also became better. His skin can stretch more, so he puts more effort. He should be able to eat big-sized prey. Now, Snaky is certain that the cauldron has become his new demon core. He has a feeling once the spiritual energy inside the cauldron is full, he will be able to break through. The consumption for cultivation is too huge. Although that technique can let him absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, merely absorbing spiritual energy is not enough. It is impossible for cultivator demonic beasts to live without food. If Snaky wants to break through, he will need a lot of energy and blood to replenish. It meant a lot of food. Later that night, he saw a boar on the field happily eating a watermelon. It's a big-sized beast and is dangerous. According to the cultivation system, Snaky is now at the peak of the first level of spiritual awareness, and the boar doesn't have an intelligence and its level is below Snaky's, which is why as long as Snaky is prepared, he'll be able to fill his stomach. He held a stone in his mouth as he thought that it would be enough to kill the boar. He creeped behind the boar, but Snaky stopped midway, and that was because he saw that the boar was already looking at him with menacing eyes. All he could do was to sarcastically ask the boar, "Is the watermelon ripe?" But Snaky's alibi did not work as the boar roared loudly. Snaky ran fast as he was scared. The boar chased after him. Then he reached a dead end. He knew he couldn't continue running, so he needed to use his full power, otherwise he's done for. As a way of fighting back, he threw stones at the boar. His plan is to hit the boar first. The impact of the stone hitting the boar made the boar bleed. And it dropped dead. Snaky was dumbfounded. He was so surprised that it only took a few stones for it to die. He couldn't believe that he's that strong. And since he thought that the boar was smart to pose an act, he assumed that the boar was just playing dead, so Snaky threw more stones at it. After some time, he's finally convinced that the boar is completely dead. This dude even thought that he almost got countered by the boar, even though he had really killed it for real earlier. He approached it and thought of preventing the boar from acting dead. He decided to deal with it by pulling its leg. To be really sure, he dismembered its body parts. Snaky finally felt assured and he proceeded to eat it. But something stopped him from chewing along the way. He vomited something because the boar had some hard stuff inside it. Then he saw that there's a demon core. He realized that it wasn't just a normal boar. He felt scared now that he found out that it was a demonic boar. It is said that the demon core contains explosive energy, so he can't swallow it raw. Otherwise, he might explode to death. If he wants to absorb it, he needs to make it into pills, but he doesn't know how to make pills. In the wild, demonic beasts swallow the corpse and demon core together. He thought about it, that if beasts exploded upon swallowing the demon core raw, it would mean that the demonic beasts would have gone extinct long ago. Then he realized that his knowledge in his brain is all focused on humans. The physiques of humans and demonic beasts are different. He should be able to eat it without worry. He opened his mouth really wide and ate the core. He complained that it was hard to swallow. Afterwards, he felt hot in his stomach. It was because the divine demonic cauldron inside his body is absorbing the power of the demon core. The demon core's power is filling the cauldron. He felt a sensation in his body. It was the feeling of breaking through. A few moments later, his body shined. Snaky had reached the second level of spiritual awareness realm. He was so happy. He noticed that 2 scales on his tail became gold. He smashed a rock with his tail. He was so happy at how amazing it felt. The scale was as strong as steel. He crawled on the grass. When he noticed something, a human was before him. What's more, it's a young man. Our MC started to panic in the watermelon field. Snaky came across a boy holding a fork farm. He wondered what this boy was trying to do, but judging from this boy's stance, he looked like he's preparing to attack him. Snaky wondered if this person is also a cultivator, or maybe someone like Chen Fan. Snaky sensed danger, so he moved his body to push away the fork from him, and it broke into pieces. Then he crawled as fast as he could to get away, especially when there's a chance that the boy's companion will show up. Snaky was really terrified. The boy was puzzled at first until he realized something. He immediately returned home and reported to his dad that the old black snake devoured the demon pig that killed his mom, but the snake got scared of him, so it ran away. Meanwhile, Snaky made his way into the forest. He was relieved that the boy didn't follow him. He finds it weird at first, until he realizes that it could just be a normal boy. Snaky pouts as he calls himself a coward. He wondered if he's delusional or maybe fearful of young men. And that made him disappointed in himself, especially when he's a demon that is determined to become a primordial beast. He didn't want to continue being that way. Since he already arrived at the mountain god temple, he decided to go inside and pray like the humans did. And since he had obtained his intelligence there, it could be his land of fortune. It was already late at night. Snaky heard before that having inner demons is a major taboo in cultivation. To overcome one's inner demon, one must be sincere. Then Snaky smelled something nice. It was the offerings on the altar. There's a whole roasted chicken, apples, peaches, and it made him drool. He immediately jumped into the table while justifying that the mountain god wouldn't want to let the food go to waste. He assumed that if he helped the mountain god eat the food before praying, it would show his sincerity. Snaky finished his meal with a loud burp. With 3 sticks held by his tail, he proceeded praying to the mountain god to protect him and help him overcome his inner demon so he could cultivate successfully. He sincerely prayed for a blessing to stay alive properly. When suddenly, he was interrupted with a loud laugh. A man asked the little miss where she was trying to run. The girl screamed for help. Snaky felt annoyed that there are humans again. A woman ran inside the temple while the man can be heard telling his disciples to wait for him outside while he goes in to have some fun. Snaky hid and observed. He judged the woman to be an idiot for running into a dead end. The mountain temple has a single entrance. Because of that, it's impossible for Snaky to escape without being discovered. He decided to wait and see. The man called himself Master Chu and told the girl that there's no woman that refused him when he set his eyes on her. The woman trembled as she held out a knife. She yelled at the man not to come near her. Master Chu told her to think twice before she acts otherwise. He'll make her life worse than death. The woman threatened the man that even if she can't kill him, she can kill herself, and the man wouldn't get anything. The name Master Chu sounded familiar to Snaky. He remembered the incident in the pig pen. He's the man who threw Chen Fan into the pigsty. Snaky assumed that this man is an expert since he had beaten Chen Fan half to death. That made Snaky careful not to be discovered. Seeing him grab the woman and cover her mouth, Snaky wondered if he's in heat. It made him think that humans are weird since they can go in heat anytime, unlike him, who only goes into heat during spring. The woman is being forcefully undressed. While Snaky watches it, it makes him think about which part of that weak body attracted Master Q. Snaky felt embarrassed. To him, if the woman was left in the mountain, she'd get devoured immediately. Master Kui grabbed the knife while scolding the woman for daring to kill herself and acting arrogantly by threatening him. He told her that he'll take advantage of her before he kills her. Snaky commented that Master Chu is muscular, but he's an idiot. The woman was angry at Chu Gang for forcing her to break off her engagement and killing her lover, Chen Fan. And now he's trying to harass her. She vowed that she won't let him be at peace, even if she becomes a ghost. Snaky watches them while munching on the snack held by the hand of the statue of the mountain god. He commented that if killing isn't for food, then it's not necessary. He prayed for the mountain god to protect him and make them go away immediately after they are done. But Snaky didn't expect for the hand to detach from the body. It fell and shattered on the ground, which caught the attention of the two humans. Master Q realized that there's someone in there while the woman thought it was the mountain god. Chu Gang asked who was hiding behind the mountain god while the woman ran towards the mountain god, seeking salvation. She thought that the mountain god had manifested. She kneeled in front of it, prayed hard, and she prayed to be saved. The look on Snaky's face when he was found out was hilarious. Immediately, the woman screamed that there's a demon. Chu Gang asked where. He was frozen while holding the knife in front of him. When the woman turned around, she was accidentally stabbed with that knife. It pierced her chest. Chu Gang turned red. He cursed out loud while turning pale. Immediately, his men went inside and asked what happened. They asked if he had finished quickly. He called his men an idiot and told them that there's a demon in the temple. They looked around to see where it went. He was angry that it hid behind the statue and ruined his fun. Chu Gang announced that he's an outer disciple of the snake catcher sect. That made Snaky nervous. Since Snaky isn't showing himself, Chu Gang instructed his men to take a look. They searched for the snake near the statue. Snaky panicked that he's about to be killed, but rather than waiting for his death, he decided to take a risk and came out bearing his fangs. The men got terrified of the snake demon, but Chu Gang dismissed it, saying that it's not even 7 feet, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Chu Gang planned to kill it with one attack after he gathers his energy. If he brings it as a gift, he should be able to officially join the snake catcher sect. He told his men to hold the snake, since the snake catcher sect's space-splitting palm needs time to gather energy. He told them that he will reward whoever kills it. Snaky judged that the strongest among the three is Master Chu. With that, he planned to kill everyone before Master Q finishes gathering his energy. Only then he could live. He attacked them. And that's when Snaky realized that those guys are weak. Master Q trembled in fear. Master Q couldn't imagine that they died in the blink of an eye. It made him curious about what kind of monster is in front of him. He ran towards the exit while threatening the snake. On the other hand, Snaky was confused as to why he's running away, instead of gathering his energy. Chu Gang threatened the snake that he would ask his master to make a pill out of that monster. Snaky expected that things won't be simple, so he couldn't just let him run away. Snaky whacked Chu Gang's head with his tail, with the intention of shattering Chu Gang's brain. Then Snaky dragged him inside. He was relieved that Chu decided to run and not gather energy. He feels fortunate to have avoided another danger. It made Snaky reflect that he encountered danger because he ate the mountain god's offering. He asked himself if the mountain god was angry. The worry made him think of replacing the offerings. He settled the corpses on the altar. Once it was properly in place, he prayed to the mountain god not to blame him and that he's offering those people to him. He assumed that because of that, he had pacified the mountain god's anger. And then he interpreted the whole scenario as a message from the mountain god for him to hasten his cultivation. Otherwise, he will have to keep hiding for his entire life. He thanked the mountain god for the message and assured him that he will return to the mountain and cultivate right away. Even when Snaky left, the statue remained the same. 1 week later. Snaky had cultivated for a week, and yet he still required a lot of spiritual fog to fill the second level. Not only do the small beasts he eats every day fail to satisfy his hunger, but they also don't contribute much to his cultivation. He wished for another demonic boar. He set up a trap. It was a basket with a string, but there wasn't any prey yet. He thought that the same principle applies, that one shouldn't wait for something to fall into their lap. But he's getting impatient since it has been days, and he still hasn't found any pigs yet. He complained that it's hard to fill his stomach, let alone cultivate. He drools at the sight of the watermelon in front of him. Since the pigs eat watermelon, and he eats pig, he decided to try directly eating the watermelon. Then he heard someone talking. A boy with his father was walking on the road. They are on their way back from catching a lot of fish since the river's water level has risen. Snaky recognized that it was the boy with the pitchfork. He deduced that they own the watermelon farm. The boy sensed something in the area. Snaky couldn't believe that the boy found him, even when they were far from each other. The boy ran, and his father asked where he was going. Snaky panicked since the boy was coming in his direction. He decided to climb a tree and hide. The boy placed the basket full of fish under the tree. It made Snaky curious as to what he's doing. To his surprise, the boy ran away after putting down the stuff. Then the boy called the old black snake to tell him that the fish is for him because he wants to return a favor. Snaky became excited. He couldn't believe that the boy gave him fish to eat. But Snaky was suspicious. He thought that it was poisoned. but the sigh of fresh fish was tempting. He settled to look at them but not eat it, and then he convinced himself that it's okay to try one. He was pleased that it had no taste, so he decided to try another one, and another. He enjoyed how delicious it was. The boy was pleased to see the old black snake enjoying the food. A man stopped the boy in his tracks. The boy asked who this tall man was. The man barely shows any of his skin, even the face, because of the black clothing it has. The man inquired if the boy had seen an old black snake recently. Dangling from the hip of a man is a tag that says, "Snake." The boy recognized that it's a person from Snake Catcher sect. He wondered if the man was there to catch the old black snake. The man rudely urged the boy to speak. When the boy didn't, they thought the boy became mute. Eventually, the boy answered that he had never seen any old black snake before. The tall man is called Ding, and the man behind him told him that it's futile to ask the boy since the boy knows nothing. Ding was pissed off. Suddenly, they became distracted by murder of crows on the cliff. They knocked the boy over as they went to take a look. They entertained the possibility that the old black snake was there. Deep inside, the boy wished for the old black snake not to be found out. All of a sudden, they heard news that the old black snake devoured someone at the river. Now they had a lead, so those two men went straight to the river. The boy was confused since he saw the old black snake eating fish from the nearby area just a moment ago. It would be impossible for the old black snake to devour people in the river at the same time. Meanwhile, Snakey was annoyed with the birds because they pecked at him when he accidentally broke a few eggs. He was almost found out by the snake catchers. He was also confused about when he devoured someone at the river. And on top of that, he's curious as to why the boy said that he didn't see him. He commented that the human world is so complex that it's difficult to understand. But the most important thing at the moment is that the snake catchers have their eyes on him. If he wants to survive, he can't stay any longer. He decided to escape to the other side of the river and hide for a few months. Winter is also coming in another 3 months, but he hasn't stored any food yet. It will be hard for him to improve his cultivation during that period. While swimming across the river, he noticed something. It was a gigantic eel-like creature with sharp teeth. He almost got eaten. He didn't expect a demonic beast in the river. It looked just like a snake. It must have come from the upper stream. Snakey realized that it must be the one who devoured a human, and he's the one taking the fall. Snakey and the eel monster were underwater, and that's when Snakey saw that it was injured, and it must be from fighting the snake catchers. He has no idea why it's attacking him when he's just passing by. Snakey realized that it might be on the run when the snake catchers found it, and now it is trying to eat him to replenish itself. Snakey took it as a challenge and decided to treat it as his food for hibernation. But he thought of it, and since it escaped from the snake catchers, it must be quite strong. He swam away while telling himself that hunting it is dangerous and his life is more important. Snakey was in a dire situation since it had made up its mind to catch him. The monster was persistent, and Snakey was almost out of breath. Snakey thought that if he used his full strength at its weaker part, such as the stomach, then he'll be able to escape. He made up his mind to fight it until the end. He chomped it down, but he was disgusted since the meat is slimy and there's a weird taste. Suddenly the meat burned even if it was underwater. Snakey was confused since even the surrounding water caught fire. He thought that it's an illusion from the mucus of the monster eel. Snakey tried to determine if he felt burned. Then Snakey remembered Chen Fan's cultivation technique. When facing an illusion, one must focus their mind first. Snakey concentrated all his energy into a single point of consciousness. Snakey used divine sense and had destroyed the illusion. He was so pleased that he did it. But just right after shattering it, he's faced with the wide mouth of the eel monster. He just closed his eyes since he couldn't avoid it. Surprisingly, his tail hit its mouth, and Snakey's tail became so sharp that it smoothly sliced the eel's body. He was surprised by what just happened. He couldn't believe that his tail split the demonic eel into half. His golden scale is so sharp. If he cultivates until it covers his entire body, he might be invincible. But he knew not to be careless since there was still an element of luck in the battle. Since the demonic eel was heavily injured, it must have mistakenly slammed straight into his golden scale. Snakey decided to hide the mountain and be careful. He was out of breath, and that was because he collected the demonic eel meat. It should be enough for him to cultivate inside the mountain for a few months. In addition to the demon core, it should be enough for him to break through into the 3rd level of the spiritual awareness realm. Our boy Snakey also noticed something. It was a badge that has the word snake at the center. That's when Snakey realized that the demonic eel devoured a snake catcher. He talked to his fellow demon even if it was just meat. He stated that it helped him deal with danger, but he still tried to hunt him, so all he can do is follow the law of nature. But he assured him that he will enjoy him properly and won't let his death be in vain, including his demon core. Snakey devoured it, but he had a hard time swallowing it. He didn't persist, since the snake catcher would arrive anytime soon. He held it in his mouth while dragging the mean by tying it to his tail. Later on, the snake catchers inspected a corpse. They found out why the demonic eel was able to escape so quickly inside the river. They realized that the one who devoured people inside the river was a water demon and not the old black snake. And the one who fought the water demon in that area is the old black snake. They wondered if they should pursue it. The mountain in front of them is the Iron Bear Mountain. There's a massive bear demon with a cultivation base at the 3rd level of the spiritual awareness realm over there. They knew not to underestimate its strength. The mountain is wide and full of forest. They might not be able to find the old black snake even if it takes them months. And there's also a risk that they might encounter the bear demon. The man with Ding inquired how he knew all of those things. Ding explained that a few days ago, the old black snake devoured a pillmaster from the Astronomical Bureau, as well as the human-shaped pill he nurtured for years. The man inquired further, and then he realized that human-shaped pill's medicine effect must still be in the snake's body. This man knew that his senior brother had been stuck in the 3rd level of the true refinement realm for years, and to encounter such a fortuitous opportunity, he suggested that they take the chance secretly. Ding was pleased with the sharpness of this brat, but still, it's just the two of them right now. It would be too dangerous to go into the mountains. He's concerned that they tried going for wool and coming back shorn. The junior replied that they have nothing to worry about since in a few months, the mountains will be covered in snow. By that time, both the snake demon and bear will go into hibernation. Then they can go into the mountains and gain what they want. Meanwhile, Snaky felt really warm inside the cave. He decided to hide there for a few months. He's oblivious of the danger that could lead him to be an offering for a cultivation. 2 months later, the forest turned white from the snow. Snaky sighed. He didn't expect that breaking through from the 2nd level to the 3rd level of spiritual awareness would be so much harder compared to when he broke through from the 1st level to the 2nd level of spiritual awareness. He had refined the demon core, blood, and flesh that he obtained back then. He even continued to cultivate for a few more days, but he still hasn't broken through yet. But at least he made minor accomplishments. 3 more pieces of golden scale had appeared on his tail. The spiritual fog inside the cauldron is also full. He is at least at the peak of 2nd level. Now, he just needs an opportunity. Then he'll be able to break through to the 3rd level. It was unfortunate that winter had arrived. Snaky could feel his body getting stiff, and he's only left with a little eel flesh. All he can do now is go into hibernation. He decided to wait until next spring to go out of the mountain and hunt food for cultivation. A man walked through the snowy forest. This man is from the snake catcher sect, and he told the people that those who will help them in their search at the mountain will be rewarded with a string of coins. He told them to stay focused and find it properly. A man replied to Sir Taoist, assuring him that the people of Snake Village are highly skilled in catching snakes. Sir Taoist reiterated to find it quickly. The villager instructed the dogs named Big Huang, Little Huang to hurry and find the snake pit. An old villager complained that the people from the snake catcher sect are arrogant. A fellow villager scolded the old man since those people have real skills unlike them. The old man named Li wanted to make sure that they are also benefiting from the trip. The man agreed. He was delighted to share about his child, Xiao Niu, who loves reading books. Back then, the child cherished a book that someone else had discarded as if it was a treasure. That is why once they received the string coins, the man planned to bring his child to Teacher Chu's place and study. He knew his child would be so happy, and just imagining that makes him really happy as well. The dogs barked loudly. It was a signal that they have found what they are searching for. They reported to Taoist to inspect the hole, since it's most likely the nest of the old black snake. Taoist immediately told them to get away so he could take a look. When Snaky heard that, he cursed. The snake catchers brought someone to come with them into the mountain, and the dogs' noses are good, really good since they found him. Snaky's body was stiff and cold. He's at his most vulnerable state. He couldn't escape, let alone fight. The villager informed Taoist that the old black snake's feces is in the area too. They started bringing up the reward, but Taoist called them an idiot and told them that it was a bear's feces. They asked if the dog really doesn't know how to find the snake. The villager reasoned that it's impossible since his dog has never made any mistakes when looking for snakes. Taoist was triggered that the man is acting like he knows better than him. Taoist pointed to a big hole and instructed the man to bring all the villagers inside that hole and look for the snake. The villager hesitantly agreed. Snaky had finally released the breath that he's holding. He was scared to death, but he was grateful for being smart and cautious. He blocked the entrance with stones and branches, and he placed bear feces on the branches. He even dug a 20-meter deep hole. He anticipated that those men wouldn't be able to differentiate it. Although he might be scaring himself, he knew that he should concentrate his energy and restore his body just in case. A man from the snake catcher sect called Senior Brother Ding and told him that the hold is obviously a snake pit. Ding replied that it certainly is a snake pit, and since they have reached their goal, those villagers have no more use, and the less of them to survive, the less money they would give out. So, it turns out that Ding intentionally made those men search for the bear's hole. Ding replied yes and told the man that he should know what to do next. The man assured Ding that he would lure the demon bear out. They will use the bear to kill the villagers first, then kill the demon bear together. Then they will hunt for the frozen demon snake. Snakey heard that and commented that not even animals do that, killing their own companions. But he reasoned that it is how a human heart is, and human hearts are really scary. He shifted his attention to what's more important to him, which is the fact that those men knew that he's there, and that put him in great danger. Since those men planned to fight the demon bear first, Snakey thought of taking the chance and going out to devour the demon bear, and then he might be able to break through the third level in one go and be able to deal with those snake catchers. Snakey smacked his head for dreaming crazily when he's already in danger. He knew those men would deal with the bear first, thus, they weren't in a rush to kill him. Moreover, there's no way he can devour the demon bear in front of those snake catchers. That would actually seem like he's seeking his death. The senior snake catcher thought of how much of an idiot his junior is. Unfortunately for the junior, the two beasts are only enough for one of them to break through. Otherwise, he would have been able to spare his junior after defeating the demon bear. Snakey heard that, and was surprised to know that they are having an internal conflict. It was a chance to change his situation. Snakey planned to slowly walk towards the hole's entrance, observe calmly, and act when the opportunity arises. The junior member informed Ding that he is done with the arrangement, and in less than 30 minutes, the bear will wake up. A loud scream can be heard from the cave. It was followed by a loud roar by the bear while charging forward. The humans scrambled as they ran away from the bear. They complained since Taoist told them it's a snake pit. Then they saw two Taoists on the top of the cliff. They thought that they were there to help them. But the Taoist called them a bunch of trash and scolded them for causing a lot of trouble and having the nerve to still ask for help. He told them to just die. The villagers were furious, and they finally realized that they were directed to the bear's cave to be killed so the Taoist could save money. The old man shot an arrow towards the Taoist, and that made the Taoist step back, and his pouch was ripped. Snakey saw it, and it was a good shot. His eyes are already peeking from the ground. A pill fell on the snowy ground, and Snakey smelled the human pill. He sneakily grabbed it by his tail. This pill is also called the Chi replenishing pill. It was such a magical pill that Snakey drooled, and his body felt revived just by smelling it. The junior complained to Ding that his storage pouch spilled. He asked for help to pick it up since the bear is coming. Ding scolded him for being careless, but deep inside, Ding had picked it up for himself. The junior praised Ding for a well-thought plan that ended up killing all that trash. They didn't expect those men to survive. Ding reasoned that it was an honor for those men to sacrifice their life for the snake catcher sect. The junior told Ding that he should accompany those people too. He started casting a spell. Ding was taken aback. He was blown away towards the cliff, and he fell down to where the bear was. The bear loomed over him. Ding cursed at the junior named Zhao Wenzhuo for tricking him. Wenzhuo even teased him not to get angry since it will be bad for his body, otherwise he won't have a peaceful death. Then the junior revealed that he had been preparing for that event to happen for a long time. He knew that Ding wanted to pocket the demonic beast all for himself, and he told Ding that he could have it all, since he didn't want any demon snake or bear. He just wants Ding dead. Then he teased Ding to take the breakthrough material that was in front of him. Ding used a bombing talisman. It exploded on the bear. Wenzhuo told Ding that his story before he died is insane. He was about to leave him since it's about time for him to return to the sect, especially when the bear is completely enraged. He doesn't want to get involved. Snakey listened to all of that. He took it as his legendary turning point. Snakey swallowed the pill, and he made his way out of the pit. It was time for him to go out. Once out of the pit, he saw that there were still 2 Chi replenishing pills at the entrance. He's curious if he'll be able to absorb them properly if he eats them all at once. He decided to hide one behind his teeth and wait for the right moment to swallow it. A pack of wolves appeared. They were drawn by the smell of blood. It was perfect timing for Snakey since he got hungry after eating the Chi replenishing pill and he doesn't want to feast on human corpses. So he decided to fill his stomach with them instead. The wolves growled loudly. Ever since Snakey got the divine demonic cauldron, he can now digest food almost instantly. He ate one wolf, but he wanted more. The wolves attacked him, and he fought back to eat them since a single wolf isn't nearly enough to fill his tummy. He noticed how starved he was. And even if he devoured several wolves already, he's still so hungry. He thought that it's because of the great demon bear that it made him unsatisfied with just wolves. A wolf slowly approaches the bear. Instantly, the bear smashed it with its large paw. Snakey didn't expect the demon bear to still be so powerful despite its injuries. And from what he saw in its fight with the snake catchers, the bear is at least at the peak of 3rd level, while Snakey is only at the peak of 2nd level. His stomach is growling and he's salivating, but his logical mind says that he shouldn't lose himself to hunger and risk everything just for a meal. He's so hungry that it made him think that it was caused by the cauldron's desire, like it telling him to eat the demon bear. He justified that the bear's cultivation is higher than his, but the bear was badly injured. He thought to himself that he won't get stronger if he keeps running away. And now it looked like the bear had used all its strength when it blew the wolves away. Snakey knew that as long as he's smart and cautious enough, he still has a good chance of winning. He charged in, taking the opportunity to get stronger. He made the bear's eyes bleed using his tail. The bear growled loudly. Snakey didn't get away unscathed. His body is hurting as he realized that the bear is 10 times stronger than the demon eel, but since he managed to blind it, things should be easier for him now. Just a little more push. He could also feel the pill's effect starting to wear off. His body is getting stiff again. He anticipated to recover after digesting another pill. He had minor injuries too, but he knew it would heal after he killed the bear. He bit the bear on the throat. It crashes on the ground. Despite being blind, the bear is still strong. Snakey complains how its attacks are heavy and painful. He could feel his bones breaking. But he knew not to let go of its throat until he snapped its neck. The bear growled loudly while attempting to remove the snake from its neck. But Snakey was determined not to let go. Snakey was thrown on the ground. The bear lays on its stomach, growling because of the pain. Since Snakey tore its throat open, the bear doesn't have much time to live. Snakey decided to finish it off from a distance. He wrapped his tail on a branch and threw it on the bear's head, causing it to bleed profusely. He expected it to be dead by that time, but just in case it's pretending, he decided to channel his energy to heal himself while he watches. But Snakey heard a noise. The wolves are back. He screamed at the wolves saying that the bear is his and they can't take it. That forced Snakey to eat the last Kai replenishing pill to kill them all. 2 hours later, the wolves are all dead. Snakey emerged victorious against them, but his injuries had increased. He looked worn out. He knew that the QE replenishing pills effect won't last long, and he's still injured. He needed to find a safe place to hide and recover before cultivating. Snakey tore up a cloth just in case the snake catchers came again. He wrapped it in his tail and dragged the meat while he went through the corpses that surrounded him. It made him wonder how many times does it take to reincarnate as a human, and to think that those humans just end up dead like that. Snakey noticed something. It was the corpse of the man and his dogs were beside him. It was the father of the young boy. Snakey asked the dogs why they weren't running away when the man was already dead. If that continues, those dogs would freeze to death. When Snakey checked, the dogs' bodies were already stiff. They have already frozen to death. Seeing how those dogs stayed by their master's side even when the master is dead, somehow it made Snakey's heart feel conflicted. Snakey knew that in their world, only the most cunning and deceitful survive. Snakey was determined to survive no matter what happens next. Inside a certain cave. There's a puddle outside the cavern, making it hard to notice, so Snakey assumed that the place would keep him safe. While he can still move, he decided to start cultivating with the demon bear. The bear was delicious. Now Snakey knew that it was no wonder that the divine demonic cauldron was so restless. He felt a familiar sensation, and he had done it. His tail looked nice with the golden spikes. Snakey celebrated his ascension to the 3rd level of spiritual awakening. He finally broke through to the 3rd level. Not only that, he reached the peak of the 3rd level, and his tail has grown 10 golden spikes. Despite having a great risk, he had received a great reward. The fight for him was worth it. He imagined himself next spring as someone who occupies a mountain and becomes the king. 3 months later, winter ended and spring arrived. Snakey woke up from slumber. His length now is 8 feet, and his golden scales increased to 11. In those past few months, not only his length increased, his divine consciousness has expanded as well. He senses 2 boars nearby and decides to hunt it for his meal and exercise. He attacked one boar. He saw that it's a female and she's pregnant. He decided to eat the male instead. In the past few months, Snakey gained some amazing new knowledge. It's called ecological balance. Since he can't go into the village anymore, he needed to figure out how to be self-sufficient by relying on the mountain. It's not enough to occupy the mountain and become king. If he wanted endless prey, he knew not to kill the young ones. Snakey has knowledge that the mountain has 25 roe deers, 20 wild boars, a few hundred rabbits, and water deer. There's a lot more animals, that could total to over 1,000. Snakey is aware that as long as he doesn't overeat and plan his diet properly, filling his stomach wouldn't be an issue. But it wasn't enough for his cultivation. From what he had seen in the previous situations, cultivation needs to be accompanied by opportunities and adventures. Snakey decided that it's time for him to return to his hometown. In a certain forest, there were a lot of black snakes of different ages. It was the Myriad Snake Valley. With the arrival of spring, all things are coming back to life, and the mating season has begun. But Snakey argues that he's a strong-willed snake. A snake wraps its body around Snakey, and it makes him blush. Every time he came back there before, that little white snake would always come looking for him. Unfortunately, he's a cultivator, and she's just a normal snake. Snakey pushes her away. Our boy has the GigaChad anti-horny cell in his body now. If it was him 1 year ago, he would have also shamelessly and brazenly spread his seed around like the other snakes in the area. But ever since he awakened his intelligence, he lost interest in such lowly desires. And the reason why he had come there is to cultivate. He saw what he came there for the snake fruit. It ripens every 3 years, and that spring it is expected to ripen again. Since it's especially effective for snakes, eating the ripe fruit will strengthen his cultivation. The reason he gained the ability to sense spiritual energy 3 years ago was that he accidentally swallowed a fruit snake. If he swallows 3 fruits this time, he wonders if it will help him break through into the 4th stage. Once he reaches the middle stages of the spiritual awareness realm, he will be able to use spells and won't have to rely solely on my body. Snakey sensed some humans. One spoke towards the so-called sister song to tell her that they are in the Myriad Snake Valley that senior brother Ding and him found, and the snake fruit is just inside. The voice of the one who just spoke was familiar to Snakey. The man dramatically expressed how he was sad about senior brother Ding. Song told him to leave the past in the past. She told him that he had done well as he was able to redeem himself. Snaky realized that it was those snake catcher bastards again. The man uttered that he'll let the senior sister Song have all the snake fruits. Song replied that she won't take advantage of the man and just 2 snake fruits is enough for her. Wenzhuo reminded Song to be careful since it's a valuable treasure. They can expect that a demonic beast would be guarding it. Song replied that there's nothing to worry about since she already borrowed an amazing weapon from her master. She told Wenzhuo that the only demon snake around the area is the old Snake King, and if it dares to show itself, Song made a threat that she will refine its gallbladder into a pill. Snaky got triggered after hearing that those snake catchers are after the snake fruit and they had brought a weapon to deal with him. He contemplated if he should run, but the snake fruit is almost ripe, and running away would only make things easier for those snake catchers. Being at the peak of the 3rd stage of the spiritual awareness realm made Snaky confident. And also, those snake catchers might not be as strong as he thinks, especially when the demon eel and demon bear had killed them before. Suddenly, Snaky sensed an awful smell. He dipped into the water to hide and watch for the time being. He takes into consideration that those humans would also have internal conflicts and end up fighting among themselves. Several snakes ended up dead or running away as those snake catchers made their way around the area. Wenzhuo asked what they would do if the old Snake King wouldn't appear. Song replied that if it doesn't come out, she'll just pluck the fruits, but she's confident that it will show up. The old Snake King has lived for more than a decade. Its life is nearing the end. It needs those fruits to extend its lifespan. In his head, Snaky replied that those snake catchers would be the one whose life is ending. Snaky is triggered by this woman who's spouting bullshit. But Snaky remembered that the villagers also called him Old Black Snake. He doesn't know why. It wasn't the best time to think about that since those snake catchers are about to pluck the fruit. Song told Wenzhuo not to go in yet since the old snake is coming out. Wenzhuo asked where. Snaky got nervous that the woman noticed him. The ground cracked, followed by an explosion. Song told Wenzhuo to watch behind. And just as Song expected, the old black snake came out. It was a large snake. It looked just like our MC. Snaky was dumbfounded. He realized that it was the real old Snake King, and Snaky himself could just be a fake. It could also be that the old Snake King used to stir up trouble and left behind a bad reputation, then it got too old to go out, and Snaky just happened to start going out 3 years ago, and he took the blame. Song used a swamp spell. The old king snake's mouth was wide open, but Song had covered it with mud. Snaky realized that the snake catcher is strong. Even though the old Snake King is old, it is still managing to counter the attacks. Song used a soul-suppressing bell. It was another treasure. She casted for it to shake all directions. Snaky complained about the sound. It was like it's tearing him apart. The old Snake King too was restless. Song threw ethereal shadow darts. It hit the old Snake King's head, making it hiss loudly. Song said that it had a sturdy scale. If it's peeled down, she bet that it could be made into precious armor. Wenzhuo praised her and then decided to assist her. Wenzhuo was told to use his Windblade talisman for a wide-scale attack. Wenzhuo agreed, and they planned to wear out the snake that way. Eventually, they noticed that the old black snake wouldn't hold on much longer. Snaky realized that because of the human's treasure, the woman is much stronger than the previous snake catchers that he encountered. The old king snake was in a terrible situation. He contemplated if he would help him or just run away after devouring the fruit. But the snake fruit isn't ripe yet, so it might not work if he eats it now. Eventually, Snaky decided to secretly help the old Snake King, but then Snaky sensed a movement from the snake fruit tree. He asked who's there. It was a villager. He was pleased to have gathered the fruit while the others were fighting. Thanks to the snake catchers distracting the old Snake King, he can claim the fruit all to himself. That angered Snaky. He went straight charging at the man. He was mad that this guy suddenly appeared, digging out the tree and destroying its root. He vowed to rip the man into shreds. Because he was surprised, the man accidentally plucked the tree. Snaky gobbled up the villager while scolding it. Eventually, he realized that he swallowed the tree together with the man. He felt a pain in his stomach as the leaves were getting digested. It was uncomfortable. He felt his stomach getting bloated like it's going to explode. Later on, he vomited it out. Then he noticed that the divine demonic cauldron was full. He had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual awareness realm. He was relieved that he wasn't poisoned. It was just way too powerful for him to handle. He ate so many of the leaves of the tree. He wondered if the berserk power he experienced just now was because of the leaves. The herb gatherer digested the moment he got devoured, but it took a moment for the divine demonic cauldron to cultivate the leaves' energy. Snaky moved fast. He couldn't let the snake fruit tree fall into the hands of others. He pushed the tree with him. Later on, we see that the old Snake King's body was shredded into pieces. Wenzhuo praised Song for defeating the old Snake King in just 30 minutes. Song was confident that she could do it. Then she replied that Wenzhuo's performance was mediocre. It was time for them to harvest the fruit. But when they reached the tree, it was just an empty lot. They were so confused as to where the tree was. Song asked who had done that. She suspected Wenzhuo. Wenzhuo told her that if she wanted the tree for herself, she could have just said so, and not do something underhanded behind his back. That made her furious. She asked what he's instigating about. Wenzhuo replied that it's exactly what she heard. She told him that he's feeling guilty and was trying to shift the blame on her. Wenzhuo continued saying that she should call her accomplice who stole the tree. Wenzhuo promised that he wouldn't tell the master when they returned to the sect. Song argued that she doesn't have any accomplice. She suggested that someone else must have taken the tree. Wenzhuo doesn't believe her. In Snaky's head, it was a perfect scenario, since they both think the other one stole it. He cheered for them to fight. Wenzhuo took out the teleportation jade token, a green round crystal, and suggested that they call their master to settle the issue. Song challenged him to do it. Suddenly, someone grabbed Wenzhuo's hand and told them to stop. Wenzhuo was surprised to see their eldest brother, Senior. The man told Wenzhuo that the master knew about their movements and sent him secretly to watch over him. He just arrived and saw the two fighting among themselves. He expressed how disappointing it was. Wenzhuo asked eldest brother if he's the culprit. The man replied that it wasn't him and that someone else took it. He commented that it was a clever move to use a mortal to dig up the tree then escape. Otherwise, he would have sensed it through spiritual energy and tracked down immediately. They're left with a single option, to trace the culprit by following their footprints. The man saw that the footprints had vanished there. Wenzhuo asked what they should do now. The man assured him that as long as that person is alive, he'll be able to track him. Wenzhuo had no doubt about it since the man is at the 6th level of the QE replenishment realm. He'll definitely catch the thief. Snaky trembled upon hearing that since he's not a match for that. He thought that the hole dug was deep enough, and all he could do was to temporarily shut off his divine consciousness. He assumed that even someone at the peak of the QE refinement realm won't be able to find him. Snaky smelled something. It was such bad timing. The fruit is ripening. Eldest brother immediately sensed that. He informed them that it's coming from underground. He used earth traversal technique to dive into the earth. Snaky knew that the man was coming. All middle stage cultivators know how to use spells, and the spell is the earth escape technique of the 5 elements technique. Snaky hurriedly swallowed the fruit before deciding to run. He prayed for the divine cauldron to digest it fast. He wished for the divine cauldron to refine it quickly. The man finally arrives. He commented that the thief is quite the runner, and that the traversal technique of the thief wasn't bad. He wondered what the cultivation level of the thief was. The man ate a pill, and dug on the soil while announcing that he would kill every single of them. He was furious that the thief dared to steal from the snake catchers. The man ran at the speed of lightning. Snaky felt him coming closer. He told the divine demonic cauldron to stop slacking and refine it ASAP, otherwise they're both finished. The mouth of the divine demonic cauldron got wider. Snaky was surprised that he understood what he's saying. Snaky felt the golden energy rapidly spreading throughout his entire body. His venomous fangs are growing, his muscles are expanding, and new golden scales are forming. He could feel a brand new version of him. The man has arrived while Snaky is breaking through the 4th level of spiritual awareness. The man was taken aback that what he had chased for half a day was not a cultivator, but a snake. Snaky looked at him with grumpy eyes. It was funny. The man noticed that the exact snake had just broken through the middle stages of the spiritual awareness realm. It hasn't fought him yet, but it's already taking the tree and fleeing. He had observed that the kind of intelligence even most great demons in the Foundation establishment don't possess it. He knew that the demon couldn't be killed. He decided to catch it alive and bring it back to the sect and investigate. It will be a great achievement for them. Snaky finally broke through to the 4th level of the spiritual awareness realm. The golden scales on his tail had grown, and he felt that he became bigger, stronger, and faster. He knew that he would be able to escape. But to his surprise, the man had caught up to him. Not only does the human know the spell, but he also has treasure. The man used his treasure, the beaming taming ring. The treasure looked like a rope. Snaky knows that if he gets caught, he's done for. He tried deflecting it using his tail, but he was taken aback that his golden scales can't destroy it. More so, he can't even swat it away. What? The spiritual treasure that the man has is upper grade. He's confident that a mid-stage or even a late-stage spiritual awareness realm demonic beast would be forced to submit without a fight. Snaky is annoyed. He knew that spiritual treasures are all controlled by divine consciousness, so he decided to wipe off the man's divine consciousness. But to his surprise, it resisted his divine consciousness, so it looked like it's not going to work. In his head, the man thought of Snaky as naive. He infused his divine consciousness into the beast taming ring, making it indestructible. It can't be wiped off unless a Foundation establishment realm cultivator interferes. He assumed that Snaky would have no chance against him. But he was shocked. Snaky was gobbling up the treasure. In Snaky's logic, if he can't wipe it off with his divine consciousness, then he'll just use brute force to imprison it with his body. It hurts Snaky, but thankfully, he has thick skin. All he needs to do is endure it. Snaky expected the man to give up once he knew he couldn't break free, since controlling the treasure drains a lot of true ki. The man was furious that Snaky devoured the treasure. It was funny how Snaky just ran away after that. The man yelled for the beast taming ring to break through from it. 1 hour later, the man used earth traversal technique. He had just realized how the wretched beast is incredibly cunning. It has made him run in circles for the past half an hour. In addition, the terrain is too cramped. It kept forcing him to use the earth traversal technique. He's aware that his true ki is depleting rapidly. He needed to end it quickly. He told the beast to stop running and give him back his treasure. Snakey had felt that the treasure inside his stomach was starting to calm down. He also noticed how the man is running out of true Qui. But Snakey knew that he can't just keep running. He needed to come up with a way to kill the man and end it once and for all. The best way for a demonic beast to handle human cultivators is by getting up close and fighting them with his body. Even though the man is chasing him, the attacks are from over 10 meters away. That could only mean that the man feels safe at that distance. Snakey decided to slow down just a bit, lure him in, and while he's distracted, paralyze him. The man saw that the beast was slowing down, and he thought that it's reaching its limit. He planned to cut the beast's stomach first, since it swallowed the beast taming ring. His plan is to retrieve the beast taming ring, and then bring him to the sect alive. The man used celestial wind blades. It was the moment that Snakey had been waiting for. He rolled into a ball. The man was surprised that his celestial wind blades, which kill all middle-stage demonic beasts, aren't even scratching the beast. It made the man wonder what scales the beast has for it to be so tough. He summoned his snake-slaying sword. He told the beast his plan of capturing it alive. But then now that he had no choice, he decided to be ruthless. He intimidated the snake by saying that the treasure sword has slayed countless snakes. Once sheathed, it must be offered blood. He told the snake that it must feel honored to die by that sword, but then he noticed how he couldn't slash the snake. It was impossible. Snakey told him that the sword isn't worthy enough to pierce through his scales. Then he forcefully hit the man with his body. The sword is now broken, and the man had used up all of his true Ki to block the attack, yet he's still heavily injured. He realized that the snake might not be an ordinary one-demon snake. He suspected that it's a dragon snake hatchling. The man didn't want to die there, so he decided to escape by reaching the surface quickly. But he doubted if his remaining Ki could handle the earth traversing technique. He noticed an opening above him. It felt like heaves were on his side. He used wind riding skill rush. His goal is to be able to report what just happened in there to the sect, fast. But he got trapped in a snakeskin. He remembered it from earlier when the beast broke through. He wondered if the beast intentionally shed the skin that time. He just as understood that the beast might have planned it all in advance. The man screamed loudly. Song told Wenzhuo that she just heard the eldest brother scream. Wenzhuo replied that there's no way that a puny beast can take on his eldest brother. Suddenly, the man used an exploding talisman. The man warned Wenzhuo to run fast because there's a dragon hatchling down there. Song couldn't believe that. If that's the case, then this beast is at least in the nascent soul realm. Wenzhuo doubts if they are going to survive. Wenzhuo pointed out to Song the elder brother's condition. It's evident that they have to get out of there first. Wenzhuo suggested that they go in a different direction from the eldest brother. It was the only choice that they have. Meanwhile, Snakey admitted to himself how he got careless. He didn't expect the man to activate the explosion talisman, even after losing one of his arms. Snakey knew that if he left the man alone, it would lead to endless trouble. The man expected to escape soon since the beast is still over half a yard away, so it shouldn't catch up to him. He hurried back to the sect. He cursed at the beast. Little did he know that another pair of eyes had locked in on him. The old black snake who's laying down on the ground spit some venom on the man. The man rolled on the ground while screaming in pain. He didn't expect that this snake could still release venom despite being decapitated. He couldn't believe himself for making such a foolish mistake. He hurriedly looked for the antidote, and while he's taking it, he sees that the demon snake is closing in. At this point, he had no choice but to use his last resort. He intended to save the upper-grade spiritual jade for cultivation, but he activated it now and ran. He was going way too fast. Snakey panicked since he wanted the man to be eliminated. He had one option left. Using his mouth, he plucked a golden scale from his tail, and then he threw it at the man. He won't allow the man to escape. That scale pierced through the man's back to his chest. It was Snakey's way of making sure the man meets his end that day. The man begged. But as soon as he turned his head, another spike blasted his brains off. Snakey complained that plucking out his scales hurt so much. He checked at the man expecting it to be completely dead now, but he got cautious, thinking that the man could just be pretending to be dead. Snakey looked evil when he decided to decimate the corpse first so that the man wouldn't be able to act dead. At some point, Snakey felt how it was a waste of his scale. He wondered if it would regrow. Snakey opened his mouth wide and swallowed the man together with his scale. He decided to park the thought until he fully digested the corpse. He's still wishing for his scale to grow back. He noticed the man's storage bag. He secured it first, since it could have quite a lot of treasure inside. He removed the person's divine consciousness and added his. While he was busy, he heard someone say, "Child." It was the old Snake King. He wished for Snakey to live well. Snakey's dusty memories from infancy started becoming clearer. It all happened 3 years ago. The last time, the snake fruit ripened, bearing 2 large fruits. There were too many snakes swarming near the tree. Snakey hadn't awakened his intelligence at that time, but like others, he also instinctively rushed to swallow the fruit. The smell of the snake fruit attracted more than half of the snakes in the myriad Snake Valley. Only 2 lucky ones survived in the end. Predictably, it was a brutal battle, but just then a deafening screech was heard. The old Snake King appeared, and his aura overpowered everything. All the snakes stopped fighting and prostrated themselves. Snakey was trembling in fear and he couldn't move, but the old Snake King handed him the fruit. Because of that snake fruit, Snakey is who he is today. Since ancient times, snakes have always been selfish, ruthless, and cold-blooded animals. Even among the same species, they kill each other. It is a survival of the fittest. But there was no coldness in the old Snake King's eyes, only a gentleness that Snakey couldn't understand. He asked the old King Snake why he was kind to him, but there was no response. Falling into a long silence, unable to let go, Snakey's head slowly grew heavy with sadness. An indescribable emotion built up, and eventually became hatred. Snakey shed tears as he vowed to eternal enmity with all the snake catchers. Snakey piled up rocks to form a grave. Comment R.I.P. for old big black Snakey for respect. He talked to the old King Snake, saying that he copied the humans and made him a grave. He wished for old King Snake to be reincarnated as a human in his next life. Snakey uttered that he now understands the old King Snake's final word. He made sure to remember that anything with spiritual intelligence cares for its descendants. He assured old King Snake that when he's strong enough, he will carry on his teachings. Snakey acknowledged that he can't do it with his current capabilities. The snake catchers have discovered Myriad Snake Valley, so he can't stay there anymore. When he turned a corner, he saw Song unconscious, and several snakes were coming up to her. It looked like she only had a few breaths left and wouldn't survive much longer. He sneakily approached her while thinking that if he swallows her, his scale might grow back faster. But when he thought about it, Song managed to escape but ended up there. It could be a trap, or that there could be some kind of restraint on her. Snakey told himself not to be greedy. Then he remembered Wenjuo. Last time he tricked Ding Hao on the Iron Bear Mountain. Snakey got suspicious that it was his doing. It's also possible that he's the one who placed the old Snake King's head at the exit on purpose. Snakey wondered what his motive would be. While occupied with his thoughts, in the background, a large snake devoured Song. He was about to scold it. But before he could finish his sentence, the snake's head exploded. Just as he suspected, it was a trap. That bastard Wenjuo is definitely a cunning man. Snakey wondered what Wenjuo was trying to accomplish by doing such things. Wenjuo visited a grave and narrated that the bomb had been triggered, and Song was now dead. He talked to the grave of his dad, mom, and little sister, vowing that he will avenge them no matter what. Liu Tong, Chen Shui, Ding Hai, Song Shiyu, Mu Yun have all been sent to the afterlife to accompany his family. Now, there's only 2 people left to target. He vowed that Chen Daoling and every one of his disciples, none of them will be spared. It was about time for him to return. He told his dead family that he'll come back another day. He grabbed a snake, outside of Myriad Snake Valley. A man is standing. While Wenzuo was rushing the snake to bite faster since Chen Daoling would arrive soon, he let the snake bite him on the shoulder. Now he just has to wait and attract the snakes from the valley to devour him. He flopped down while begging his master to save him. Half an hour later, it was reported to Chen Daoling that they couldn't find any trace of the senior brother, and senior sister's breath has also completely vanished. The junior brother is still alive. Immediately, Wenzuo was given an antidote. He was advised to channel his energy to heal his wound, and after a few months of rest, he will be perfectly fine. Wenzuo acted weak and regretful before their master. Chen Daoling was furious. He asked which demon dares to kill 2 of his disciples. Inside the cave, in the Iron Bear Mountain, Snakey is finally back on his own mountain. He assumed the snake catchers to still be at the Myriad Snake Valley, which makes his cave safe for now. Snakey replanted the snake fruit tree, and it was thriving because the environment is similar to where it grew before. Snakey wished for it to regain its vitality. Snakey decided to check the treasures inside the storage bag. It's all food and pills. It should last him long enough to cultivate and regrow his golden scales. He also remembered that he got the beast taming ring. He wondered if he could tame a demon beast to be his underling. He saw a book among the belongings. It's an encyclopedia of all kinds of snakes. He scanned through it and found out that he's a black yin snake. He read that a snake was slain by an ancestor and refined into a pill. He understood that even after reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, a great demon snake that spits fire can still be killed by humans. Snakey became certain that the most important thing for him right then was to become stronger. Even better if he can learn some techniques. He looked at the jade slip and noticed how crystal clear it was. It looked unordinary, and it made Snakey wonder if it could help him. When he looked at it, he was surprised to see the spells listed by human cultivators. And there are also detailed steps on how to master them. Because Snakey is different from normal demon beasts, he has the intelligence that's on par with humans. He definitely will be able to learn them. 1 month later, Snakey used Earth Traversal Technique. After a month of cultivation, his Earth Traversal Technique has become much faster than Mu Yun's. And Snakey's golden scale has also regrown. His speed doubles when he uses Earth Traversal Technique while his tail digs pits. Ordinary snake catchers won't be able to catch him. Snakey appeared from under the ground because he's feeling hungry. It's because he has 2 little true kui. With his current cultivation, Earth Traversal Technique only lasts for half an hour, but it's enough to use as his trump card. He used a fireball on the bird in front of him. Poor bird got roasted in a snap. Snaky's mastery over fireball spells is quite satisfactory. Although the myriad snake record states that only upon reaching foundation establishment does a black yin snake develop demon fire within its body. It only took him a few days. While Snaky was munching on the bird, a wolf appeared. It's no surprise since there have been so many footprints outside his house. He thought it was a lone wolf. But it isn't just an ordinary wolf. It's the Wolf King. It also knows how to use spells. But of course, Snaky isn't just an ordinary demon. Snaky used gravity technique and beast taming ring. He took this as an opportunity to get himself an underling for mountain patrol. The wolf roared. The beast taming ring was used to hold the wolf down. He commanded it to lie down, which it did. When Snaky said, "Come here!" even if the wolf didn't want to, the beast taming ring forced the wolf to do it. Then Snaky played with it by asking for its paw or wagging its tail. Snaky praised it as he gave more commands. Our boy even made it to play dead. With an evil grin, Snaky commented how interesting the beast taming ring is. He jumped at the back of the wolf and commanded it to go patrol around the mountain. Snaky had noticed how the boar population has grown, and the roe deer and water deer have increased in numbers. The number of goats stayed the same. He speculated that wolves must have gotten them. Then, he saw that the rabbit population went up by a few hundred. Not bad. Snaky's self-sufficiency plan is effective. Snaky smelled something familiar, and he found the white snake from the Myriad Snake Valley. He wondered if it followed his scent. Now that he had taken a closer look, it looked like she also seemed to be a black yin snake. It's just that her color mutated. She hasn't fully become a demon beast yet. She lacks intelligence and can't speak. And judging by her size, she's likely Snaky's junior. The white snake rubbed herself against Snaky, which made Snaky blush. Since she's his junior, and they seem to share some kind of fate, Snaky decided to look after her as her senior. He scolded her not to make a fuss since they're in public. The wolf bared its fangs and growled against the white snake. Snaky consoled the white snake by patting her and scolding the wolf for scaring her. Snaky advised the wolf to smile instead, but on second thought, maybe it shouldn't. Snaky told the wolf that he will take off the beast taming ring and set it free, but there are conditions. First condition is that the wolf has to agree to be his underling. The wolf is tasked to hunt daily and deliver it to Snaky's cave. Second, it should patrol the mountain each day. If it ever finds any human traces within a 10-kilometer radius, it has to report to Snaky immediately. Snaky threatened that if the wolf fails, he'll kill him. The wolf nods in response. Snaky ordered the beast taming ring to return. The wolf licked Snaky as a way of gratitude. But Snaky scolded it to stop licking. Later, inside the cave in the Iron Bear Mountain, Snaky named the white snake Snowy and told her that it will be her new home. Snaky told her that he will teach her some basic cultivation techniques. From then on, she was advised to stay inside the cave and cultivate next to the snake fruit tree. With Snaky around, she won't worry about going hungry. Snowy nods. Meanwhile, in the Myriad Snake Valley southern peak, someone was using a compass. They talked about how unfortunate it is that Wenshuo could only give a vague outline of the demonic beast. Otherwise, with the Great Treasure Compass's power, they wouldn't have to search for so long. They recalled that the opponent has been called a dragon hatchling. Dowling replied that it's impossible. If it were really a dragon, even Dowling wouldn't stand a chance, let alone his disciples. There was no way they could escape. So Dowling reasoned that it could just be an awakened demon snake, or may once have been possessed by a cultivator with a bit of intelligence. He added that calling it a dragon hatchling must have emerged from the embarrassment after losing to it. Their compass dinged and it pointed at the mountain. They plan to search the mountain from both sides, and if they spot the demon snake, they have to notify Dowling immediately. Everyone obeyed their master. One disciple has felt an aura of the snake nearby. He wondered if it's a demon snake. The wolf had appeared. They started closing in on the man. It's a pack of wolves led by the demon wolf, and the man had noticed that those wolves carry the snake's scent. The demon wolf roared loudly. The man called those wolves idiots for not knowing their place. He used the thunder seal, which electrified the wolves all at once. The demon wolf got scared. And flee. After seeing the man's power, the demon wolf was determined to warn the black snake. But too bad for him, there's a cliff up ahead. The man used the thunder seal again, and it hit the wolf's tail. Snaky sensed that the Wolf King must have howled. He knew it was bad, and probably the snake catchers had arrived. He instructed Snowy to stay in the cave and guard the snake fruit tree. He warned her not to come out. Snaky dug the ground to get away as far as possible before the snake catchers locate his cave. If there's going to be a fight, he wouldn't want it to happen there. He expanded his divine consciousness. He wondered how strong those men were compared to Mu Yun. Snaky detected a divine consciousness. The man's divine consciousness had detected Snaky's divine consciousness and found him. It was as exactly as his master said. The demon snake is at the 4th level of spiritual awareness. His master also advised him not to act hastily. He only needs to hold off the snake for half an hour until Dowling arrives. He proceeded in secretly sending transmission. Then he noticed that the snake ran, but it wasn't that fast. He remembered Wenzhuo saying that the demon is clever aside from being strong. It pretends to be weak, luring the opponent into chasing it, then counterattacks. Because of this information, the man had become cautious. Acting weak is this man's specialty, so he can do it too. He uttered that since the beast is only at 4th level of spirit awareness, there's no need for his master's involvement. He was confident that a 6th level QE refinement like him would easily kill the demon snake. Snakey had found out that the man's cultivation level is about the same as Mu Yun, but his speed is less than half of Mu Yun. It was evident that he's pretending, and from the man's statement, it implies that Dao Ling would arrive soon. Snakey knows that this person is a bit more intelligent than Mu Yun, but he's still a fool. Snakey can't afford to take any chances. He ran at full speed and observed the man's reaction. And if the man dares to pursue him at full speed... The man wasn't pleased that Snakey had sped up. He panicked. He blasted the ground with Thunder Seal and Explosion. Snakey had observed that this man's power is quite formidable, about half of the strength of his fireball. The man used Earth Traversal technique. He was determined not to let this demon beast get away. He kept yapping to taunt the beast. Just as Snakey expected, the man pursued him at full speed. Suddenly, Snakey changed direction. He anticipated that soon enough, the man's strength would be depleted, and he would have no way to escape. The man was surprised that the demon snake had turned back and was on its way to him. He couldn't dodge, so a collision is expected to happen. The beast is coming right at him. He used the Thunder Seal to smash Snakey into pieces. Snakey has a golden shield talisman on the pouch. The man was surprised that it had withstood the attack. The man had seen the storage bag, and he knew the next thing that would happen is an explosion. The man moved quickly. Fortunately, he managed to use the recoil of his own Thunder Seal and escape, but to his surprise, the mouth of the snake is wide open as it is about to release black flame using fireball technique. In his head, the man wished for Life Jade to save him, but the Life Jade's alignment is slightly off. It can't envelop his whole body. Snakey released a massive black flame. Although the black flame can only be produced after reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, fortunately Snakey found the fire elemental herb, the Earth Fire Vine, which helped Snakey transform his fireball. Snakey took the man's storage bag. He was surprised to see that the Life Jade shielded that. The Life Jade protected the man's body except for his left arm. Not soon after, Snakey decided that it's time to deliver the final blow. The man screamed, asking for his master to save him. Dowling is actually already on his way towards the black flame, ready to save Mu Lei. Snakey was slightly pissed that Dowling arrived at that moment. He knew that the guy was difficult to handle, so he decided to get out of there. Mu Lei weakly called his master. Dowling hurriedly sent him a golden essence pill and advised him to circulate his energy to heal while Dowling pursues the demon beast. And he instructed Mu Lei that once he's all better, he should meet up with him. While pursuing the demon beast, Dowling blames himself for causing Mu Lei to lose an arm. He vowed to kill the damned snake and put its corpse on the altar as a sacrifice. Snakey sensed Dowling's divine consciousness range, speed, hostility, and it could at least be a perfected chi refinement. Which means Dowling is stronger than Snakey, but he's bluffing. Dowling must have thought Snakey is a fool. He was determined to escape at full speed since he can't fight him. Dowling had found out that the snake was beneath the ground. He finds it strange that the snake has learned the Earth Traversal technique. He wondered how it became so intelligent. All of a sudden, he bumped into something. He was surprised that it happened. He complained that it hurts. Then, he saw that it was caused by granite. Earth Traversal technique would be rendered useless. Even if his tail can break the rocks or break through the stone, his speed will slow down. He sensed Dowling closing in. Snakey had no choice but to escape upward. He went above the ground and saw a cliff. He thought he could use it to his advantage. Dowling continued to chase after him at full speed, but Dowling was caught off guard, and suddenly boulders were raining down on him. He used golden body protection to save himself. Snakey was surprised to see that protective artifact. He changed his tactic. If he can't crush him to death, he will bury him instead. He used exploding talismans. The explosions continued for half an hour. Dowling cursed at the beast, despite being buried beneath the rocks. Snakey thought it was enough to keep Dowling confined. Dowling thought little of the rocks, but to his surprise, it wouldn't budge. Even the Earth Traversal technique isn't working either. He asked what kind of stone it was. Then he realized that the beast must have planned to trap him there. He never thought the ancestors' treasured gift would have to be used at that moment. As he swallowed a pill, he uttered, "The great Tao, be my guide. Breakthrough." The divine berserk pill left by his ancestor at the cost of 20 years of lifespan. It will temporarily elevate his power to the Foundation Establishment realm. Breakthrough into the Foundation Establishment realm was successful. Dowling is now at the first level of the Establishment realm. Dowling is furious that a mere beast forced him to use that secret technique and sacrificed 20 years of life. He had collected the beast's demonic energy, so now it won't be able to escape him. He used wind riding skill. He pledged on his name that he will rip off the demon beast's skin, pull out his tendons, and crush his bones. He went berserk. Snakey panicked that Dowling had escaped. He could also feel the killing intent and speed. He speculated that Dowling had broken through into the Foundation Establishment realm. Snaky is near the river when Dowling had found him. He used gravity technique. He pulled the snake upwards. Snaky didn't expect that the gravity technique would have great power when used by a Foundation establishment cultivator. Dowling challenged him to break free. He lectured it to have considered a painful death before he killed his disciples. Deep inside, Snaky is getting annoyed at the hypocritical old man, when it was those bastards who stole their snake fruit first. Snaky knew he was in a hopeless scenario, and he didn't want to just wait there to die. He threw a golden scale at the old man. Dowling was surprised that the demon beast knew how to use hidden weapons. Dowling insultingly asked the demon beast on why it bothers to struggle when it's the end for him, and that those useless tricks are useless against him. But he was caught off guard. His gravity technique didn't work. He barely dodges the sharp spike. Dowling is confused and curious as to what that weapon is for being able to pierce through his protective shield. Snaky used water traversal technique to escape. Since the old man is in the Foundation establishment realm now, Dowling's water traversal should be superior to Snaky's, so Snaky's plan is to hide. He kept thinking where it could be a safe place. Then he thought about the Mountain God Temple. That was it. It was his sanctuary, and he trusts that the Mountain God will protect him. It was about nighttime. Dowling had followed him there. But Dowling was cautious since the demon beast is cunning. It was a wonder that it would choose a dead-end place, so he assumed that it's a trap. He screamed for the beast to come out. Meanwhile, Snaky climbed up the Mountain God statue while praying to be saved. Even if the Mountain God doesn't come out, delaying Dowling was enough even just until Snaky restored his ki. If that doesn't work, Snaky plans to rip off all his golden scales and fight him to death. Dowling lost patience, so he decided to destroy the temple. He sent exploding talismans towards it. Snaky panicked as Dowling lost it and bombed the temple. Snaky was buried in rubble. Suddenly, there's a black mist forming a gigantic, ominous creature in front of Dowling. It called Dowling an audacious fool for daring to defile his statue and provoke his wrath. Dowling turned pale and froze. The black, misty creature thought that Dowling didn't hear him. Dowling recognized that it was the legendary old monster's primordial spirit. He knew that he had to escape at any cost. At that moment, Muley appeared to help Dowling. Dowling replied that Muley just arrived right on time. He used gravity technique on him. Muley asked his master on what's going on. Dowling threw Muley towards the creature. Muley screamed why. Dowling told him to help by blocking it. The black creature utters that fools perish for their lack of sense. Dowling used his divine moving talisman and hurriedly ran away because he knew he's no match for that creature. He wondered how there are such powerful experts in the remote mountains. Suddenly, he felt his chest constricts. He was threatened that if he dared to show his face again before the black creature, that creature would ensure his soul's annihilation, and there would be no reincarnation for him. Dowling was surprised that the creature could injure him even from afar. He thought about how the snake beast got lucky. He vowed to come back for it. The black misty creatures enter the corpse of Muley. Snaky finally got up as he noticed that the young man was dead and the old man had fled. That was a close call. But he made the right gamble, and the mountain god truly possessed a spirit. Snaky was surprised to see Muley stand up. He thought he was faking death. The zombie, like Muley, turned to Snaky's direction. And Snaky, who was under the impression that he's faking his death, burned him to ashes. Afterwards, Snaky removed the rubbles on top of the broken mountain god statue and lit up an incense while thanking the mountain god for saving him. He promised to worship him every year, but the black misty creature appeared before Snaky's face and complained about Snaky uttering some nonsense. Snaky was surprised to see that the mountain god had appeared. He asked if the mountain god doesn't want him to worship him. The black misty creature pokes Snaky's head and asks in a condescending tone if Snaky is trying to make his primordial spirit disappear with Snaky's offerings. This black misty creature is annoyed at Snaky for ruining his plans. He ordered Snaky to go and find him a body within 30 minutes. Otherwise, he'll curse him so he'll never reincarnate. Snaky turned pale upon hearing that. It's better to be killed than never being reincarnated again. The mountain god told him to hurry up. He particularly stated that not anybody would. He wanted someone young and strong, and preferably with cultivation. Snaky promised that he'll find someone that the mountain god will be pleased with, and scurried away. The mountain god hoped that the wretched creature wouldn't take too long. His primordial spirit is dissipating too quickly, and he needs to possess a body soon. Otherwise, his soul will disperse. A mouse approaches the burned Muley. The mountain god possessed the rat. He looked cute, acting high and mighty and grumpy while in that body. He's pissed off. He is the wandering heavenly demon. He lived for centuries, yet he never encountered such troublesome creatures before. He regretted enlightening such a being. A few hundred years ago, he was hunted by the great sex and was reduced to a mere primordial spirit. Fortunately, he escaped into the mountain god statue. He sealed his primordial spirit and survived by feeding on the power of faith. Not long ago, he finally accumulated divine power and was able to possess others. Coincidentally, a human-shaped pill and a cultivator appeared. It was the perfect opportunity to possess someone. But the wretched snake devoured both of them, ruining his possession attempt. And because the snake had consumed some of his primordial spirit's power, it had gained intelligence. Later, members of the Kui family came. He tried to possess someone again, but once more, the damned snake interfered. The corpse with a bit of his primordial spirit in it even got devoured by a stray dog, which then gained intelligence. When he saw the snake return, he knew he had to be cautious. But that damned old cultivator blew up his statue. Then he finally found a suitable body. But a fool burned it into ashes. He's pissed off at that wretched creature. He vowed to make him wait until he gets his hands on a new body. He will make sure that the snake will pay for it dearly. He looked forward to the body that the wretched creature would find. He's hoping that the snake will bring back a few strong ones from the village so he can choose. Meanwhile, Snakey uncovered a tomb. He complained that it all contained skeletons. He knew that those bodies were useless. He knew that if he doesn't hurry, he'll be cursed to never reincarnate again. He sensed some movement nearby. He wondered if someone was burying a corpse, but he saw a dog digging a grave. He thought he was just seeing things, but then he realized it was eating the corpses. He thought how ferocious that was. The aura that the dog is eating is sinister. The coffin opened. The dog saw that the corpse was perfect. It is young, handsome, and with a strong physique. He sensed the demon snake and thought that it's there to steal the meat. The dog thought that the snake was going mad out of hunger. Then he felt weird. He realized that the snake was not staring at the meat. It's staring at him. The dog felt terrified knowing that the snake had his eyes on him. It ran away, and Snakey followed it. The dog yelled for help because the demon snake was after him. Snakey was surprised that the dog has intelligence. Not only is it strong and good-looking, it even has an intelligence. He thought that there's no other vessel than that dog. Snakey used the beast taming ring. The rope wrapped around the dog's head. The dog barked loudly. It ordered the snake to release him, otherwise it's going to eat the snake. Snakey expected that the dog had such a strong malicious intent because it ate too many corpses. He got pissed off and yelled at the dog to stop barking and follow him. The dog tried begging, but Snakey had no mercy. Instead, Snakey gaslighted the dog to feel honored since the mountain god wants to meet him. Meanwhile, the wandering heavenly demon felt anxious since the time was running out and the mouse wouldn't hold out much longer. He needs a new body quickly. At that moment, Snakey appeared with great news. Snakey proudly brought out the dog who looked strong and handsome, which met all the criteria. Snakey asked Wandering Heavenly Demon what he thought of it since it's perfect. Wandering Heavenly Demon replied that Snakey should just die. Snakey was confused as to what he did wrong when he just followed orders, accurately. Wandering Heavenly Demon had no time left. He felt cornered. And instead of possessing a dog, he decided to take over the snake's body. The Wandering Heavenly Demon ordered Snakey to give him his body. Snakey resisted. Wandering Heavenly Demon was surprised to see that he got thrown out of the body. He decided to try one more time. They wrestled while the dog watched. It made the dog wonder if that's really the mountain god. Wandering Heavenly Demon complained that the wretched creature is full of strength. He wondered why its spiritual consciousness is so strong. Every time he tries to possess it, he gets thrown out. Then he sensed something. The dog's aura felt familiar. He was surprised to see it radiating. Then he realized that the dog has the body of a fiendish demon. Upon closer look, he was certain that it's a body of a fiendish demon, just like the one he had in his prime. The Wandering Heavenly Demon looked through its memories and saw that it ate the sacrificial offerings. It was the reason it gained sentience. And even after becoming intelligent, it kept robbing graves and desecrating corpses, building up such a monstrous physique. With a body like that, it's quite a decent vessel. The Wandering Heavenly Demon possessed the dog and complained about the beast taming ring. It easily removed it since that kind of trinket can't restrict him. Snakey decided to run away, but the Wandering Heavenly Demon told him to stop. Seeing that he provided a suitable body, he decided to take the snake in as his disciple. That caught Snakey's attention. The Wandering Heavenly Demon added that becoming his disciple is such an honor. He urged Snakey to acknowledge him as his master. Snakey got confused when he said something about heavenly, because all along, Snakey thought he's the mountain god. Wandering Heavenly Demon replied that he never said he's the mountain god. He explained that he just borrowed the statue and temporarily resides in it. He added that it was the snake who mistook him for a mountain god and it has nothing to do with him. The dog patted the snake on the head. It looked cute. Snakey felt betrayed that the mountain god that he's been praying for so long was a fraud all along. Snakey asked Wandering Heavenly Demon if he isn't afraid of facing retribution or going to hell for impersonating a god. That made Wandering Heavenly Demon laugh. He told Snakey that there was never a saying about retribution on the memories that he gave him. Hell is just a comforting lie for ants to cling to. He took the black dog as an example. It robs graves, desecrates corpses, cares nothing for gods or devils. It is the perfect inheritor of the Wandering Heavenly Demon. Snakey was funny. He asked what wandering meant, and assumed that it could be like beasts are lost from their packs, because if that's the case, he swallows them whole. Wandering Heavenly Demon had no response to that. At the Iron Bear Mountain. Before entering the cave, Snaky looked at the dog suspiciously. The dog urged him to hurry up. Snaky was annoyed and yelled that it's his territory. Apparently, the dog just followed him there. Wandering Heavenly Demon asked, how could his master not be allowed in his territory? Wandering Heavenly Demon knew that the puddle in front was connected to an underground cave. He asked if it's the snake's nest. Earlier, Snaky subtly tested the dog's speed, but he couldn't shake him off. As if to tease him, the dog smiled and asked if he's tired already. Snaky understood that the dog's strength is clearly immense. What's more, now that he's in the dog form, Snaky found himself less hostile towards him. Snaky thought of just offering him something, then sending him away. The Wolf King appeared, and Snaky was pleased to see a fat goat with it. He praised the Wolf King for doing a good job. It was the perfect timing too, because Snaky is starving. The dog yaps about being the master, and Snaky had no respect for him. Snaky replied, wolves feast on meat, while dogs eat shit. Then he told Wolf King to give the dog shit to eat. The dog got pissed off that it started biting the butt of the Wolf King. He threatened to bite it to death. After that fiasco, the Wolf King was scared and hid behind Snaky. Wandering Heavenly Demon complained that it's been ages since anyone dared to insult him that way. He asked the snake if he knew the consequences of being disrespectful to him. Snaky argued that he isn't respectful at all, and what he's saying is true. That dog likes eating shit. Wandering Heavenly Demon caught him and asked if he's now admitting that he is his disciple. Snaky refused that. Wandering Heavenly Demon complains how he showed him grace, and that Snaky bowed to him before, but actually back then Snaky was praying to the mountain god. The dog insisted that he is his master whether he likes it or not. Snaky admitted that he does have a point, but that was just him teasing the dog. Later on, Snaky said that it's all crap, and he's not falling for it. Immediately, he used the water traversal technique. The dog admitted that the snake almost got him. He added that it has been so many years since he laughed like that. He enjoyed having a fun snake with him. Snaky already dove under the water, at Snaky's nest. Snowy was standing beside the fruit tree. She looked fiercer. Snaky didn't expect her to withstand it. She's starting to become a demon. She even learned a breathing technique. Snaky yelled at the dog not to get too close to him. He was holding the storage bag. The dog commented that it's all junk, so he shouldn't act like it's some priceless treasure. The dog scoffed and uttered that he won't even take it, even if Snaky offers it to him. Snaky looked at the contents of the bag. There are pills, talismans, herbs, jade slips. It's all identical to Mulay's stash. The pill furnace looked decent too. Snaky saw the stone and wondered what it was used for. The dog liked it and attempted to take it. It's a spiritual stone. Snaky reminded the dog of what he said earlier, that he wouldn't want it even if Snaky gave it to him, and now he's trying to steal it. The dog scoffed and walked away. He defended that he just wanted to take a closer look and that he's not interested at all. He can't fool Snaky because Snaky saw the wagging tail. He clearly wants it. There's miscellaneous talks on spiritual herbs, 45 essays on spiritual herbs, pill referring notes. The jade slip is all about refining pills. Snaky decided to study on that when he's free. Meanwhile, Snowy wrapped its body on the furnace. Snaky noticed how much she liked it. Unfortunately, her cultivation is too low, so she can't use it yet. Snowy hissed to express her disappointment. In broad daylight, someone is causing a fuss in the forest by using gravity technique. It was Snaky. In the last fight, the old man was able to hit him from several hundred meters away with the gravity technique, so Snaky decided to train and master his skills. The Wolf King had arrived with a boar on its mouth. Snaky felt satisfied with having a minion to bring him some food every day. He devoured the wild boar and commented that it tastes so much better. The goat last time had a strange odor. The dog appeared and informed his disciple that if he keeps eating ordinary animals like that, it will take him forever to make a breakthrough. Snaky wasn't happy that the dog returned. Wandering Heavenly Demon replied that even a dog would turn its nose up at food like that. Snaky asked what he should eat. The dog called him an idiot. It was obvious that Snaky should hear the flesh of demonic beasts and extract spiritual herbs. Snaky argues that it's easier said than done when there's no demon nearby. Snaky pointed out that the only demonic beast is the Wolf King, and that there won't be much improvement even if he eats him. So, it was better to keep him around for something else. The dog replied that it was Snaky's problem, but if he's going to be a recluse, he shouldn't expect gourmet meals. The dog showed Snaky the ring he found yesterday, and his lunch. It was a bird, a demonic beast at the late stage of spiritual awareness. It is called the spiritual tailed chicken. It's a spiritual fowl raised by a nearby sect specifically for eating. Wandering Heavenly Demon informed Snaky that it tastes way better than wild boars, and he happened to snatch two. Snaky got mad and panicked. He used Earth Traversal technique to immediately reach the dog while asking if he's not being followed. The dog told him to relax since he's confident of how clean and thorough he is in his actions. There's no one in the world who can track him. The dog started plucking the feathers out. He commented on how tender and juicy the chicken is. Snakey started drooling. The dog produced fire in his paw, then roasted the chicken. He showcased the sound of juice draining from the flesh and how crispy it is. He teased and tempted Snakey, and he bargained if the snake wanted to exchange it with the spiritual stone. Wandering Heavenly Demon pointed out how even the little white snake woke up from the smell. Snakey kept drooling as he held himself back, not giving in to the temptation. He yelled that even if he dies from hunger, he will never eat Wandering Heavenly Demon's chicken. Like the devil that he is, this dog tempted Snakey even more by emphasizing how crunchy the skin is, especially dripping with oil. He commented how his disciple has integrity, so he can just watch him while he eats. The dog took a bite, while narrating the experience on how tasty the chicken is. Only the bone was left before he knew it. He threw the bone at them and told them that they could have it. Snakey replied that he doesn't want it. Both him and the wolf are drooling heavily. The dog even rubbed the drumstick to Snakey's face. I swear this story really is outrageously good. Just look at our boy Snakey. Snakey, feeling annoyed, let out a fireball. The dog told him not to get angry and assured Snakey that his master won't trick him. He informed Snakey that if he decides to sell the spiritual-tailed chicken, he can sell for at least 3 spiritual stones. He pointed out how it was a really great deal. Snakey challenged him to sell it then. He was confident he wouldn't fall for it, because he isn't an idiot. Wandering Heavenly Demon replied that it's because he's a dog right now, so it's inconvenient. And as to whether he's lying or not, he told Snakey to take a look behind him. The Wolf King broke through into the 3rd level of spiritual awareness. Even Snowy broke through into the 2nd level of spiritual awareness. He rubbed it into Snakey's face that he wasn't lying. Those two broke through even after eating the bones. That's how powerful the spiritual-tailed chicken. Snakey agreed to trade it simultaneously. Snakey devoured the chicken. It smelled so good, and it made his body warm. He could feel how the divine demonic cauldron was starting to spin. The spiritual energy is filling up the cauldron. He could feel his breakthrough on the 5th level of spiritual awareness. After that, Snakey burped loudly. He looked satisfied. As expected of a late-stage spirit awareness demon beast, he broke through after refining one part of it. The remaining should be enough for him to refine for a few days. In Snakey's nest. Snakey rested underneath the fruit tree. He finally finished refining them. Not only did he reach the peak of the 5th level of spiritual awareness, his golden scale also increased. He admitted to himself that the dog didn't lie to him this time. The spiritual stone was worth it. He noticed how those 3 are still refining and cultivating. He assumed that the dog's cultivation would be advanced. The dog asked his disciple if he's done, and he asked what the effect of the spiritual-tailed chicken. Snakey replied that it's not bad. The dog suggested they work together and catch a few more, and they'll divide them half-half. He guaranteed Snakey that he will be able to reach the late stage of spirit awareness in a month and reach the perfection of spirit awareness in a year. Snakey couldn't believe that. He asked how it was possible. The dog played with the stone while winking and telling Snakey that he doesn't lie. Snakey refused to go with him. It was a late-stage spirit awareness demon beast, so it's too dangerous. He told the dog to go by himself if he wanted to. Snakey asked if the spiritual-tailed chicken is even worth being called as demon beast when it was raised by humans. Snakey argues that those beasts have long lost their battle power, and they are even weaker than mid-stage. Snakey was firm of not going, especially when he almost died last time when he went to steal pigs. The dog was curious as to what kind of pig he encountered. The dog decided to go by himself. He threatened that since he's being chased by anyone, he'll just lead them there. Snakey yelled at him, saying how he had never seen anyone as shameless as him before. The dog pats Snakey's back and assures him that he will be saged by following him, and that there's no way he will lie to him. Snakey decided to agree on the condition that the dog won't ever call him disciple again. He emphasized his name, Snakey. The dog was proud of him for knowing how to name himself, but he couldn't help teasing Snakey that the name sucks. Snakey argues that it's better than the dog's Wanderer. The dog insists that he's the famous mighty and majestic wandering heavenly demon that shakes heaven. Snakey contends that he can tell that the dog is good for nothing just by hearing the name. The dog sighed and gave up explaining to a blockhead like Snakey. He mentioned that since it's not a good idea to publicize the name before his power is restored, he thought of changing his name for now, and since he's black-colored, he chose the name Black Emperor. Snakey teased him by calling him Black Little Bro. In Chinese, it's the same word, but has 2 different meanings. The dog corrected him, saying how it's the Emperor. Snakey doesn't agree with him. He asked what he'll be when someone like the dog is called Emperor. He suggested calling the dog Big Black since the dog's head is big. The dog didn't like it because it sounds like the name of a dog. Snakey asked, "Aren't you a dog?" The dog didn't want to argue further and decided to call himself Black Imperial instead of Black Emperor. Snakey, the bully that he is, decided to call him Black Yellow. In Chinese, it has the same pronunciation, at the Carefree Sect. The dog asked Snakey if he knew how many cultivation sects are there in the country. Snakey only knew about the Snake Catcher sect. Snakey asked if there are other sects who catch snakes. The dog replied that it's normal for a snake to only know about the snake catcher sect. He explained that there are 5 great sects located at the east, west, south, and north, and the middle of the Chu country. The north is Frost, the west is Kunlun, the east is Penglai, and the south is Snakecatcher. As for the center, it is governed by the Imperial Heavenly Observatory. The small sects within the country are under the jurisdiction of these 5 great sects. The Snakecatcher sect used to be called the Falling Dragon sect. Then, the sect declined. They are afraid that they have too much fame and will attract enemies, so they changed their name. Snakey asked about the Carefree sect that they are going to right now. He asked what level it belonged to. Black Imperial explained that the Carefree sect, it's just a mediocre small sect. It's under the jurisdiction of Snakecatcher. It only has 5 little foundation establishments in the sect. When Snakey heard about 5 foundation establishments, Snakey attempted to run away, but the dog got a hold of his tail. Snakey refuses to go, even if he dies. Going to that place with 5 foundation establishments, he accused Black Imperial of killing him. Black Imperial told him to stop being a baby. He pointed at the birds on the cliff. He explained that those are spiritual-tailed chickens raised by an old foundation establishment. Snakey asked to be let go of so he could take a closer look. It's funny how Black Imperial mentioned how Snakey changed his attitude quickly. Snakey was surprised to see that there's so many of them. There were almost 100. He asked if they really raised their demon beast that way, and if they weren't scared that those beasts would run away. To answer his question, Black Imperial suggested that Snakey try catching one. When Snakey didn't move, he taunted Snakey. Snakey gave in and tried. Divine consciousness activates. The dog saw how it really bounced back, so Snakey couldn't get his consciousness in. Snakey yelled that the place was dangerous, so they had to retreat. The dog held Snakey's tail and told him that there's no need to retreat. He assured him that it's not a big deal, and it was just a light barrier array. He gave a green pill to Snakey to use. Snakey asked what it was. Snakey sprinkled it, and a part of the barrier perished. It is an array-dissolving powder. It's specially for breaking protective barriers. Then Black Imperial dropped fat worms. It's the spiritual insect that the spiritual-tailed chicken likes to eat the most. A spiritual-tailed chicken approached the insect. Then several of them gathered there. Black Imperial's plan is to lurk in the underground first and wait for the spiritual-tailed chicken to come near. Then Snakey has to wait for his signal. Then they will make a move. He told Snakey to catch as many as he can and then run after catching them. They started getting ready. Black Imperial gave the signal. Snakey used the beast-taming ring on one of the spiritual-tailed chicken that attempted to run away. Black Imperial caught 1, 2. The Black Imperial yelled to retreat, but he was surprised to see that Snakey already ran away. Snakey used Earth traversal technique. Snakey advised him to run quickly, too. A floating man saw them. He stated how he wondered why some chickens disappeared 2 days ago. It was the Carefree sect's elder, Zhou Shu. Now, he knew who stole the chicken. Snakey panicked since the man was coming. He told Black Imperial to run quickly. Black Imperial told him to calm down since it's just a small matter. They decided to split up. Black Imperial used Earth traversal technique. Shu saw it and wondered where they learned it from. He started saying a spell, which made the ground turn into stone, and that hindered Black Imperial from digging. He had another technique in mind. He just ran on the ground. Shu chased after Black Imperial. He noticed the posture of the dog, and realized that it doesn't look like any ordinary demon dog. Black Imperial used Maniac Wind technique, which made him run on 2 feet. It made Zhu ask if he's a freaking human or dog. Snakey saw them, and he felt relieved that he ran away quickly and was not being chased down. He finds a real foundation establishment cultivator too scary. He wished the old dog good luck while he went to find a place to refine first. At a certain cave. The place is not bad. It's secluded. And to avoid necessary complications, he refined that chicken first before going back home. He matched the chickens with the pills he obtained previously. With this, Snakey should be able to easily break through to 6th level and reach its peak. Just as he thought, the bigger the risk, the better the reward. Snakey roasted the chicken, but he burnt it. He realized that the way the old dog roasts chicken is not as easy as it appears. Snakey uttered that it's too bad that the dog might not be able to make it back. Suddenly, the dog appeared behind him. He yelled, "Who says I'm dead?" Snakey was surprised to see that he didn't die. The dog sat down with his legs open, showing his balls. He scratches his groin while complaining how he was forced to give up 3 spiritual-tailed chickens because of the old man. He cursed that all his efforts were in vain. Snakey offered him spiritual-tailed chicken. That confused Black Imperial, so he asked what Snakey was doing. Snakey explained that if it wasn't for the dog distracting the enemy, Snakey wouldn't have been able to obtain 3 chickens. And according to their promise, they will split them in half, so he gave him 1.5. Black Imperial was pleased and uttered how Snakey is nothing like his disciple at all. Snakey blushed and argues that he isn't his disciple. Black Imperial told him to stop being stubborn and took the one that Snakey burnt. Snakey explained that only half of that could be eaten. Black Imperial replied that it can be saved and that he'll teach Snakey. He borrowed Snakey's tail. Using that, he chopped the carrots, then he placed it on a boiling soup together with the chicken. While mixing the soup, Black Imperial explained that the chicken isn't only for roasting, but it can also be turned into soup. He scolded Snakey since the fire is big and instructed him to add water. Snakey complied while being amazed on what Black Imperial is doing. Black Imperial told him to throw the other chickens too. They added more ingredients, which made the dish more nourishing. Snakey blushed while gawking at it. He commented how it smelled nice. Black Imperial scolded him for drooling inside the pot. Snakey insisted on calling Black Imperial by the name Black Yellow. He asked him if he could eat it now. Black Yellow agreed. Snakey gobbled up 2 chickens at once. He enjoyed it. Black Yellow told him to eat slowly. Snakey burped. He looked satisfied. He gave thanks for the food and decided to refine first. Black Yellow let him be. Deep inside, Black Yellow thought how stupid his disciple is. The 3 chickens he had been long eaten by him. So not only Snakey gave him an extra chicken, he also thanked him. He finds Snakey innocent and cute. Snakey went ahead and refined the divine demonic cauldron. He's going to break through the 6th level of spiritual awareness. But the breakthrough failed. He wondered if it's because he hasn't finished refining the spiritual-tailed chicken. But he knew that shouldn't be the case because previously, he broke through into the 5th level immediately after eating it. He tried to break through again, but he failed again. He wondered if it's because he just broke through not long ago, and his foundation is still not solid enough. Black Yellow called him an idiot and told him that as his master, he will help him. He dragged the pot and yelled, "Rise!" Then he condensed the debris and burned it. Snakey saw that it's the leftover herbal residue. Black Yellow condenses into pills, then he shoved it in Snakey's mouth. Snakey asked what it was. He explained that it's an aperture-opening pill. He instructed Snakey to try breaking through again after eating. Snakey commented that it tasted burnt, but he tried again. And it worked. He was pleased to inform the old dog that he successfully broke through. 10 days later. Black Yellow praised him for reaching the peak of the 6th level in less than half a month. Snakey blushed and acknowledged that it was thanks to Black Yellow. But Snakey was firm that in the future, he won't go there to steal chicken again. Black Yellow replied that he's not stupid, so Snakey can be rest assured. He knew that they can't just keep stealing the same place, they'll have to change places. Snakey replied that they don't have to rush it in 1 month. He wanted to make his realm solid first before breaking through to the late stage. He's okay, even if it takes 1 year. Although Snakey broke through a level this time, his body strength increase is limited. He didn't shed like before, and his golden scale also increased 1 by 1. Humans' main cultivation is their true key, while demons' main cultivation is their body. Snakey knew not to put the cart before the horse and blindly pursue speed, only to achieve nothing in the end. Snakey's eyes bulged and asked what it was. Black Yellow replied, "What else could it be?" The forest is on fire. Snakey panicked and ran as fast as he could. Black Yellow followed behind him while asking him if he's seeking death to run towards fire. He told Snakey that it's just an ordinary wildfire, so there's no need to panic. Snakey argues that it's not an ordinary wildfire. He asked who did it. Black Yellow tried to make him calm down and play it safe. Snakey yelled that he can't calm down because it's his home. 2 men were talking that the wildfire should be able to burn for 7 days, and it should be able to burn that demon snake's nest. An old man stated that he only has 3 years left in his lifespan. The only grudge he has left is to rip off that demon snake's skin and make it into a snake pill. A man encouraged his master that he'll be able to get what he wants. The master told his disciple that he is his only longing in the world. Other than getting revenge, there is another reason for the trip this time. An elder from the headquarters got interested in the demon snake and the myriad snake valley. The snake-catching sect is going to build a branch hall at that place. By that time, the disciple will be able to go to the branch hall and cultivate. Not only can a branch hall increase the average levels of the local cultivation, it can also increase the surrounding village's development. He asked his master who is the elder that is coming to investigate. The master replied that it's an expert in the core formation realm. A young man detailed that the terrain is flat. It's suitable for building a town. He gave it 8 points. He also noticed that the place has a lot of mountain springs. It's suitable for raising livestock, so he gave it 5 points. Also, he said that the place is near a river, so it's suitable for creating an herb garden, so he gave it 7 points. He concluded that the place is suitable for growing the spiritual field, but it's a little ugly, so he gave 3 points. This person is Zhuan Yangzi. The fire burned several trees. The pathway is lit up with flames. The Wolf King stayed with Snowy under the fruit tree. He howled loudly, and Snakey heard that. Black Yellow commented how even the nest is burning up. Snakey was worried for Snowy and Wolf King. He uprooted the fruit tree and told them to follow him. They ran as fast as they could. Snakey promised to bring them out. He used water bullet technique to clear out the flame on their path. Black Yellow told Snakey that his mouth will dry up. That little amount of water is not going to save the forest from the wildfire. Snakey felt that his mouth was drying. He replied that he knew what a drop in the ocean means. Black Yellow said that the weather is hot and wildfires happen once in a while. He told Snakey not to worry too much about that kind of accident. Snakey argues that the scale of the fire is definitely not an accident. He pointed out what Black Yellow said earlier, that the snake catcher sect has a lot of branch halls. They open them at a place that is rich in spiritual energy and has a lot of snakes. Black Yellow asked if Snakey meant that there's a place nearby that is suitable for building a sect. Snakey replied, yes, and that place is the Myriad Snake Valley. Snakey shares that he goes there every spring. There's more than 1 million types of snakes there. Black Yellow now understands why it would make sense. But he also knew that when the snake catcher sect builds a branch hall, there's always someone from the Foundation establishment reel to the core formation realm standing guard. Now, it's not a surprise why they burned up the mountain. Snakey, fueled by his anger, decided to charge in to kill those scums. Black Yellow tried to stop him. He told him not to act rash since they got the time out there to cultivate. Our MC replied that he's not stupid. But he sensed something in front. A man in white clothing was there. Black Yellow saw a man 30 miles in front. A human cultivator is coming. Snakey asked if he could see what cultivation the man was in. Black Yellow managed to make fun of Snakey for not immediately running away like last time. Black Yellow answered his question by saying that the man is in the core formation realm. It was funny how Snakey immediately burrowed himself on the ground and ready to use Earth traversal technique. Black Yellow commented on Snakey's cowardly face, but he hasn't said anything. That the man is just a clone, not a real body. Snakey got mad at him for not saying it earlier. Snakey asked how strong the clone is. Black Yellow doesn't know because clones have several levels. The strongest one is external avatar. It is at least in a fake core formation realm. The weakest is a paper clone. It's only in the Kui refinement realm. Yangzi sensed something, so he immediately ran. Snakey panicked since it seems to have noticed them and is now coming towards their direction fast. Black Yellow used a concealment talisman. Snakey asked if they were going to run. Black Yellow told him not to panic since not even Great Luo Greatest Immortal will be able to notice his talisman. Black Yellow shushed him since Yangzi was already there. Yangzi uttered that he can only give 2 points to their hiding skill. He told them to stop hiding. He blasted the area while telling them to come out. Snakey panicked since a slap from Yangzi is that powerful. Black Yellow again told him not to panic. He explained that the person felt a presence, but he has no idea where it is, so all he can do is bluff. Snakey mentioned that earlier. Black Yellow said that even the Great Luo Greatest Immortal won't be able to notice. Black Yellow explained that Great Luo Greatest Immortal is the name of a pet he used to raise. Yangzi saw nothing, so he thought it was just his imagination. He also considered that the quality of the clone is bad and it's unable to detect. He decided to leave, since he has a more important task. The Myriad Snake Valley is just in front, so he decided to take a look first and see how many points he can give it. Snakey was relieved that he was gone. Black Yellow asked Snakey if he saw the storage ring on the clone's waist. He suggested getting that, but before he could finish, Snakey cut him off and told him to just go by himself since Snakey values his life. He emphasized that the man is in the core formation realm. Black Yellow sighed and told him to listen to him first. He explained that since the clone can't even notice the concealment talisman, it could only be a Foundation establishment paper tiger at most, even if the real body is in the core Foundation realm. Black Yellow expected that the guy's resistance wasn't good. He told Snakey to believe in him. He stated that he has more than 50% confidence in getting rid of the guy. Black Yellow stated that they will split the rewards in half. He liked the core formation realm cultivator's clone storage bad, since there could be many spiritual stones in there. Snakey was worried since there's still the real body, even if they kill the clone. Snakey doesn't want a core formation realm to retaliate to him. Black Yellow was suggestive by asking Snakey if he wants to take revenge for his house being burned into ashes. That made Snakey stop on his tracks. Black Yellow tempted him even more by suggesting that Snakey could hate the person who burned his house. He asked if Snakey just wants to be a homeless dog for the rest of his entire life. Snakey was slightly annoyed and told him that he's the dog. Black Yellow pointed out how Snakey knew what he meant and asked again if he wanted to get revenge or not. Snakey wanted to, but 50% confidence is too low. Snakey poured out the scales that he plucked from his tail. Its strength is only half as strong as when it just shed off, but there's quite a lot. He asked how much confidence they would have if they added that scale. Black Yellow revealed that it could be 70% or 80%, and by that time, Black Yellow planned to do a bit of planning by observing the situation, then it can exceed 90%. Snakey looked at the situation. Forest fire is spreading. He instructed Snowy and Wolf King to follow the path to the mountain beside. He told them to find a hole, hide, and cultivate properly, and he will go find them once he has finished his business. In his head, Black Yellow considered it fate that they met, so he gave them a little gift. But as to when they will be able to digest it and gain intelligence will depend on themselves. Yangzi was rating the Myriad Snake Valley and gave it 10 points. It even exceeded 10 points. He claimed that it's the perfect snake farm. He knew that all the snakes within 200 miles would gather there every sprint, so there's nothing else perfect than that. He decided that it was time to send the Jade slip back. He's excited since his real body will love it. He sensed something from behind. A beam of light appeared in the forest. He thought earlier that it was just his imagination, but now he confirmed that someone is really following him. They even know how to draw an array. He blasted a part of the area and told them to stop playing hide and seek. He saw that he didn't get them because they moved quite fast. He used gravity technique and saw a mangy dog. He asked the dog where the master was. Black Yellow's face got deformed. Yangzi was surprised that the dog self-destructed. Yangzi denied that it was an illusion. He couldn't believe that he got pulled into an illusion array. He was worried that there's an expert. He decided to send the slip first, but all of a sudden Black Yellow's body formed again and attacked Yangzi while commenting how Yangzi believed it was really just an illusion. Yangzi didn't expect that the mincemeat gathered again. He realized that the exploding dog is real and not an illusion. Black Yellow grazed a scale on Yangzi's neck. Yangzi's head fell from the sky. Black Yellow watched him and assumed their plan was successful. He didn't expect it to be easy. But to his surprise, the headless body choked him. The head is still conscious since he's just a wooden clone. It didn't really matter if he's headless. He gave them 6 points for their little trick. It means that they barely passed. Black Yellow complained that the dog paws are difficult to use. He wondered what's going on with the clone. Its hand is twisted like a pretzel, yet it still has such strength. Then he realized it. He recalled his conversation with Snaky earlier that the clone is only meant for scouting, so it should be made of paper. Their plan is that after Black Yellow chops that person's head off, Snaky should follow the plan and play his part. Then they will split whatever's in the storage bag. Snaky was concerned that if it's not a clone, it would put Black Yellow in danger. But Black Yellow arrogantly replied that he could tell in one glance that it's a worthless clone. He even insulted Snaky by saying that Snaky has a lot to learn. Snaky was annoyed and told him to get his paws off him. He cursed Snaky for being a jinx. He yelled his name out loud to cry for help. Snaky threw his golden spikes, which hurt the clone, causing it to drop Black Yellow. Yangzi's head was shocked when he realized that the dog was just a decoy. Snaky bit the head of the clone and used fireball technique point blank. Yangzi's head couldn't sense the technique at all. He noted how teamwork is worth 10 points. And with that, the clone disintegrated. Black Yellow then fell and complained that it hurt. He miscalculated. No one expected it to be a wooden clone. It was expensive, so using it for scouting is such a waste. Meanwhile, our boy Snaky kept shooting fireballs. Black Yellow panicked to stop him since the guy is already dead. He told Snaky if he keeps it up, even them will turn into ash. Snaky was pleased to see Black Yellow still alive. Black Yellow was touched. That moment immediately turned into banter as Snaky called him out for his 80% confidence when it was so flimsy. He called the dog a liar. Black Yellow complained that Snaky doesn't know anything when just weakening Yangzi's power cost Black Yellow dearly. Then, he pointed out that if not for the divine consciousness sealing array, Snaky wouldn't be able to snuck up on the guy. Snaky argues that even if Black Yellow didn't lift a finger, he could have handled it himself. He told Black Yellow that what he's saying is bluff. Black Yellow pondered on where Snaky got that bastard attitude. Black Yellow couldn't accept that Snaky thought he was bluffing when he was the one who stopped the guy from using his jade slip transmission. If it had gotten out, they would certainly be dead. Snaky suggested burning that thing already. The item was on fire. Black Yellow commented how Snaky's black flame is so strong that it can even burn jade. Snaky confirms if they're safe now. Black Yellow replied not yet. The news didn't make it back, but that person is still a golden core expert. If that guy found out that his clone died there, he would personally come to investigate. Snaky looked displeased. Then he started running away. Black Yellow called him a coward and told him not to run around blindly like a headless fly. Snaky argues that they are waiting for death if they don't run. Black Yellow told him that the snake catcher sect's power in Chu country is widespread, so if Snaky wants to avoid being hunted, he'll need to flee to a neighboring country and lay low for a while. Meanwhile, at the snake catcher sect headquarters, Immortal Cave abode. Yangzi realized that his wooden clone was dead. Even the recording jade slip couldn't be retrieved. It made him curious as to who did that. He's amused. Although the wooden clone's strength is mediocre, its aura and divine consciousness perfectly mimic a golden core cultivator. For someone not only to see through it, but also dared to attack it. That truly caught his attention. He called his servant Su Bei. Bei responded immediately. Yangzi ordered him to bring 5 inner disciples with him and go to the vicinity of Myriad Serpent Valley to investigate the person who attacked his clone. Bei followed his command. At the same time, Snaky and Black Yellow are running away. Snaky told Black Yellow that they have already run a few hundred miles. He inquired why they are still not in the Qin country that he mentioned. Black Yellow explained that it's still a long way. They will need a few more days just to reach the border. Snaky didn't expect that it would be that long. Snaky complains that he's exhausted. Black Yellow reminded him that he's the one who brought this on himself. He pointed out how Snaky could have just slithered normally, but he insisted on using the earth traversal technique. Snakey reasoned out that he was just trying to strengthen his physical body. They arrived at a remote area where there's an abandoned excavation ahead. Black Yellow suggested camping there for the night. Snakey agreed and planned to take a look at what's inside the storage bag. It was funny because Snakey had fallen asleep on the vast lands because of exhaustion. Black Yellow woke him and scolded him, but he ended up dragging the sleeping snake into the cave. Then he went to hunt after that. After that rest, Snakey felt refreshed. He uttered that running a few hundred miles with the Earth traversal technique made his body stronger. Now it's time for business, checking the storage bag. He erased the divine consciousness imprint, but it resisted, so Snakey couldn't open it. He tried again, but he got hurt in the process. Snakey had 2 bumps on his head already, but he still can't open it. Black Yellow appeared, dragging a deer with him. He noticed that Snakey is still trying to open it. Snakey finally realized the power of the golden core cultivator. Snakey was determined to force it open using his golden scales. Black Yellow stopped him because he might damage the treasures inside. Black Yellow wanted to take over instead, but Snakey doubted him because he might secretly hog it all for himself. Black Yellow replied that it's bullshit. He asked for 3 days to open it. 7 days later at Gobi Desert, they reached the Qin country's border. They will camp there tonight and cross the border in the morning. Snakey agreed and told Black Yellow to cook while he digs a little more. Snakey noticed that the earth is hard and rocky, perfect for training. Black Yellow reminded him not to overdo it because if he gets stuck, he won't save him again. Earlier, Snakey could only reach 100 meters at most. But after training for a few days, he hit 200 meters to 300 meters, and he can still go on. It was uncomfortable. The pressure is making his bones feel like it's breaking, and he can barely breathe. Snakey was at his limit. He saw the golden scales at his tails growing again. Just as he suspected, the number of scales is tied to physical strength. The stronger his body, the more scales he will have. He knew that a demonic beast can't just level up rapidly without strengthening their body. Snakey returned and asked Black Yellow if he's done cooking. Black Yellow responded that he had already eaten, and all the leftovers are for Snakey. Black Yellow was pleased that the storage bag's divine consciousness had finally been undone, but it left Black Yellow exhausted. He advised Snakey to open it later. Snakey teased him for saying that it will only take 3 days. Snakey opened it and saw pills, talismans, herbs, low-level treasures, technique jade slip. It contained ordinary items. There were no spiritual stones. It made Snakey wonder why the golden core cultivator's storage bag is worth less than Mulay's. Snakey asked Black Yellow if he wanted to take a look since they planned to split it. Black Yellow replied that it's useless to him. Snakey was suspicious. Black Yellow sensed that and replied that there's no way a master would steal his disciple's item. Snakey's anger bursts and yells at Black Yellow to take out what he hid. Black Yellow was flustered that he replied that he didn't take any spiritual stones. He outed himself on his own because Snakey didn't even mention that. Black Yellow suggested that they talk instead, but Snakey kept attacking him and wouldn't let go. Eventually, Black Yellow revealed that there's a total of 10 spiritual stones, and they would split it in half. Black Yellow even tried to gaslight Snakey that it was for his own good since he's still young, and that Black Yellow is just helping him store it, and he'll let him use it freely in the future when he needs it. Snakey told him to get lost since he's busy studying the jade slip technique. Something caught Snakey's attention. Black Yellow replied that it's the method to refine wooden clones. He commented that it's solely for bluffing people, so he suggested not to bother learning it. He stated that it's better to use another clone technique. If anyone masters it, the clone can even be stronger than the caster's real body. That made Snakey curious. Black Yellow revealed that it's one of the 6 immortal arts called puppet technique. Qin country's top sect, Heavenly Puppet Sect, is expert in puppet technique. It's rumored that all of their puppets are stronger than their casters. Puppets can't feel pain, and their body is comparable to a demon beast. Around 80 to 100 puppets can be deployed at the same time. Not only are they unparalleled among the people in the same rank, they can also kill someone who's in a higher realm. Snakey started imagining learning it, and when he fights with someone, before anything else, he would deploy 100 puppets and give the enemy a few punches first. Black Yellow noticed him daydreaming, so he pinched Snakey's cheeks and told him to go to sleep since they need to cross the river early tomorrow. At dawn, Black Yellow introduced the geese descending river. Just as its name stated, not even geese can fly over it. Of course, any normal cultivator can't do it either. Snakey asked if they can just swim across it. Black Yellow warned him not to even think about using water traversal technique since there's a lot of whirlpools inside the river. Black Yellow even advised Snakey not to be conceited and properly pay money to ride the boat. There's only one boat going to Qin country per day. Someone told the man that he wants to get on board. The man turned around and asked who's talking. The same person expressed that he doesn't have money on him. The man didn't see this creature at first because of the low height. This creature hides itself behind a cloak and a hat. He offered a spiritual stone as a payment. The man was pleased and welcomed him on the boat. The man even guided him so he could be careful, all because this man received a spiritual stone. Some rowdy man saw the short creature and made fun of it. The creature looked at them but stayed silent. Suddenly, those men were blown off by a gust of wind. The onlookers were shocked and called this small creature an immortal. Behind the disguise, Black Yellow scoffed and complained how those people dared to laugh at him. Snaky reminded him that he was the one who stated that they need to keep a low profile, but now he's causing troubles. They heard someone say that Elder Joe, Chin Country's little prince, is already on board. The person replied with gratitude for showing him the way. Black Yellow uttered that the voice sounded familiar. A woman ushers in Elder Joe. When Black Yellow saw the man, he realized that it was the person raising chickens in a carefree sect. Snaky suggested running. Black Yellow told him not to move because they are going to get noticed if they run now. Black Yellow is riding Snaky and hides behind the cloak and hat. Black Yellow explained that since they are in disguise, as long as they don't move around, they won't get noticed. Snaky blamed Black Yellow when he said that Dog's nose should be amazing. He should have given a heads up before the elder came close. Black Yellow hushed him and argued that no one would ever remember a smelly smell of an old man. Elder Joe noticed them and felt a familiar aura. He assumed that it was his old friends. Snaky wanted to run, but the elder told them to stop. He asked if they saw each other before. Snaky panicked since he thought the elder recognized them. He doesn't know if he should run towards the land or the water. Black Yellow tried to calm him down, even if he was nervous. They faced Elder Joe, but still hid their faces. Then Black Yellow spoke, saying that the elder has good memories since they only saw each other briefly during the auction last time. Snaky thought that the excuse was nonsense. Surprisingly, the elder remembered. He reacted positively and uttered that they saw each other 6 years ago at an auction. Black Yellow humored him even more for his great memory. An attendant fetches Elder Joe because the little prince has been waiting on the second floor. Elder Joe bids goodbye since he has matters to attend to. Snaky asked if that's enough. He asked Black Yellow if he had seen him before. Black Yellow replied that people in a sect more or less have gone to an auction before. There's a lot of people in the auction, so Black Yellow knew that the elder won't remember. He's also aware how it's hard for humans to acknowledge that they have bad memories, especially those old men. Snaky was relieved that they dodged a bullet again. He suggested hiding in a corner. Black Yellow called him out for being cowardly and pointed out that if the worst comes, they just have to fight. Snaky emphasized that Black Yellow was afraid too, to the point that his sweat dripped on Snaky. Snaky noticed that the elder and the Chin's country are unrelated, but they are together. Black Yellow explained how the world's bustle and activity are all driven by profits. The world is in turmoil because all are chasing after profit. Snaky asked what kind of profits. Black Yellow theorized that Chin country might be seeking glory. Then he sighed and uttered that Snaky is just a snake, so there's no point in him explaining all that. At Chin country's border, Riverside City, it's already nighttime. Black Yellow knew that the place gets chaotic during the night, so he suggested finding a place to rest. They chose an inn and requested for a quality private room and best food and drinks to be served. The place was filled with rowdy men and drunkards. The receptionist ushered them. Not long after, their dishes were served. They even requested some booze. The food looked scrumptious that both Snaky and Black Yellow drooled at the sight of it. They dismissed the servant when they ensured that the man was gone. It was mealtime. They devoured the food. Snaky liked the demonic fish. Black Yellow was excited about the booze since it had been a while. Snaky was curious as to how it tastes. When Black Yellow drank it, he spat it out and complained that it's rubbish. Snaky thought that there might be drugs in it. Black Yellow commented on him for knowing about it. But Black Yellow told Snaky that Snaky's eyesight is bad because not only the booze has it, but also the food. In an instant, Snaky spat out the food on his mouth. He yelled at Black Yellow for not saying it earlier. Black Yellow explained that they are in a lawless place, Riverside City. He told Snaky not to be alarmed since it's just a drug. He gave him an antidote. Then, he stated that since those people started it, they shouldn't blame them. Someone yelled that it wasn't enough. He ordered the servant to bring another roasted demonic beast. The servant explained to the master that the person had eaten 1,000 taels of silver worth of food. He also ate 2 whole demonic beasts. He asked the master if they should continue bringing food. The master ordered them to continue and change it into the strongest, immortal, weaking pill. The person hasn't dropped down yet, so they assumed that his cultivation is incredible. The master expected for this person to have lots of money and treasures, so their actions will be worth it. Those idiots really served a demonic beast. The leftovers are enough for them to eat for a few days. Snaky asked if they would leave like that. Black Yellow brought the bag and replied yes. He asked Snaky if he wanted to pay a scam shop. There's even a human skull hanging in the kitchen, but what Snaky meant is to kill those men and snatch their money. He even got ready to burn down the shop. Black Yellow commented how sometimes Snaky has less humanity than him. Snaky argues that he's not a human anyways, he's a snake. The servant and the master forced open the door. The master was confident that the drug is strong and not even an immortal can withstand it. But to his surprise, they couldn't find the guest. The master was furious. He ordered the servant to inform people from the Heavenly Puppet Sect and search the entire city. The master slammed the table, while promising to kill this person no matter what. His behavior scared the servant. Black Yellow suggested that it's safe to settle on the abandoned house that they found. He told Snaky to take his time to refine while he goes out to do something. Snaky agreed, but deep inside it was a bluff. He's suspicious of what the dog will do behind his back. More than that, it's concerning that Black Yellow might attract more enemies. Snaky decided to follow him. Meanwhile, Black Yellow is excited. Black Yellow entered a weapon shop. Black Yellow told the blacksmith his offer, 3 excellent weapons and a total of 8 spirit stones. He should take it or leave it. The blacksmith wanted to have a look at what this shorty offers. Snaky was annoyed that Black Yellow sold stolen goods from behind his back. Snaky knew that it's from the storage pouch of the Golden Core Realm clone. Black Yellow said they would split it 50-50, but he was a liar. So Snaky planned to let him sell everything first, then make him cough it all up. Black Yellow made a deal again, a total of 15 spirit stones for all those pills. Snaky still followed him. First, they were at a weapon shop, and now, a pill shop. Then, Black Yellow offered high-grade beast materials, 13 spirit stones. Snaky got annoyed that beast materials were sent too. This time, Snaky is holding back his anger by chewing on wood. He's angry at this old dog since he had no idea how much this dog swiped without Snaky noticing it. He vowed to make the dog pay once he returned. By this time, Black Yellow felt a killing intent. 2 men appeared. They were talking about how it's almost curfew, and they need those losers to find someone. Snaky noticed them. Yu Qiang of Heavenly Puppet Sect complained that of all places, he was stuck guarding the backwater city for 3 years. He felt so unlucky. Zhao Yiduo of Heavenly Puppet Sect replied that there's no point complaining. They failed to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm, so they have to follow orders. Although Lingjin City is chaotic, if they play it right, there's profit to be made. They noticed a man in a robe with a short build. They remembered him as the guy who dined and dashed. They knew it was him. Yu complained how it's such a hassle that even that kind of trivial matter requires them to intervene. Yu told Brother Zhao to wait, and he'll take care of the guy. Zhao told his junior brother Yu to think for a moment. Yu asked what's wrong. They saw the short man enter the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, so it can be assumed that he has something valuable. They decided to follow and see first. Yu praised his senior brother for being sharp. Snaky realized they are Heavenly Puppet Sect disciples, and it looks like the old dogs caught their attention. Luckily, they aren't Foundation Establishment cultivators. Yu noticed that his senior brother was happy. Zhao was looking forward to the profits that they will gain. Snaky thought he could pull off a cat-catching mouse while the dog watches stint. Meanwhile, Black Yellow was pleased that the owner himself had shown up. He urged him to take a closer look and tell him what it is worth. The owner agreed. Black Yellow shared that his bag is full of good stuff, so the owner should look carefully. The owner was surprised to see it. From his reaction, it made Black Yellow ask if something was wrong. The owner replied that it's a significant matter, so they should discuss it inside. Black Yellow was pleased that the owner is perceptive. Once they entered, the owner immediately instructed Old Lee to close the door, but Old Lee informed him that there's still someone there. The owner was furious and told him to shut up. He knew about those people, and he couldn't let them disturb his business. The men from the Heavenly Pupper sector saw the door was being closed. They didn't expect that Shorty to be a big spender. They assumed that he must have robbed and killed someone to get all the stuff to sell. They knew that the Myriad Treasure Pavilion pays a substantial tribute each year, so it's best to avoid turning them into adversaries. They decided to wait for the Shorty to come out, but over 2 hours have passed, and they are already drenched from the storm. Yu asked how long they will wait. He's getting impatient when the short man is coming out. They saw the door opening and they moved quickly. The owner was delighted to strike gold today. He bought himself a rare treasure for just 100 spirit stones. He claimed that great fortune and prosperity are surely coming his way. He noticed the 2 men and asked if they needed something from him. Yu told the owner to quit the act. They inquired where the short guys who were selling stuff earlier were. The owner shared that the guy sold a bunch of treasures from the snake-catching sect, cashed in for body training pills, and even got his hands on flesh of a spiritual awareness realm monster. Yu grew impatient since they didn't care for the details. He grabbed the owner by the collar and asked again where the shorty was. The owner admitted that he went through the back door. He threw the man on the ground and warned him that they'll talk to him about it later. Zhao and Yu hurried and chased after the shorty. They knew that he's definitely heading out of the city. They spread their divine sense towards the south gate. Yu did that, and found the shorty running on the roof. Snaky watched from a distance while covering himself from the rain using a leaf. He thought of how this old dog even bought things such as body training pills, and still hasn't lost his mind. And given the old dog's cultivation level, Snaky knew that there's no way he hadn't noticed disciples of the Heavenly Puppet Sect following him. Snaky wondered if Black Yellow is deliberately moving slowly to use them as bait. Snaky knew that given the strength of those men, they should not be able to kill the old dog. But if one of them escapes and warns the others, it could lead to an endless disaster. With that, Snaky decided to stay back just to be safe. Judging from the old dog's direction, he's heading for an abandoned house. Yu saw that the shorty entered the deserted house. Zhao wondered why the old dog would go to a place like that. He wondered if it's a trap. They entered the abandoned house and found it strange because the shorty's aura should be there, but there's no sign of him. Zhao knew that something was off. The place is too isolated. He warned Yu to be cautious. Zhao talked to the shorty, addressing him as fellow Taoist. He introduced themselves as disciples of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, responsible for maintaining order in Linjiang City. They communicated that they meant no harm and encouraged him to show himself. Yu told his senior brother Zhao that his words are too formal and the person might not understand. He offered to try. Yu simply threatened the shorty that he only has 3 seconds to come out and accept questioning, otherwise he'll end up like the dog. While he was talking, the dog was peeing in front of him. He grabbed the dog and slashed it while he counted from 1. Then he continued counting to 3, but nothing happened just as they expected. Unexpectedly, the dog that Yu grabbed and slashed moved to bite him. But Yu knew that it was Shorty. He called his lizard puppets to nab at the dog. To Black Yellow, that mechanical puppet covered in skin is such low-level junk. The old dog laughed and uttered how those men were foolish for not thinking that the dog knew that they knew it was him. Snaky used his divine sense to get caught up. Snaky was creeped out that the old dog was suddenly laughing like an old schemer. Yu yelled at the dog to stop the game since he's still going to die anyway. He released a fireball. They wondered if they got the dog. The house was already burning. The dog laughed. So they knew that the dog is still alive. Zhao saw the flesh chunks. He told Yu to dodge. Yu was surprised to see the lizard puppet immobilized. They were surprised to know if that is what happens when they touch its flesh chunks. It was such a bizarre technique. The dog challenged the old man to keep going. Snaky finally learned what loose cultivator really means. He doesn't feel the need to help the old dog. The man with the sword can't hurt the old dog at all, and the person in the distance hasn't made a move. Snaky knew it was better for him to stay there and keep an eye from the distance. He knew that if he went down and helped him at the critical moment, the old dog would be indebted to him. Black Yellow teased those men not to get tired when he, an old man, hadn't had enough fun yet. Yu noticed that the dog has very eerie powers, and swords aren't useful against him at all. He admitted his incompetence, for he can only help his senior brother from behind. He had no choice but to bring out the big guy. The giant frog puppet appeared. Yu told Zhao to join hands with him to attack. In Black Yellow's head, he called the guy an idiot for thinking that it's a giant frog when it's a toad. He commented that the puppet looked dumb. He wondered if they were planning to attack him together. Zhao brought out his universal fan. Black Yellow finds them interesting. The fan created a gush of wind that follows a path. Snaky was strangled with the leaf tied on his head. Zhao cued Yu and the giant frog to do their thing. While the wind led to them, the frog opened its mouth wide enough to swallow the dog. The frog gulped down. They assumed that the dog was dead this time. Zhao agreed, but he decided not to get careless. Snaky was worried since Black Yellow got eaten. Zhao noticed that the frog seemed off. The dog emerged from the frog's belly and tore apart the frog. Yu couldn't believe it, since no one beneath the Foundation establishment is able to beat his giant frog and lose in an instant. Zhao knew it was bad, and so he advised his junior brother to fall back. Black Yellow teased them if they wanted to run, but the old dog wasn't done with them yet. Black Yellow told them that they will die. Those were alarmed since their escape route had been blocked. They reminded the dog that they are disciples of Heavenly Puppet Sect and challenged him if he still wants to kill them. Zhao told Yu to stop wasting his words on him. He said that the dog can counter puppets but not artifacts. They charged at the dog with the intent to kill. Black Yellow taunted them even more by saying that they must be dreaming if they want to kill them with their puny cultivation. He told them that they overestimated themselves. Black Yellow used a technique called Bloody Blade Gale. Several shadow-like blades hit those men. Black Yellow had an evil laugh when he announced that it was time for those men to become mincemeat. Snaky knew that those two's true key were completely messed up. It's only a matter of time before they lose. Snaky knew that there's nothing more to watch. He just felt bad that the house was destroyed. He wondered where he should go next. Snaky didn't expect that old dog to be that strong. He realized how he needs to speed up his cultivation. Snaky suddenly felt a sense of a familiar divine consciousness nearby. He checked out where it was emanating from. He saw a beggar. But he was curious as to why this beggar is fiddling around. He asked if he's a retard. But then Snaky noticed a scar, and it reminded him of one of the cultivators from the Heavenly Puppet Sect. Black Yellow used a soul-searching technique to one of those men, but he got confused when there was no reaction. Snaky realized that what Black Yellow killed earlier was a puppet, and that must be the real body. Snaky was aware that the Heavenly Puppet Sect allowed their disciple to refine puppets identical to themselves, creating confusion. Snaky thought that it's the real body. But he also entertained the idea that it's just another puppet. Snaky got certain when he didn't sense anyone suspicious within 100 miles, so that must be the real body. Snaky assumed that he had some kind of life-protecting treasure. Snaky needed to act fast and carefully. He won't allow the man to live. The man clicked his tongue when his puppet was gone, and Yu also died. It made him curious as to who that black dog is. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared on the side of the man. He covered his eyes because it was glaring. It was Snakey, releasing a huge, freaking fireball. Snakey saw that the man woke up. He also couldn't hold the fire much longer because it burns his mouth and his head feels heavy. He yelled at the man that there's no need to care about who he is and told the man to just die. The man used a body protective jade, water ball protection, and protective armor. The man asked which demon dares to sneak up on him. The man knew that 5 elements would counterattack one another. He is protected with a water ball, so he was confident that he wouldn't be hurt. But he got electrocuted. He saw that the fireball had a thunder talisman. His protective armor broke. He realized that the bastard combined 5 element talismans and threw them all at him. He thought that Snakey was an idiot for not knowing that talismans can explode, but Zhao realized that there was a talisman on the wall too. It made him think of it something that a human can do. Snakey yelled that the man noticed too late. Snakey used a fire-exploding talisman, wind blade talisman, thunder attack talisman, and exploded together. The man used the mythical yellow bell to protect himself. He cursed at Snakey and vowed that he won't get away with it. The man was confident that the treasure would protect him. But to his surprise, it broke. It was followed by a loud explosion. He got roasted and lost his long hair. He asked how it was possible. Then he saw the scales. Snakey was surprised that the man wasn't dead yet. Snakey released a fireball from up close. He did it several times. His fireball barrage continued for 30 minutes. People from a distance wondered which forces were fighting outside the city wall. Some of them panicked and wanted to escape. Black Yellow noticed the commotion and thought that it was the snake brat. He wondered what made it freak out. He decided to speed things up, since the brat can't do a single thing properly without him. After Snakey was done, he was delighted to stash the treasures away. At the abandoned house, Black Yellow finally figured it out. He uttered how he placed in so much effort, yet all he found was the first layer of the puppet technique. He complained that the Heavenly Puppet sect is so stingy. They didn't teach the complete technique. Black Yellow knew that he couldn't possess another body for a while, and staying in the dog's body was so inconvenient for him. He sighed. Black Yellow considered killing someone, searching their soul, obtaining the full puppet technique, and making a humanoid puppet. He admitted that he messed up this time. He knew that the first layer only allows for creating mechanical beasts, making a humanoid puppet out of reach for now. Unless he finds Zhao's real body and searches for his soul. He decided to forget about it and focus on finding Snakey first. He knew that Zhao's real body must still be in the city. He planned at the right time to stir things up and enlist Snakey's help to deal with Zhao. Eventually, he kept searching for Snakey and arrived at the scene where Zhao was reduced to ashes. He asked Snakey if he killed Zhao. Snakey, while sweating profusely, lied that he was just cultivating and that he didn't go out or fight with the Heavenly Puppet Sect's disciples. Black Yellow was pissed off. He asked if he even mentioned Heavenly Puppet Sect. He told Snakey how he doesn't know how to lie. Snakey asked him what he's talking about when he was the one who killed 2 disciples from the Heavenly Puppet Sect. He suggested that they run while they still can. Snakey decided to escape first, but Black Yellow held the string of Snakey's pouch on the neck, which restricted Snakey's movements. Black Yellow pointed out that Snakey's acting is so poor. He advised him to take the treasures out and split half of it to him. Snakey replied how he hasn't confronted Black Yellow yet for secretly selling the stolen goods behind his back, and now Black Yellow are accusing him. They were making so much fuss that they captured the attention of the people. Black Yellow warned Snakey to lower his voice. It was already late at night, and those two were already out of breath, but they succeeded in reaching Riverside City. Black Yellow told Snakey that the geese descending river is ahead, so they better stop running. He gave in to split the proceeds from the things he sold. Snakey scoffed and replied that Black Yellow should have said that earlier. He took out what he had and told Snakey that he bought those body-refining pills and demon beast meat for him. It cost 100 spiritual stones. It's enough for Snakey to eat for half a year. Black Yellow decided to split the spiritual stones into half. Each of them will get 46 pieces. He pointed out how he gave Snakey the benefits. Snakey gave in and replied that he forgives him. But Black Yellow asked Snakey for Zhao's items. Snakey replied that he doesn't know what he's talking about, but Black Yellow told him to stop playing innocent and hand them over. Snakey took out a stone, an armor, and a bell, and told Black Yellow that those are the items that Zhao dropped. The storage bag got burned, so those are the things that remained. Snakey uttered how Zhao mentioned something about the mystical yellow bell, but he's not sure what the silver armor and iron fragments are. Black Yellow was happy because those are good stuff. He inspected the bell and saw that it was scratched by Snakey's tail. It's such a shame. It's a spiritual treasure. Snakey admitted that it got destroyed by his golden scale. Black Yellow decided to repair it later so it can still be used. Then he shifted his attention to the armor and uttered that it's just an average to lower grade spiritual treasure. Snakey knows he's lying. Black Yellow took the armor. Snakey knew Black Yellow was taking advantage of him. Black Yellow told him to keep the bell and he'll modify the armor so Black Yellow could wear it himself. Snakey reasoned that Black Yellow will barely be able to use the item once he reaches the great perfection in the spiritual awareness realm. Black Yellow replied to allow him to use it in the meantime. He put it on, and Snaky commented how handsome Black Yellow looked. Black Yellow explained that the silver armor can automatically adjust to the wearer's body type, and it can even hide itself. No wonder he didn't notice Zhao wearing it. Snaky insists that Black Yellow takes it off because he doesn't believe what he said. Black Yellow offered him the puppets he collected, and that should be enough. But Snaky was forced to remove it. Black Yellow placed the lizard and the bird on Snaky's head and inquired what he thinks about it. Snaky recognized that it's the item that the idiot cultivator used. And Snaky knew that their battle power didn't last 3 seconds against Black Yellow. So, he's aware that Black Yellow is trying to fool him. Black Yellow told him to hold on since there's more. Black Yellow used the black golden stone and helped him refine an ultimate puppet. Other than that, he will also enhance all the puppets for him. He asked if Snaky is already satisfied with that. Snaky accepted that. Deep inside, he's grateful that he kept a small jade stone hidden. He bet it's the most valuable item Zhao had. Zhao's spoils are mystical Yellowstone, protective armor, black golden stone, and unknown crystal. Snaky knows how sly that old dog is, and he's sure he hid something else. He decided to observe and learn. Black Yellow offered to take Snaky to a perfect place for cultivation. Snaky noticed that his tone was strange, so he asked what place it was. Black Yellow told him to look ahead. Snaky only saw an ordinary mountain. Black Yellow told him that it's no ordinary because it's the Sorcerer's Mountain, a spiritual ore mountain from 5 centuries ago. At the Sorcerer's Mountain, Snaky asked Black Yellow if he's certain that it is a spiritual mine. Black Yellow replied yes and shared that while all spiritual ore was extracted 5 centuries ago, the mountain still holds the most abundant spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius. With no traces of humans or demon beasts, it's perfect for them to cultivate for a while. Snaky replied that it's just filled with scattered humans. Black Yellow started digging the dirt and uttered that it will do, since the spiritual energy in there is abundant. Snaky agreed with him and commented how Black Yellow's nose is sharp as ever. They got to work. Black Yellow took out something and Snaky's eyes widened upon seeing it. He asked what Black Yellow stole this time. Black Yellow called him out for being impolite. It was a large container, and Black Yellow told Snaky that it is for him to refine his body. He instructed Snaky to add water on it, which Snaky complied to by using water bullet technique. He sprayed water from his mouth. Black Yellow told him not to fill it completely yet, and gave him a minor tempering powder to toss in. The minor tempering powder is top-grade medicine for tempering the physical body and refining the bones. It's an exceptionally rare body-tempering spiritual medicine worth 20 spirit stones for just a small amount. Then Snaky asked, and then? Black Yellow yelled at him to hop in and take a bath. Snaky trembled inside the tank. It burns that it hurts him so much, and the pain is far worse than being hundreds of meters underground. Black Yellow explained that the first body tempering is always the most painful, but it's also the most effective. He told him not to pass out. Snaky yelled that he wouldn't faint. He claimed that his willpower is 100 times stronger than normal people. Before long, a layer of old snakeskin shed from Snaky's body, turning to ash in the medicinal water. Simultaneously, impurities were expelled from Snaky's body. Snaky happily shared that he shed his skin. He rushed his last advancement and didn't get to shed, but now it's finally done. He also shared how a lot of impurities were expelled too. His bones, meridians, he felt boundless power in every fiber of his being. Black Yellow replied, "See? I told you this stuff works wonders." He stated that body refining will take 7 days this time. Since Snaky got the demonic beast meat, there's no need for him to leave the place. Black Yellow decided to check out the rest of the mine to see if there's anything hidden. Snaky waves his tail at him while replying, "Okay." 7 days later, Snaky had grown a meter long. In total, he's now at 4 meters. But it felt entirely different from before. And now if he wishes to, he can shrink any time, down to a meter. Not only can he control the body size at his will, but his strength and speed have more than tripled. Even though his cultivation is still at the peak of the 6th level of the spiritual awareness realm, his strength is incomparable to before. The number of golden scales he has also increased. They are gradually spreading to his torso, no longer confined to his tail. He bet once he reaches great perfection in the spiritual awareness realm, his entire body will be covered in those scales. He thought about how he'll become the color yellow by then like a banana. When he was done, he wondered where the old dog went. Black Yellow hasn't come back in 7 days, and there's no trace of him within 200 miles. He decided to forget about him since it's fine even if he didn't return. Snaky took this opportunity to study that small jade stone he snuck away last time. He took it out and used divine consciousness investigation to see what that thing is. To his surprise, he was transported to a dark place. It's like he's swallowing the light from his divine consciousness. Snaky panicked that something had gone wrong with him. He checked and confirmed that his divine consciousness is fine. He thought that it's just naturally dark there. He told himself that there's no need to be scared. Then he hit a wall. He thought of the jade stone as a massive storage bed, but he knew it was impossible. Unexpectedly, Snaky hit his forehead. He checked what it was and saw a large chunk of stones glowing in blue. They were spiritual stones. Ritual. His jaw dropped upon seeing that there are more than 1,000 spiritual stones in there. He commented how Zhao is so greedy that Snaky struck gold. He saw how there are a few with particularly neat and symmetrical shapes. Their spiritual energy looks more concentrated than other spiritual stones. Snaky knew that he should never let the old dog find out. Otherwise, it will definitely get stolen by him. Snaky noticed that there are spiritual stones moving. It went directly to his mouth and he almost choked. A few high-grade spiritual stones flee into Snaky's mouth that has widened from being surprised as if they have consciousness. Snaky's stomach hurt as if it was getting ripped off. Then he noticed that the divine cauldron was reacting. The divine demonic cauldron is swallowing up the spiritual stones. He was confused as to what's happening. The divine demonic cauldron is not swallowing up the others, and only those that are symmetrical. Snaky thought of how the cauldron is picky. Then he felt his stomach calming down. He wondered what's happening. He decided to ask Black Yellow later. Suddenly, someone yelled for Snaky's help. Snaky recognized that it was the old dog. He wondered if he caused trouble again. Snaky complained how things keep happening from one after another. Snaky used Divine Consciousness Investigate. Then he saw a swarm of insects attacking the old dog. Black Yellow yelled for Snaky to come and spit fire. Snaky got annoyed at him. He asked if the old dog exploded the anthill. He warned him not to involve him if the old dog is seeking death. He told Black Yellow to spit fire himself. Black Yellow panicked and yelled that those things could counter him. His exploding talismans are almost finished, and his true energy is nearly depleted too. Snaky brought up how Black Yellow has a protective treasure. Black Yellow shared that the ants can get into the armor's crack. Snaky was so annoyed with this damned dog. He used Earth Traversal technique. Snaky commented that if he dies one day, it's because the dog dragged him down. He told Black Yellow to activate the protective armor as Snaky prepares the fireball. Black Yellow was relieved that Snaky is finally there. He expressed how he believes in Snaky and he'll use his last true energy. Snaky breathes out a large fireball. Afterwards, Black Yellow asked if it had been settled. He commented how Snaky's fireball power has increased again. Then, Black Yellow said that it didn't work. A bunch of ants are crawling up from underneath again. Snaky panicked and told Black Yellow to come quickly, since he can't deal with that number of ants. Black Yellow even had the time to comment how handsome Snaky looked now. Snaky looked funny, as he ran as fast as he could. Black Yellow advised him to use the Earth Traversal technique and run into the Earth. Black Yellow noticed how Snaky is so fast. He exclaimed that Snaky's Earth Traversal technique has gotten better. Snaky argued on what use it has because the ants are following up closely. They couldn't get rid of them. Black Yellow told him that they will be safe once they escape to the Geese Descending River. At the Geese Descending River. Snaky asked what they should do now. He asked if they should swim across it, but then that would be suicide. Black Yellow shook his body to get rid of the dirt. He told Snaky not to be afraid and just look at him. A large fan appeared and Black Yellow boarded it. He casted, "Swift winds sweep across 10,000 miles. Feet tread upon heaven and earth." He instructed Snaky to come up quickly. Snaky was surprised to see Zhao's fan. Snaky got mad that Black Yellow secretly hid treasures behind his back. As he expected, he can't believe in the old dog. Black Yellow told him to stop talking. They flew onto the river first. That's when Snaky remembered the ants. He checked them and was confused to see that they were not coming out. Black Yellow was pleased to know that those ants are afraid of the sun. They are safe for now. Snaky inquired what those white ants are and how did Black Yellow provoked them. Black Yellow explained that those things are called soul-gnawing ant. It survives by eating spiritual stones. They normally gather under the mind to hibernate, but if a spiritual stone appears, it will start to consume it like crazy. Physique that is rich in spiritual energy like Black Yellow is the one that those ants love the most. Snaky got nervous upon hearing that. Since Black Yellow told him that those ants suddenly went berserk because of spiritual stones, Snaky inquired on how far those ants can sense spiritual stones. Black Yellow shared that for normal spiritual stones, their perception is just around 100 meters. For those very rare, high-grade spiritual stones, they will be able to smell it from 1,000 meters, let alone the finest grade of spiritual stones. It will make the entire ants berserk. Black Yellow probed as to why Snaky is asking that. Snaky simply replied that he was just curious. But deep inside, he's afraid of those few spiritual stones of his are in the finest grade. He realized that he must be the one that caused the trouble. The sky suddenly changed, and they experienced a thunderstorm. Snaky asked Black Yellow if the fan could handle it. Black Yellow assumed that it should be fine since until they were both struck with lightning. Snaky trembled in fear. Black Yellow asked why Snaky is far from him. Snaky probed on what he was saying earlier, and Black Yellow admitted that it's a lower-grade spiritual treasure. And in a blink of an eye, they fell into the water since the fan was busted. Snaky yelled that he's getting dizzy. He couldn't understand why the water flow was so strong. Black Yellow pointed out that it is the spiral that he was talking about. The suction is so strong that Snaky doesn't have strength at all. If it continues, he'll die for sure. Snakey decided to shrink his body to decrease the force. Then he used water bullet technique to propel himself upwards. Although he's unable to retrograde for now, at least, he can stabilize himself. He yelled at the old dog to use water bullet technique and doggy paddle against the current. But to his surprise, the old dog wasn't there anymore. He used his divine consciousness to investigate. He cursed when he saw the old dog get sucked into the deepest part of the spiral. He cursed again, then complained that the old dog is useless. Snakey knew he'd die if he went down. He yelled that he wouldn't save him. But the next thing he knew, he was questioning himself on why he went down too. He wrapped his body in the old dog. Snakey saw the stones under the water. He learned that the spiral formed because of it. He chomped at the old dog while his tail smashed those rocks. In his head, he knew that his golden scales might not be able to slash through the water, but it can destroy rocks. Finally, they reached the land safely. But the old dog isn't waking up yet. Its stomach is bloated. Snakey felt disgusted that he had to give him oxygen like humans do. He complained that it was too disgusting and he'd rather die. At this moment, a word appeared in Snakey's head. It is to beat up the drowned dog. He smacked him with his tail. Snakey looked like he's enjoying it. What a way to do CPR, huh? 30 minutes later, the old dog was all bruised, but he's awake now. Snakey was surprised that it really worked. He told the old dog that from then on, Snakey is his savior. But seeing that there's no reaction from the old dog, Snakey asked if he lost his mind and if he's awake. Snakey, seeing that the old dog is still in daze, took this chance to ask him about the finest grade spiritual stones. He told Black Yellow that he has something to ask. Black Yellow simply replied, "Huh?" Then Snakey explained that he had a demonic beast friend who saw a symmetrical spiritual stone before. That woke up Black Yellow. In fact, he was aggravated. He confirmed with Snakey if he has the finest grade spiritual stone that is directly cut off from the spiritual vein. Black Yellow asked where it came from. Snakey replied that he doesn't have it and he's just asking for a friend. Black Yellow stated that since Snakey saved him that day, he owed him a favor. He discussed that for a stone like that, he'd probably need to kill a golden cultivator. Or he can return to that half-abandoned mine to try his luck. He asked Snakey if his friend was interested. Snakey replied to forget about it. 2 months later, rainy season, at the Iron Bear Mountain back mountain. A huge number of the snakecatcher sex cultivators went up to the mountain, reorganizing the land, cultivating a medicinal garden, searching for treasures. A man was informed that they lost track. This man, Zhui Hu, got scolded. Zhu Zui of Moving Mountain Sect, an 8 level of key refinement, stated that the demon had already devoured 5 disciples from their Moving Mountain Sect, and that day, he vowed to skin it alive himself. Otherwise, the Moving Mountain Sect will really end up as a joke for the headquarters, Snakecatcher Sect. Not to mention that there's a bounty on it from the sect. Yue Hu, a 6th level of Qi refinement realm, is with him. One person reported that he's certain that the white snake disappeared around that area. He shared that it took his bone-crushing hammer attack so it can't have gone far. We then see Snowy, who just had a major glow-up, holding her breath underwater. Damn. She really looks fine for our boy now. In the past, she didn't know what hatred was, but now she does. She wanted to avenge the destruction of her hope. But first, she needs to escape. A man was mad that those disciples didn't even search the swamp. A disciple expressed that the white snake has a helper, so he fears an ambush. The senior brother told him to stop whining and search the swamp quickly. The man told the senior brother to do it instead, since his cultivation is greater than his. The senior brother replied that he's already investigating that for him. He asked him what he's afraid of. He used divine consciousness investigate and sensed something. The man reported to his senior brother that the bastard is hiding inside the swamp, but it's deep, so it will take time. The senior brother assured him that it won't be able to escape. Suddenly, someone used the fireball technique. The 2 men were surprised, but that confirmed that the snake has a helper. And the wolf was familiar. It was our boy Wolf King. The men knew that it runs away after spitting fire every time. If not for its interference, they would have caught the white snake already. Juzei finds it interesting. He was an optimist as he looked at it as a good opportunity to have it killed too. He claimed that they will be feasting on wolf meat that night. Shui Hu was ready to back him up. The Wolf King told the white snake to run while he held them off. Snowy emerged from the water and ran. Z won't let it escape. He instructed Hu to go after the white snake and leave the wolf to him. Meanwhile, at Chu River's Sorcerer Mountain, Snakey used gravity technique. After 2 months of intense training, his gravity technique is now as powerful as Chen Daoling was. He can crush all low-level cultivators using just the technique within a 50-meter radius. Snakey realized that a low-level technique like the fireball is no longer suitable for him. Luckily, he mastered the fire snake technique to replace it. He can travel up to 30,000 miles using the earth traversal technique. Besides, he also added wind blade and thunder techniques into his arsenal. Other than that, the puppets that Black Yellow helped him upgrade are not fully functional. After some practice, he nearly perfected his control over them. All the puppets are linked to him, sharing their view. He had never experienced that level of awareness before. He felt that he's the king of the mountain. Black Yellow told him to stop gloating and that his two friends are in trouble. Snaky asked Black Yellow if he's talking about Snowy and the Wolf King. Black Yellow replied yes. Before they parted, he casted the golden light mantra on them. It automatically activates in life and death situations. It can save their life once, but it can only be maintained for 1 hour. He informed Snaky that it is currently active. The location is at the mountain behind the Myriad Snake Valley. Black Yellow was about to ask him what he was about to do, but Snaky moved quickly and used Earth Traversal technique. Inside the cave, Who had managed to catch up and hit Snowy. He complained that he already slammed the golden light a few times, but it's not breaking and he had no idea why. He wondered if it's the rumored old demon snake. Z had already caught Wolf King and replied that he doubted it since the old Snake King is said to be black, not white. He also knew that the golden barrier would weaken over time, so he advised Hu to save his strength. Z anticipated that the barrier would disappear within 1 hour. Hu stated that an hour is plenty. He planned to secure the first merit for capturing the demon. Z expressed that the golden light keeps giving him a bad feeling. He asked if any of their moving mountain sect's master uncles are nearby. He expected Master Uncle Ye to be at the camp, that's 100 miles away. He determined that the master will be helpful enough. He used the summoning jade. Hu told him that summoning Master Ye will reduce their credit in half. Z replied that it won't. He explained that summoning him ensured that the demons had powerful backers. If there isn't any backing, Uncle Master Ye will arrive within an hour. They will still kill the demons in time and keep all the credit. They used Earth Prison technique. Hu was impressed as to how cautious Z is. Z told him that until the master arrives, they will secure the area. 1 hour later. Black Yellow was exhausted. He complained that Snaky was ridiculously fast and he couldn't keep up. He wondered if Snaky had already got there. He wondered if that Brad is a finest grade Earth spiritual root constitution. Snaky had finally arrived. His head popped from the ground. He sensed Wolf King and Snowy's aura nearby. He assumed that they are behind that Earth prison. But he couldn't see the snake catchers. He sensed that their cultivation is clearly below the Foundation establishment realm. Otherwise, the golden light barrier wouldn't have lasted that long. But he also noticed that those bastards are cautious. He assumed that they were hiding. He knew that using divine consciousness might alert them, so he chose the safer option, using a beast puppet. After a while, Z expressed that it looked like he worried too much, and those two demons didn't seem to have any backing. He decided to kill them before Master Ye arrived. Z noticed the lizard. Hu replied that it's just a small lizard. Hu teased Z for being scared of it. Hu uttered that it's trembling just from staring at them. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and created a beam. Surprise, motherfuckers! It fired at those men. They immediately used hardening technique and Earth's shield. Several lizards did the same thing. They knew it was too late. A loud explosion happened. The man called for Ji Hu, but that man was already roasted. The man realized that it was the heavenly puppet sect's technique. The man didn't expect that a cultivator from the Qin Kingdom was there. The white snake reported to the wolf that a certain someone had returned. The wolf asked if she's certain. The man introduced himself as Zhu Zhe, a disciple of the Moving Mountain sect. He asked if there's some sort of misunderstanding between him and the Heavenly Puppet sect. But Snaky replied that he's going to bomb him to oblivion. Him and the lizard prepared to attack. The man instantly moved and used Earth's shield, rotating defense. He claimed that he is at 8 levels of the QE refinement realm, and at that moment, he was fully fortified. He yelled that the puppet beast won't be able to harm him. He used divine consciousness. He sensed that the divine consciousness of each puppet is all emanating from a single source, and that is from underground. He thought that hiding beneath Earth while facing cultivators from the Moving Mountain sect, who specialize in Earth technique, is as foolish as playing with fire. Since this fellow Taoist refuses to settle with words, Z used Earth Traversal technique to go to his enemy and confront him. Snaky realized that the man found him and that the lizards are only capable of handling middle-level Kwai refinement cultivators and that they are too weak against high-level cultivators skilled in defense. Snaky noticed that the man's clothes are different from the snake catcher sect. Z noticed that his enemy wasn't running away. He realized that it was trying to fight him underground. Z took out a chain and claimed that it was his way of avenging Shui Hu. He used piercing technique stone needles. Snaky found this guy too noisy. He used wind blade technique. The guy called him an idiot for using the wind blade technique, which has a weaker effect underground. He claimed that it's as good as bashing his head against a brick wall, but the wind blades pierced through the rocks. Z was caught off guard. He couldn't believe that wind blade technique destroyed his stone spear in the underground. He sensed another attack and immediately used earth armor. Before he knew it, his hand got cut off. He sensed that the summoning jade was reacting. He thought that his Master Ye was nearby. He decided to buy time until Master Uncle Ye arrives and saves him. He planned to immediately beg for forgiveness. He pleaded with his senior, but instead of a human, a huge-ass black snake appeared instead. Snakey zapped the shit out of him as Z called loudly for Master Ye. A loud explosion happened. Eventually, Snakey popped his head from the ground. Snakey complained that the thunder attach explosion was way too loud. He knew he hadn't learned his lesson yet, and this could attract more enemies. Snakey vowed never to use the thunder attack technique in the underground again. He remembered the guy calling out for Uncle Master Ye before he died. Snakey wondered if this guy had reinforcements. With that, he decided to move fast and save Snowy and Wolf King before the backup arrives. But a blade hit the ground and it caught Snakey's attention. A man with a long mustache appeared, and he saw the black snake, which then made him think that the rumor was actually real. Snakey just jinxed himself. This bald old man is Moving Mountain Sect Elder Ye Haichuan. He is an initial level foundation establishment cultivator. He has long heard that the mountain is home to a black snake and a black dog. Not only do they have intelligence, but they can also speak human language. He enumerated crimes like assassination of the Snake Catcher sect's disciples, robbery of Carefree sect's spiritual-tailed chicken. He thought it was all hearsay. He never imagined that it was true. And now, the snake is murdering disciples of the Moving Mountain sect. He vowed not to let the snake leave alive. Snakey thought of him as a fool since his puppet had already surrounded the place. He assumed that the old man was getting anxious. He decided to bomb him. Snakey was surprised that the old man blocked it midair. The old man planned to chop off the tail first. Snakey got almost severed. He realized that the old man was too dangerous. The old man noticed the shrinking techniques and puppet arts and realized that the snake knew a lot. He claimed that those are nothing more than petty tricks. Snakey was confused as to what's happening on the ground. Elder Ye used Carnage Sandstorm. A violent wind howled, uprooting trees from their roots. Snakey's little lizards were caught in the storm, torn apart by the swirling sand. Snakey estimated that the range is around a few hundred meters. With that power, Snakey realized that the man is a true foundation establishment cultivator. Snakey wondered how he's supposed to deal with him. Our boy knew that he's in real trouble now. You used Mountain Collapsing Slash. He had done the first move and Snakey kept evading his blade. The relentless barrage isn't giving Snakey a chance to breathe. Snakey was blasted away. He knew he couldn't take him head on. He had to outmaneuver him. Snakey kept thinking of a way. Then Snakey remembered that he had what that old dog made for him. Ye used Mountain Collapsing Slash second move. It was a big slash that shattered the ground, but he noticed that only pebbles were crushed. He realized he missed. He looked as to where that bastard went. Snakey used Earth Traversal to dig on the ground. You saw him trying to run, so he was about to throw his sword to stop him. He threw the sword while saying, "Ask my sword if it allows running." Snakey saw the sword coming and knew that he wouldn't make it in time to use his traversal technique. He had no choice but to take the hit head on. Snakey was determined to fight the old man until the end. He swats the sword using his tail, and the sword went flying. He couldn't believe that. Taking that hit, Snakey felt the real power of a foundation establishment cultivator. He realized that he's on a completely different level compared to that half-baked Chendoling. Snakey also knew that the cultivation gap between them is massive. With that, there's no way to defeat him. He didn't expect for the snake to manage a chip on his sword. It made him curious as to what secret this snake has. Snakey used Earth Traversal technique. Ye saw him running and used Soil Petrification arts. He blocked the hole underground and wondered why the snake wasn't coming out. Snakey knew that Black Yellow fell for that trick before, and he refused to be like him. Besides, it's nothing like last time. Not even stones can stop Snakey. You couldn't believe that petrification isn't working. He realized that this demonic beast is too extraordinary. Now it made sense to him that 2 of his disciples died at its hands, but he stated that the snake is unlucky to run into him. He won't let it escape no matter what. He used Earth-Piercing Strike. Snakey was surprised to see a pointy rock is on its way to him. Snakey shouted out loud because he almost got impaled. The pointy rock emerges from the ground, but to Ye's dismay, there's no corpse. He was surprised that it actually avoided it because of its agile movements. Ye used Earth-Piercing Spike Encirclement, and several pointy rocks appeared underground. Snakey evades them all. He cursed at annoyance because that old bastard is forcing him out of the ground. He's in a dire situation because even if he shrinks his body, he can barely avoid it. Snakey used the Swift Wind Talisman. He had to charge out. He was pleased that Snakey finally surfaced. He used Carnage Sandstorm. But to his surprise, the snake disappeared. He assumed that it was some kind of stealth talisman or treasure. He used manifestation sand so the snake can't hide. But there was still nothing. He thought it ran away while in stealth. At that point, Snakey is already 800 meters underground. It was too close, but Snakey was fortunate that he had that stealth talisman. Otherwise, without it, he would have never made it back down there. He realized that the old dog was right. Fighting a higher-level opponent is no less than defying heavens. And if he wants to rescue Wolf King and Snowy, he will have to wait for the old dog's arrival and coordinate with him. But then, Snakey didn't expect that the old man would find him so quickly. Then he noticed that he hadn't activated his divine consciousness. Since it isn't activated, the old man shouldn't be able to pinpoint his exact location at that depth. It dawned on him that if Ye really found him, he would have attacked instantly. He realized that it was just psychological warfare to rattle him. As for Ye, he got no response from the snake. He searched as deep as 500 meters and still found nothing. It made Ye think if he let it escape or it's just hiding even deeper underground. He realized that since Snakey was there to save those two bastards, Ye left since the snake won't come out. Snakey had an inkling on what he's about to do. Ye threatened him that if he doesn't show himself on his countdown to 10, he will rip off the skin of his companions. In such a tight space, his earth-piercing spike will kill them within 10 seconds. Ye started counting from 1. The Wolf King and Snowy prayed for Snakey to come out. Then he counted by 2s. Snakey panicked and complained that it's not the proper way of counting. Snakey yelled where he was and told the old man to leave them alone. Ye was pleased that he finally showed himself. As he expected, Snakey was still underground. Ye used Earth traversal technique and counted on how deep the snake is. He reached 800 meters and found out that Snakey was there. He couldn't help but comment that Snakey sure is tough. He asked him if he's not afraid to get squashed into mincemeat. Even Ye had to be careful past 500 meters. Ye used anti-squashing golden protection. Then he eventually found Snakey. He used earth crushing, and Snakey was hit all over his body. Snakey charged at him with his mouth wide open. He vowed to kill him. Ye challenged him as to how he will kill him. Ye's sword pierced through Snakey's head. Snakey hissed loudly. Then Snakey stopped moving. Ye was disappointed that he died just like that. He was planning to capture it alive. He didn't mind it since it's still very precious even if it died. He planned to bring it back to the sect. But then he noticed a black golden stone dropped from Snakey's mouth. That's when he learned that it was actually a goddamn puppet. But it confused him that it had blood and flesh. Then he saw golden spikes coming. He realized he got tricked, and the real body is still underground. He estimated that it's less than 3 meters away. Ye used Earth Shield, then Earth Armor, Earth Flowing Wall, then Inner Armor. He doesn't have enough time to cast all his defenses. But even that minimal steel-like protection isn't something a lowlife like that snake can break. He was confident that he wouldn't get hurt, but he screamed loudly when he did. Snakey appeared and asked, "Hurt you?" Snakey swats away the sword, and the old man panics. Snakey corrected him, saying that he just wants to kill him. Snakey told him to leave his leg behind. Ye used mountain-piercing spike. Just as Snakey thought, Ye still has treasures. Snakey used fire snake technique followed by wind blade technique, then thunderstrike technique. Ye used flee. At this point, Snakey is already panting. His body has reached its limit. He felt bad because just a little more and he would have killed him. Meanwhile, Ye was relieved that he escaped in time. Ye still has his life-saving blood spiritual pill. While running away, he commented that the snake is extraordinary. He needed to report back to the sect immediately. He knew that if the demon wasn't eliminated, it would become a major threat. But then, he saw the rumored black dog blocking his path. Seeing Black Yellow with this cunning face of his, I already know that this old man was fucked. He turned to the other direction to evade it. He contemplated such coincidences. He assumed that the bastard snake set up the ambush beforehand. He knew he needed to run quickly. Suddenly, he screamed out loud as his head crashed on the trunk. Black Yellow was now on top of Ye. He noticed that the man stopped breathing. He stated that a Foundation establishment cultivator reduced to that state is kind of amusing, and he hasn't even done anything yet. He was impressed by Snakey. Suddenly, Snakey yelled for him to step back. Black Yellow was about to greet Snakey, but to his surprise, Snakey was about to unleash fire snake technique. He yelled at Snakey to cut it out since the man is already a corpse. When the man was engulfed in flames, he yelled loudly. Black Yellow realized that the man was just using tortoise breath to feign death. Black Yellow told Snakey that it was enough since the man had already turned to charcoal. Snakey was relieved that it was finally over. Black Yellow saw Snakey's condition and asked him if it was those mountain-moving sect bastards who did that to him. Snakey replied that some of it was done by them and the rest was done by him. Snakey had torn off his own skin, his insides, to disguise the puppet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have won. Black Yellow saw with his own eyes that these bastards really gave Snakey a beating. With that, Snaky informed Black Yellow that he will sleep for a while. At this point, Black Yellow was enraged that those mountain-moving sex scum had harmed his disciple. He held Snaky in his paws and vowed that he, the heavenly wandering demon, shall play with them. They went back to the cave. Snowy immediately cuddled Snaky. Black Yellow informed her that he already applied spiritual medicine. He also set up hidden formations around there. Their place should be safe for the meantime. He told those three to stay there and focus on healing, and he will be back shortly. Snowy was worried since Snaky hasn't woken up yet. Black Yellow assured her that he will be back before the incense burns out. He brought out the incense, and it was gigantic. Black Yellow, while on top of the incense, instructed Wolf King to move the incense more to the right. Wolf King's reaction and annoyance was funny, because it was thick and long. Black Yellow told him to stop whining and explained that it's a healing incense. He reasoned that since those three are heavily injured, so if the incense weren't that thick and long, it wouldn't be enough. He confirmed with them if they inherited his healing technique. Snowy replied yes. He told them to use it, and they will recover in no time. They did, and Black Yellow noticed that their wounds are already improving. He placed the pouches he got from Sui Hu, Zhuzi, Ye Haichuan, and told Snaky that all those are for him, and he didn't touch it. Now it was time for his revenge. At Mountain Moving Sect's Soul Lamp Hall, someone yelled, "Outrageous!" This man, the Mountain Moving Sect's leader, Shiyazi, is in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. He found out that junior brother Ye's lamp has gone out. He couldn't believe that a Foundation establishment elder died in the wilderness. Since he took leadership, nothing like that has ever happened in their sect. Mountain Moving Sect's elder Shifengzi, a mid-stage Foundation establishment, stated that it occurred near Myriad Snake Valley. He speculated that it could be the work of another group from the Snakecatcher sect. Even though they are affiliated with the Snakecatcher sect, there's constant infighting between sects. Snakecatcher sect's elder Chen Dowling replied that the 5 sects under the aegis of the Snakecatcher sect signed a peace agreement before entering the mountain. Even if there's conflict, it is still between the disciples. He stated that there's no way they will kill a Foundation establishment elder. Yazi agreed with Brother Dowling. He stated that Dowling traveled all the way to discuss important matters with them, only for such a disaster to occur. He finds it truly shameful. Dowling replied that it's fine since they are in the same boat after all. Yazi pondered that if it wasn't the work of a cultivator, it could have been a demonic beast. Fengzi argued that it's impossible. He shared that Senior Xuanyangzi's clone was also slain in that area. Afterward, they conducted a thorough search within several hundred meters of Myriad Snake Valley, and there was no Foundation establishment-level demonic beast in sight. And even if such a beast did exist, they assumed that with junior brother Ye's abilities, there's no way he wouldn't have been able to escape. Moreover, the corpse was burned rather than devoured. From what they know, it doesn't resemble the work of a demonic beast at all. Yazi was furious. Dowling claimed that he knew who did it. He assumed that it was the demonic black snake. He stated that although it hasn't reached the Foundation establishment realm yet, it's incredibly powerful. Not only does it possess intelligence, but it's also exceptionally cunning. He shared that several of his disciples have fallen to its fangs. He was ashamed to share that he was also a victim, but he was certain that the snake was responsible. Fengzi noticed that Dowling was really worked up. He figured out that what made Dowling take a prohibition pill is related to the demonic snake. He replied that he had heard of the snake before, and since Dowling had fought it firsthand, they pledged to assist him in slaying it. He instructed them to relay the orders to all the disciples and follow him to search the mountain. Whoever finds a lead will be rewarded with 50 spiritual stones. They planned that night to kill that snake and erase the disgrace. Black Yellow heard that, and just as he thought, the Mountain Moving sect is full of hotheads and they won't just let it go. He learned that they will make the move that night, and that they will make a diversion, but he commented that there's no need for that. Black Yellow used blood energy protection. Black Yellow stood in front of Mountain Moving's ancestor, Mu Yao's grave. Since they dared to bully Snaky in return, Black Yellow will dig up their ancestor's tomb. Black Yellow entered the tomb and saw what's inside. He then exclaimed, "Not bad." He opened the coffin and commented how filial the Mountain Moving sect is. It's been so many years since Wu Yao, but they can still preserve him like he's still alive. His ice coffin is also a finest grade spiritual treasure. Black Yellow planned to take everything, but to his surprise, he can't store it. He realized that it could be a cold mechanism. A dragon appeared and roared. After the 3 layers of the defensive arrays now, he's faced with an ice dragon. He was amused with that backup. Black Yellow felt confident and started emitting a dark aura of his own. He knew that there's no tomb that he, the heavenly wandering demon, can't raid. The dragon turned him into ice. Black Yellow got annoyed. Suddenly, a black claw broke out of the ice. Black Yellow was pissed, especially when it's a mere tomb mechanism, yet it dares to dream of becoming a dragon. He scolded it and told it not to be too arrogant. Black Yellow turned into heavenly demon descending dragon. Back then, when he's dominating the scene, the mountain-moving sect was not worth a damn. The disciples eventually noticed the commotion even from a distance. They're worried since the master and the others just set out. If anything happens to the tomb, they can't afford to take responsibility. They turned pale and panicked. They wondered what they should do. They checked and saw that the ancestor was gone. The tomb got raided. They hurriedly sent a message to the master and the others. They questioned Dao Ling if his compass really works, since they have been searching the entire mountain for 2 hours. Dao Ling replied that it shouldn't be the case unless the snake has escaped to thousands of miles away. But they thought it was impossible, since even for them, it will take 5 to 6 hours if he wants to reach thousands of miles away, let alone a snake. If that's not the case, they speculated that it must have used some kind of anti-tracking method or array. They noticed a burning smell and saw a weird light in the distance. They decided to take a look. Back at the cave, Snakey is glowing brightly. He's breaking through the 7th level of Qi refinement. Wolf King was amazed with Snakey. Snakey broke through the late stages of Qi refinement. He deemed him to be strong. Snakey humbly replied that he's not good, as they say. But now that they have mentioned it, Snakey noticed that the golden scales have covered half of his body. If he keeps breaking through, he wonders if his entire body will be covered with golden scales. In the background, Snowy blushed as she held Snakey's old skin and wondered what happened. Suddenly, they heard someone calling for the demon snake to come out and die since he dared to slay the disciples of the mountain-moving sect. Wolf King was about to report that there's someone, but Snakey immediately held his mouth and shushed him. From the sound, Snakey anticipated that there's still a distance. The divine consciousness also can't find anyone. Snakey speculated that they are trying to trick them. The old dog had set up an array for them, so Snakey trusts that it should be dependable enough. He told them to wait and see, and if it doesn't work, they will have to fight for their life. Again, Snowy couldn't help but blush. Yazi expected that the light was from their current location, but he's confused since there's no movement at all. He ordered everyone to search the place. But suddenly, a bird arrived. It's an emergency summoning from the sect. When he read it and learned that the ancestor's tomb was raided, he was furious. He immediately ordered everyone to return to the mountain with him. Black Yellow watched them from the tree, and he finds it funny that they scurried back home. He even wanted to disgrace them further by throwing Wu Yao's corpse into the snake catcher sect's toilet. Black Yellow also thought of refining Wu Yao into a puppet. He thought it would be interesting. Unfortunately, he still hasn't gotten his hand on the Heavenly Puppet Sect's 3rd level technique. If he knew that would happen, he should have gone to the Heavenly Sect Puppet Sect to take one back in that year. He expected no one would say no to him since he's famous. Even the Divine Puppet Sect headquarters must submit to him, not to mention the Heavenly Puppet Sect. When they arrived at the tomb, someone yelled loudly. Yazi expressed that it was unfilial. He asked who could have stolen the coffin. Back in that year, their ancestor was an expert in the Golden Core realm. The man is halfway into the nascent soul, and to dare to steal his corpse, they assume that the opponent is at least a cultivator in the Golden Core realm. A disciple asked why a Golden Core cultivator would do that. But other than a Golden Core cultivator, they believe that it won't be possible to break into the 3 layers of array and not get killed. Dao Ling asked why nothing happened to the other sects, and only the Moving Mountain sect got into trouble. And just when the disciples went out, Fengzi asked what he meant. Dao Ling told him not to be angry, as he was just analyzing who did it. He explained that there's too much coincidence left since they just left, and the ancestor's tomb got raided immediately. He believes that the opponent chose this method most likely to seek revenge or to stand up for the demon snake. Dao Ling asked them if they knew that the demon snake still had a black dog companion. He shared that it once dug around graves and stole corpses in the village at the bottom of the mountain. Yazi ordered a bounty on the demon snake and the black demon dog. Those who will find clues will receive 100 spiritual stones. Those who will kill them will receive 200 spiritual stones. And no matter what, they need to get back their ancestors. Black Yellow returned expecting that everyone was already healed. He yelled at them to pack their stuff and come with him at once. Black Yellow announced that he found another cave suitable for cultivating a few hundred miles away. Snakey appeared while sticking close to Snowy and the Wolf King. Snakey reasoned that there are people from the mountain moving sect out there. Black Yellow assured him that they all got drawn away. Snakey was surprised to hear that. He asked him how he had done it. Meanwhile, Snowy was love-struck thinking that Snakey was on top of her. Black Yellow replied that he will tell them the details on the way. If they don't leave at once, those people might return. Black Yellow didn't forget to collect the spoils. When Black Yellow looked up, he was confused since they weren't there anymore. Upon hearing that the moving mountain sect is going back, those 3 immediately bolted. He asked them if they even knew the way. He told them not to run around. Black Yellow called them to wait for him. Few hours later, at Phoenix Perch Mountain, Black Yellow claimed that it's the place. He already set up the array. He encouraged everyone to get some rest for that night. Wolf King told him that he's good at looking for caves. Snowy expressed that the place feels similar to the Myriad Snake Valley, and she likes it. She wants to plant the snake fruit tree again. The next day, Black Yellow threw a snake on the ground. It looked like Snaky. Black Yellow told Snaky that he fixed the snake clone for him. Snaky thanked him, but he noticed the weird eyes. Snaky brought out the 3 storage bags. Black Yellow replied that he'll go for a walk. Snaky told him that there's no need, and he can have one. Snaky told him that if it wasn't for the snake that he made, Snaky won't be able to win. Black Yellow resisted and uttered that he didn't even provide any help. He told Snaky to take it all. But his actions are the opposite. He reached out his hand at the back and used gravity technique. Snaky encouraged him to come quickly. So, the 4 of them split the spoils. Black Yellow called them to check their spiritual roots. He told them that the path of cultivation is a lifelong matter, so they can't mess around. He started with Snowy. He told her to put her tail on the orb. She was surprised. Snaky urged her. Black Yellow told her that Snaky said that she's interested in refining pills. If she can refine pills, then they will be in good fortune in the future. Snowy placed her tail on the orb and it started reacting. Black Yellow was surprised. A strong green aura started coming out from the orb. It showed a single attribute, top-tier wood spiritual root. It is an innate sacred body for pill refinement. This level of talent is rare, even among humans. It is 1 in a million. Major sects would fight over someone like that. Black Yellow told Snaky that he's lucky because he will never run out of pills. Snowy and Wolf King had no idea what's happening because Black Yellow started whispering to Snaky. Black Yellow told him that if a human girl possesses a pure wood spiritual root, she's almost always a beauty. He added that if Snowy gains a human form, they could imagine how many cultivators she could enchant. Snaky blushed. Snaky immediately gave Snowy wood element techniques and a jade slip-on pill refinement. Snowy thanked him. Snowy, while blushing, asked how she would call him. Lord Sir or husband? Snaky was speechless. He blushed and yelled at Black Yellow, asking what kind of weird memories he passed on to her. Black Yellow looked smug as he replied that it's just common knowledge and there was nothing to fuss about. And Black Yellow brought up that Snaky had shared some intimacy with her before gaining sentience. Wolf King butts in and tells Snaky that Snowy should call him husband since it sounds more affectionate. Snaky yelled at him to shut up. Snowy called him husband while rubbing his head on his face. Snaky told her not to call him husband. He wanted her to call him Snaky instead. Since she will call him Snaky, she asked if she can be called Snowy, and Snaky agreed. At this point, Snaky is red as a tomato. Wolf King asked if he's worthy of a name. He suggested Wolfie. Black Yellow replied that it sounded terrible and named him Husky instead. Wolf King asked if there's no other option. Black Yellow told him to shut up and it was his turn. He placed a paw on the orb and it showed blue, red, and yellow colors. Husky was pleased to know that he has a 3-colored top-tier spiritual root. Black Yellow stated that it's metal, fire, water. Since it's a 3-attribute mix, it's not great. He explained that the more elements one has, the weaker their affinity. A jack of all trades, master of none. Husky felt sad about it and Snowy comforted him. Meanwhile, Snaky was excited for his turn. He touched the orb and it showed many colors. Then it shoots up power towards the ceiling. Snaky got alarmed. Husky covered Snowy from the debris, while saying that it's too extreme. Black Yellow told Snaky to move his tail quickly, since the crystal ball can't handle it anymore. Snaky and Husky got blasted away. Snaky asked if that was a 7-colored mixed spiritual root. He can't believe that his aptitude is even worse than Husky. Black Yellow explained that although Snaky's roots are mixed, their quality is extremely high, especially his earth spiritual root. Even top tier isn't enough to describe it. Black Yellow admitted that it freaked him out since he had never seen anything like it before. But thinking back on Snacky's speed of learning, it all makes sense. Snaky decided that since his earth spiritual root is the best, he'll focus on earth attribute techniques in the future. Black Yellow is the only one left, so Snaky asked him if he isn't going to test him. Black Yellow showed a dark purple with ominous lightning coming from it. From the elements, metal, wood, fire, water, earth, wind, thunder, he doesn't think that he's in any of the 5 elements and 7 essences. Snaky asked him if he doesn't have any spiritual roots. Or maybe the one he has is a dark spiritual root. Upon hearing about the dark spiritual root, Black Yellow grinned. He expressed that he liked the sound of that. He told Snaky that he regained some of his strength. Because of that, he will be entering seclusion for a while to break through. He asked Snaky if he could leave the food and security in his hands. Snaky replied that there's some food in the storage bag. And as for security, he stated that as long as they don't run into cultivators above Foundation establishment, they should be fine. 1 month later, someone used earth-piercing strike and a huge spike came from the ground. It was snaky. He then tried Earth Flowing Wall. Our boy is slowly mastering all the elements now. An earthbender avatar. He didn't expect to succeed on his first try. It made him curious on which is stronger, his spike or his wall. The spike broke the wall, which made Snaky conclude that it is stronger. After that, the rocks glowed, and it enveloped Snaky as he used earth armor. Although Earth Flowing Wall can't withstand it alone, Earth Flowing Wall combined with earth armor should do the trick. There are 16 earth techniques in total. Snaky focused on mastering 1 offensive and 2 defensive ones first. If he faced a Foundation Establishment cultivator again, he may not win, but he should be able to escape. While his techniques are improving, his cultivation isn't progressing much. He used up all his minor nourishment pills and high-grade beast meat. He had to think of a way to get more meat. He wondered how Snowy's pill refinement training was going. Snowy was determined to refine a minor nourishment pill for her husband, but when Snaky saw her toss random herbs together, it made him doubtful. He planned to let Husky test the pill first, since he had a bad feeling about it. He decided to return home. We then see Husky was on the corner and scared, and it all because Snowy wanted him to try the pills that she made. Just from the looks of it, you guys already know that it's dangerous. Husky could only howl. He sought help. Snowy asked him what happened. Husky replied that the pill is poison. Snaky saw that while he's hiding behind the bush. Seeing that effect, he thought that he should go hunt for spiritual beasts instead. Then, our MC found these huge ass mammoths. His eyes twinkled upon seeing how big they were. Those elephants are not bad. Except for infants and pregnant female elephants, even the weakest is in the 3rd level of spiritual awareness realm. Just one of them would last them several days, especially the leader. Snaky assumed that it's a demonic best in the 9th level of spiritual awareness. He expected it to be an amazing source of nourishment. Snaky got alarmed when he heard footsteps of a human. He wondered who it was. These are men in their 20s to 30s. One of them is Hua Yuntian, one of Xuan Yangzi's direct disciples. He is at an early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Snaky panicked at the sight of them. He thought they were snake catchers from the Carefree sect. He was surprised to know that they don't even spare elephants. Snaky decided to go down and have a look. He used puppet technique. Those men were happy to see so many mammoths. Their expectations of Master Ye, the esteemed master's direct disciple, were met. Yuntian replied, "Of course. The elephant tusk is a precious item. If they sculpt it into precious jade and give it to the ladies from the Purple Cloud sect, they will love them. And with that present, it will be a breeze to ask those ladies for dual cultivation." Suddenly, the mammoth started running. It even howled loudly. The mammoths attacked the humans. The humans determined the leader. Yuntian ordered to set up the array and not let any of those mammoths escape. A blue crystal was then planted on the ground. They used a technique called Extermination Great Array. It zapped those mammoths. But it was a useless struggle, especially with Yuntian's spear. He hit several of them, even a baby. The mammoths cried loudly. For Snaky, it was too much. He commented that these cultivators are making them extinct. Mammoths are hit one after another. But they still tried to protect their offspring. Snaky couldn't tolerate it anymore. He had to find a way to help them. He needs to at least protect the pregnant mother and the children, or else they won't be able to eat in the future. But the snake catchers have too many people, so Snaky can't afford to be reckless. Otherwise, once he becomes the target, he's afraid that he won't be able to protect himself. He needs to wait for a foolproof opportunity. Yuntian was impressed that a mammoth can still stand even with the injuries. He realized that those elephants are resistant to injury. Strong attacks might not be as easy to entrap and eliminate. Someone reported that the array can't hold off any longer. The elephants are not stopping even after getting injured. They kept clashing the barrier. Yuntian talked to the leader of the elephant, and if it could understand him, he's requesting for a tusk. Then he can consider letting them live. He tries to persuade it by saying that it should think about the children. The leader smiled. It roared loudly, and the elephants came running out since the array was broken. A few mother elephants and children have escaped. Yuntian stated that since it refused to take the easy way, they will do it the hard way. Since the elephant wants to leave behind its bloodline, Yuntian decided to cut off its roots first. The elephant swats away Yuntian's sword. Yuntian was surprised. The elephant was provoked. Yuntian called it a scum. Yuntian ordered Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Wu to go chase after the escaped one. Then he ordered others to follow him and kill those scums. Snaky saw the chance. There's 1/9 of the level QE refinement and 2 6th levels of the QE refinement. He used Earth Traversal technique and decided to kill these 3 that are slightly weaker first. A mammoth cried out in pain. But these humans won't just let them go, but they keep struggling. The cultivator reported to his senior brother Jang that the child can't run anymore. Jang saw that as an opportunity and told the guys to stay behind, then they will divide the loot with the same old rule. Jang attacked those elephants, which he called little scums. He claimed that a little husk is also not bad. Snaky knew its time. A bright yellow spell appeared on the side. He used the chance when the man was attacking the elephant. Snaky used earth-piercing strike. It severed the body of the man in half. The other two men were surprised. They didn't expect that there were other enemies. They asked what they should do. The other man suggested that they run instead of risking their lives for something like that. He ordered to activate all the Gale talisman and run. They planned to quickly report to Yuntian, or the man they call Uncle Master Hua. Snaky set it up an ambush so no one will be able to escape. The lizard fired a beam at the man's thigh. The man screamed in pain, while the other one asked what happened. When they looked up at the trees, they saw several more laser beams ready to be fired. It was fired simultaneously and they couldn't evade it. It's a puzzle to them why there are traps. Then, another lizard puppet's head popped from the ground, and he fired straight into the man's face. They were roasted to death. Snaky told them that they deserve it. He used gravity technique to collect their items. He was successful in obtaining a storage bag and saving the mother elephants and children. He decided to continue to wait and see whether there's any cultivators that move alone. He took a tooth and commented that just for that, those men are stupid. After some time, the mammoth laid there on the ground. Yuntian was relieved that it finally settled down. One of the disciples is impressed by how big the tusk is. Yuntian wondered as to why those three idiots aren't coming back yet. He expected that with their cultivation, they should be done in 30 minutes. Yet, it has been an hour already. He ordered one of the disciples to go and have a look. Yuntian speculated that they had pocketed the money and ran away. Suddenly, they heard someone scream and Yuntian saw the earth-piercing strike. He thought it's the mountain moving sect, but he knew that it shouldn't be. He activated Divine Consciousness Sweep and yelled at the enemy to come out. Snaky watched Yuntian scan the area. He noticed that Yuntian's Divine Consciousness is only around 300 meters. It's much weaker than Haichuan. He wondered if it was because this man is young. It seemed that even as a fellow Foundation establishment, there's a big difference. Snaky is now certain that the man is truly weak or he's just acting. Snaky knew he can't be careless. Yuntian is actually 17 years old. Yuntian is angry. He used shadow-revealing sand. But there was nothing. He ordered everyone to stop attacking and activate defense, and he warned them to beware of the ground. The disciples used defensive techniques such as carefree armor and golden bell shield. One of them saw that two elephants were running away. Yuntian orders the man to ignore it because someone is ambushing them. Snaky was entertained that they are nervous. He decided to hit them with a feint. Yuntian noticed something was emerging from the ground. He threw his spear at it. He used gravity technique to inspect it and saw that it was just a puppet. It made him curious who this enemy is for being able to use puppet technique, then earth-piercing strike. They heard a loud noise. It was followed by spikes emerging from the ground and hitting the disciples. Yuntian realized that the movement earlier was a feint. He commented that it's despicable and shameless. He told them to stop hiding if they have the guts. He challenged them to come out and fight him. Snaky was chilling underground. In his head, what Yuntian is saying is such a joke. He reasoned that if one can fight others in the dark, there's no sense in fighting face to face. Suddenly, he felt an earthquake. The disciple screamed out loud as fire engulfed his body. Then someone came and asked if they were the culprit. A gigantic mammoth appeared, and it is mad that they attacked his heir. This mammoth has flames coming out from his body. This is the leader named Man Jin, and he is at the perfect Foundation establishment realm. The disciples ran and screamed that it's bad since it's a demon in the Foundation establishment realm. The mammoth chased after them. It was Snaky's first time seeing a great demon in the Foundation establishment realm. It was even riding a cloud. He was amazed, and it helped him out big time. By the look of its aura, Snaky speculated that it should at least be a late stage of the Foundation establishment, maybe even the perfected Foundation establishment. But its speed is just so-so. On the other hand, the Snake Catcher sect runs fast. Snaky decided to help delay them. That way, he can also practice a little more. He used earth-piercing strike, and it made Yuntian lose his balance. Yuntian cursed that the person hiding in the dark strikes again. He vowed to rip apart that person. Jin has no idea who is helping him, but he will remember that favor. He wished for the thief to die. Jin used earth-shattering, mountain-stomping feet. Yuntian knew he couldn't make it in time, so he decided to go all out. He used water curtain celestial splendor. Its aim is to shroud the sky and block the sun. Jin finds that water a cheap trick. Yuntian was hit, and he crashed on the ground. He knew that if it continues, he'd die for sure. Yuntian thought it was a huge loss this time. He deployed the reincarnation pendant. Snakey saw that the Foundation establishment snake catcher had run out of his earth-piercing spikes attack range. He decided that it would be better for him to not involve too much on the level of battle. And as for the elephants, except for the female and some children, only 2 of them got away. He pitied them that they all almost died. With that Foundation establishment elephant there, it's quite risky for Snakey to eat the dead elephant, but saw one that is still breathing. He told the elephant not to be afraid since he won't eat it. Snakey decided that since he already helped them out, he'll continue to do it until the end. He opened a jar and offered it a small essence restoration pill to eat. 30 minutes later, the huge mammoth is back. He immediately rushed to aid the injured one. He was relieved that it was still alive. He encouraged it to lie down first because the injuries are severe. Then he saw the bottle of the pill. Then he noticed the technique from before. He put the 2 incidents together, and it made him burst into tears. He thanked the benefactor for his help in protecting his children. He is truly grateful. He expressed that the benefactor would come out and accept his thanks. Snakey decided to leave, since if he accepts his thanks, he won't have the resolve to face and eat them in the future. He just hides and runs, but he couldn't help but be impressed with Jin. Jin killed that Foundation establishment snake catcher in just 30 minutes. A normal demon beast doesn't have enough intelligence. They don't know how to erase the storage bag's imprint, so they won't collect. It dawned on Snakey to loot the corpse and pick up the leftovers. But he was cautious since the man could just be acting dead and has a trump card. With that, Snakey just left and decided not to be greedy. 3 days later, Yuntian woke up. It took him 3 days for his body to reform. That made him angry at the old beast. He was relieved that he deployed the reincarnation pendant ahead of time and barely managed to stay alive. A mist appeared in front of him, and a holographic image of Yuntian's master appeared and asked him if he's awake. Yuntian asked his master if the despicable person appeared. His master replied that it has been 3 days since Yuntian faked his death, and no one appeared. He gave that person 9 marks for being so calculating. Yuntian was surprised that it made him cough. His master gave him 0 marks for his mental resilience. But his master didn't say more since Yuntian is heavily injured. He decided to send him to the Purple Cloud sect to heal his wound. Yuntian could only say yes to his master. A few hours later, we see a bright light while someone casted a spell to break through the 8 levels of spiritual awareness. It was Snakey. He is frustrated that it isn't working. Although the minor QE replenishing pill he obtained helped him cultivate up to the 7th level of spiritual awareness, reaching the 8th level is still far for him. Snakey wanted to reach the Foundation establishment realm soon. He's curious if he would be able to soar the skies if he'll be able to do that. He decided to ask Black Yellow about it later. He wondered what changes would come after he reached the Foundation establishment. He saw something explode again. He assumed that there's 3 of them. Someone coughed as he was burnt. He complained that it was so suffocating, and regretted that Snowy learned to refine a pill. Wolf King blames Black Yellow since it was Black Yellow who told Snowy that she has an innate sacred body perfectly suited for pill refinement. Black Yellow defended that he didn't say anything wrong since Snowy had a single attribute top-tier spiritual root. But he questioned where they went wrong. He had never seen that kind of talent before. The cauldron has a 100% chance of exploding when refining pills. It doesn't matter how carefully he guides her. When she does it, it just blows up. He's frustrated since it's the 5th explosion for that day, and if it continues, the cave will collapse. Wolf King remembered that Snowy succeeded once. He narrated that she gave him one of the pills to try, though it was nothing but poison. Black Yellow replied that the pills that she made before were undercooked, and Wolf King was just lucky to survive after eating one. Snowy was crying as she expressed that she just succeeded in refining a pill. Black Yellow told her to take it out and he will check. He was confused with the smell and shape. He asked what kind of pill it was. Snowy replied that it's a minor chi replenishing pill. Snakey had asked her to refine it for him, and it was her first successful attempt. Snakey uttered that no matter how he looks at it, the black lumpy thing doesn't resemble chi replenishing pill at all. Black Yellow suggested that since it was Snakey who told her to make it, he should be the first one to try it. To guilt-trip him further, he told Snakey not to let Snowy's hard work go to waste. Snakey refused it, saying that he's just a humble disciple, and his master should take it instead. Black Yellow teased him that it's too late for him to call him master. Then, he encouraged Snakey to try it since he needs it more than he does. Snowy was under the impression that her pill is popular, and that made her happy. She assured them that she will make more so everyone can have some. They simultaneously responded, "No need." Black Yellow remembered that they still have an ally. Snakey thought about Husky. Husky ran away while saying that even if he's not talented, he's not stupid. Black Yellow ordered him to go catch 2 demonic beasts since that was the only option they have for now. 1 hour later, Husky brought back an annoyed monkey and fish. Black Yellow determined that those beasts are in the second and third level of spiritual awareness, and that's enough. He tested a small dose on the second level first. The fish immediately glowed. They saw it already broke through the third level. But they realized it's actually at fourth level already, and it's still breaking through. Black Yellow stated that the pill is effective, and it's really a minor QI replenishing pill. Snaky was impressed that just a little chunk had that much power. He couldn't imagine if someone had swallowed the entire pill. Black Yellow uttered that it was as expected of a single attribute top-tier wood spiritual root. It's a genius in pill refining. He boasted that his judgment was right. Snowy looked proud and touched that she's called a genius. But they noticed something wasn't right. Snaky asked what happened to the fish. To their surprise, the fish grew legs. And it ran away. Snaky stated that the fish had evolved. Black Yellow corrected him that it was a mutation. The fish became a monster. Snaky was relieved that the monkey was too shocked to run. Black Yellow saw that it fainted. He instructed them to feed the rest of the pill to the monkey. He told the monkey that it will increase its cultivation, so he should swallow it. The monkey emits blinding light. At that point, the demon monkey's transformation went beyond Snaky's understanding. It's like it underwent the evolution of the apes. It stood upright, almost like a human. Charles Darwin would have pissed his pants seeing this. Snaky and Black Yellow felt overwhelmed that it just broke through 5 levels in a row and reached the 8th level of spiritual awareness in an instant. What's shocking to Black Yellow is that it turned into a human, but then it fell flat on its face. Snaky asked why it isn't moving anymore. Black Yellow explained that the energy is so overwhelming that it went into key deviation and died. Snaky was shocked to hear that. Snowy apologized and explained that she didn't do it on purpose. She didn't know that it would kill someone. Snaky told her not to be silly since they caught the monkey to eat it in the first place. Black Yellow uttered that Snowy followed every step correctly, but the results are insane. From the ingredients to the refining process, everything was right, but the effects are completely unpredictable. And the way the monkey died was familiar to Black Yellow. Snaky smelled something. He sniffed Snowy, and it made her blush. She asked if she smelled weird to him. Snaky told her that she smells nice, but there's something off. He asked her what cultivation technique she learned. She replied that it was called Heavenly Devil Art. Upon hearing that, Black Yellow got nervous. He forgot to deal with that when he helped her gain intelligence. The Heavenly Devil Art is only suitable for a demonic fiend's body like his. He had never seen a single attribute, top-tier spiritual root, cultivated before. Black Yellow told Snowy to try to circulate her technique. Then he instructed Snaky to get away from her. Snowy did as she was told, and she released spiky vines around her. It was the Heavenly Devil Art merged with the wood spiritual root. Black Yellow had never seen true ki like that before. It made him conclude that the case is solved. It must be the reason why Snowy's pills are so bizarre. Snowy asked if she can still refine pills in the future. Black Yellow replied that she's really talented, so he advised against it. Snaky, on the other hand, told her not to listen to the old dog. He encouraged her to practice if she likes it, and they just needed to find some human cultivators to test on them. He's positive that it will work out eventually. He gave her a new cauldron and ingredients. Snowy was touched that it brought tears into her eyes. Upon seeing that, Snaky got flustered. Black Yellow told Snaky that since he's the one who let her refine pills, he should be the one to eat everything she makes. Snaky questioned why it had to be him when he just comforted a girl. Then, Black Yellow asked Snaky if needs some pills. He knew a way to get plenty of minor chi replenishing pills. He stated that it will be enough for Snaky to cultivate until he reaches perfection of the spiritual awareness, maybe even further. Snaky asked if it's enough to reach the Foundation establishment. Black Yellow replied that it's possible. Snaky asked if he'll be able to soar in the sky once he reaches the Foundation establishment. Black Yellow laughed at what he's imagining. He clarified that Foundation establishment beats don't fly. Snaky was confused because he saw Jin had done that. He lost interest on that topic and instead asked what Black Yellow was planning. Black Yellow suggested robbing a sex pill refining hall. He opened a map of the Purple Mist sect. He told Snaky not to ask where he got it. He pointed at the pill refining room. Then he asked Snaky if he dared to do it. Snaky inquired on when they will make a move. Black Yellow replied, "Tonight." Once night fell, he planned to empty the pill refining hall of the sect. This place is the Purple Mist sect, the very same one where Yuntian was asked to do his recovery. Purple Cloud sect, one of the 4 big sects under the Snake Catcher sect. They only accept female disciples. Their power is the same as the 3 other sects. But this sect has a huge characteristic, which is overly proud. From disciples to elders, they exude an air or arrogance. The reason is because every female cultivator in the Purple Cloud sect has a beautiful appearance, and they have a dual cultivation technique called Purple Cloud Technique. If one has a dual cultivation with them, their cultivation will increase. This causes them to have a lot of admirers. As long as they mention it, there will be people who offer all kinds of precious treasures and spiritual beasts to them. Even if it is a disciple from Snake Catcher sect, they also often try to please them. Because for the Purple Cloud sect technique, both parties must be willing. It cannot be forced. Only them will have the best effect. If the female cultivator harbors resentment, with a little bit of hints, they can immediately make the male cultivator go into key deviation. This is the domineering power of the Purple Cloud technique. At the Purple Cloud sect night backyard, someone informed Chunhua of the treasure he risked his life to search for her. The man begs him to do dual cultivation with her. This woman named Chunhua called the gift a trash. She added that a toad dares to lust after a swan's flesh. She told him to beg Kaiwa instead. Black Yellow uttered that Snaky now knew why they rarely see people from the Purple Cloud outside. Snaky asked why. Black Yellow explained that as long as they ask for treasures, people automatically come to them. Snaky commented that it's an amazing technique. The Purple Cloud technique's creator is astonishing and brilliant. Black Yellow forgot to tell Snaky earlier that the creator is a guy. Snaky was surprised. Black Yellow shared that the creator used to be a male, but Black Yellow doesn't know what method he used to become a female cultivator. After that, he created a dual cultivation. And as for what happens next, Black Yellow decided not to tell Snaky since it might ruin his state of mind. Snaky replied that he's not interested anyway. What he wants to know is how they are going to enter the barrier. Because Black Yellow previously said that Purple Cloud Sect's barrier is not ordinary. It can only be breached from the inside. Black Yellow replied that it's simple to deal with them. Black Yellow told Snaky to look at him, and he used color-changing powder and body-shrinking pill. Black Yellow became a cute, white, fluffy dog. He showed his leg to Snaky and invited him to bite the snow-white leg. Snaky yelled that it was too disgusting, and his eyes had been defiled. He chomped on the leg. Black Yellow scolded him because he told him to do it gently. Black Yellow was in pain, but he managed to order Snaky to take out a big lizard to act together with him. Then Snaky will wait outside and wait for the news from Black Yellow. Snaky replied, "Okay." At the Purple Cloud sect main gate, two beautiful women heard a dog howling. They were intrigued, so they decided to check. Black Yellow acted pitiful and overpowered by a lizard. The woman called her sister Nuan and pointed out that the demon beast lizard is bullying the white dog. Deep inside, Black Yellow is cursing Snaky for beating him up for real. The women rushed to the dog and made the lizard stop. The lizard ran away. A woman grabbed the white dog and commented that it's a pitiful one. Not only did it get bullied, it's also injured. They decided to bring it back and properly treat it. Snaky was puzzled that they brought Black Yellow in just like that. He couldn't believe it actually works when those two cultivators don't seem that weak either. The woman cuddled the dog, pitying it for being afraid because it kept moving around. But with Black Yellow's grin, it looked like he had other intentions for moving around while cuddled on the woman's boobie. Snaky identified that the women are at least in the middle stage of the QE refinement realm. He was confused as to how they are tricked so easily. Snaky thought if it's just that simple, then he could do it too. He decided to use a snake puppet that Black Yellow made for him to try. A woman heard a noise, then it saw the lizard attacking the snake. Snaky assumed that if those women saw a huge lizard bullying him, they would pity the small snake and would help him. But he was surprised when a sword hit the ground near the snake puppet. The woman was hostile. One woman expressed that the demon snake is disgusting, so they should kill it immediately. They saw the lizard and found it disgusting, so they wanted to kill it too. Snaky panicked. The lizard and snake puppet ran. He was confused as to why they saved the dog, but not the snake. Black Yellow was nervous and annoyed at this idiot for doing that, when he doesn't even have fur on his body. It was funny because even so, Snaky tried to act cute. Black Yellow knew they shouldn't cause a big commotion. He barked and ran. The woman interpreted it as the dog getting scared. Black Yellow used an invisible talisman and ran. In his head, the woman didn't know how to hug, so it was uncomfortable. The woman called her senior sister and said that the dog is gone. She asked her to look for it together. She's worried because the dog is injured, so it shouldn't move around, and since it was wounded, she assumed that it shouldn't have run too far. After a while, they still couldn't find it. They assumed that maybe it got eaten by those few spiritual cats. The senior sister told the junior sister that it has been fated, and they can't do anything further. Black Yellow used Jade Plate Release. Then he informed Snaky that he had broken all the purple cloud sect's restraining array, and the gap can only withstand for 1 hour. He ordered Snaky to quickly come by, following the sound transmission's direction from underground. Snaky went as fast as he could. He couldn't help but comment that the old dog is dependable this time. He replied that he's coming. Snaky arrived, and Black Yellow showed him a map and pointed where the purple cloud sect stores their pills. There are 3 places, one in the outer sect pill room, one in the inner sect pill room, and one in the place where the disciples exchange their treasures, and that is the Purple Cloud Pavilion. The pills in the outer sect pill room are all middle to low-grade pills. Inner sect pill room has upper-grade pills. It's the main place where they refine minor chi replenishing pills. Later, they will go to the inner pill room first, then they will go to the Purple Cloud Pavilion using the minor teleportation array. Snaky knew that the old dog's target was not the pills, but the Purple Cloud Pavilion's treasures. Snaky didn't pay attention to it that much since they are already in there. He reasoned that it's good to steal more. There was a silhouette of a female cultivator on top of a male cultivator, and the female moaned and screamed, "I'm coming! Help! I can't take it anymore!" Snaky was confused, so he asked if a female cultivator was getting killed. Black Yellow explained that the woman is just feeling happy. He commented that her screams are making his fist hard. Snaky was clueless. He probed as to why the woman is calling for help when she's happy, and he also asked why Snaky's fist is getting hard. Black Yellow replied that Snaky is 1 step away from full enlightenment. Again, Snaky doesn't understand. Black Yellow told him that it's nothing, and he was just praising him, since the male cultivators are going to get sucked up dry sooner or later and get thrown away. Black Yellow gave Snaky a piece of advice, and that was, a simp won't meet a good end. Snaky asked, "Simp?" Simp in Chinese is dog. Black Yellow reacted that he's not that, in the bedroom that they just passed by. There was a heavy panting. The naked man and woman cuddled. The man told the woman named Yin Ling that he's thankful. Yin Ling's cheeks were flushed, and she looked like she enjoyed herself. The man uttered that if it wasn't because she has dual cultivation with him and gave him the Foundation Establishment pill, he wouldn't recover so fast. The man was the young master Hua. Yinling told him that he's too polite. She told him that they are going to become Dao companions soon, so there's no need for him to be so formal. Moreover, the Foundation Establishment pill was given to her by a simp. Hua was thinking about another thing, though. He vowed that once he's fully recovered, he will definitely find that creepy thief and kill him to release his hatred. Snaky felt the killing intent. He was confused as to why he felt a familiar but dangerous aura. Black Yellow noticed that Snaky had gotten better. Snaky was confused as to what he meant. Black Yellow told him that it was unexpected that Snaky noticed. Right beside the guest room above them is the pill-making inner room. The scent of the minor chi replenishing pill has seeped to the ground. And he addressed that as for danger, that's because there's 2 elders guarding there. One in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, and another in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Black Yellow planned for them to move separately. Snaky will be making a commotion above there and attract one of them. Then Black Yellow will deal with the other one. Then, after they are done taking the pills, they will move to the teleportation array and meet up. Snaky asked what kind of commotion. Black Yellow told him that it can be anything. He can kill someone or destroy a room, as long as it can attract the attention of a Foundation establishment. Though, Black Yellow advised not to overdo it. It will be enough as long as Snaky can make a distraction, but not cause a big commotion. Snaky scoffed, but he agreed. He was thinking of going up and taking a look anyway. He was sure that familiar aura earlier is definitely not a minor key replenishing pill. Snaky knew that it was a weakened cultivator who just reached the Foundation establishment realm who's unstable. Then he felt something. He saw Yuntian and realized that he's not dead yet. Snaky thought about why he just reached the Foundation establishment realm and speculated that it's because he was hurt previously and just recovered. At this point, Yuntian and the lady were just chatting. Snaky knows that Yuntian has a grudge on him. It made Snaky plan to take Yuntian's life at that moment while he's in a weakened state. Snaky inspected and found out that the layer above is the toughest stone layer. Even if the earth-piercing spike can pierce through it, it won't be fast enough. The commotion will be big too, and he will easily get noticed. At that moment, he can clearly hear them talking, and because of that, he can sense their location. He estimated that he's less than 10 meters away from them. At that distance, using the golden scale to assassinate him is the most appropriate act. Someone knocked on the door and looked for Lady Ling. Snaky sensed it was another male cultivator. Snaky speculated that they would have 3-way cultivation. Snaky finds it weird, so he decided to observe for now. Besides, he's not that confident that he can take all 3 of them out at once. He sensed that the third person's aura isn't weak, it's even stronger than Yuntian's, but he still hasn't reached the foundation establishment realm yet. This person is the mountain-moving sex intersect disciple, Xiaoqiu, and he perfected Qi refinement realm. He told Lady Ling that he heard that she wasn't feeling well before, so he brought her supplements that he brewed himself, and it took a few hours. Ling replied that he can just put it on the door, then he can leave. Chu asked if there's someone else in the room. Ling replied that it's the young master Hua, and he's teaching her some techniques. The man replied that the young master sure is working hard. He inquired if the young master's injuries are getting better. A woman outside laughed and commented that she had never seen such a simp before. It was unprecedented that he's asking if his love rival's body is getting better. She knew him to be a genius, but he's still simping on Lady Ling even when he knew that she's just using her. Chu informed Ling that he'll place it by the door. The women who gossiped uttered that Cho is just shameless. She heard that he even gave away his own foundation establishment pill for Ling. They called him stupid, since Ling wasn't even unwell and the supplement is just going to end up in Yuntian's hands. Snaky heard that and realized that it's what the simp that the old dog talked about. Snaky understood that nothing good ever comes from being a simp. He wished for this man to leave and not get in the way of his work. The woman outside told Chow that she felt sorry for him. She invited him to her place instead. Chow told her to scram. The woman replied that he's unappreciative. That's why it's no wonder that he'll always be a coward. They even told him that since Yuntian doesn't have any strength left, he should just go in and push him. Snaky knew the guy was gone, and he found his chance. He released his golden scale to kill. Yuntian was surprised. Ling asked what happened. Yuntian sensed the killing intent. He moved while yelling, "Watch out!" The spike appeared from Yuntian's legs. He screamed loudly. His peepee was always hit. Ling cried out loud because her arm was hit. Snaky used gravity technique and thrust. Yuntian covered his body with his aura. Snaky expected that the power of the scales weakened after turning around. Yuntian checks if Ling is all right. The people outside got curious about the commotion. Ling has a hole in her head. Snaky realized that he can't kill him in one shot. Yuntian had too many treasures on him. The simp from earlier came back too, so he can't attack now. He already caused a commotion, so he decided to get out of there and meet up with Black Yellow. Snaky ran as fast as he could. Chu entered the room and immediately searched for Ling. He saw them naked and Ling hurt. Chu was so angry. Yuntian tried to explain. He told him not to get the wrong idea, and Ling was assassinated. Yuntian questioned the poor timing. Chu accused Yuntian that it was him who killed her. He was mad that he didn't protect her, so it was him who killed her. Chu yelled at him to die. He called him a murderer. The roof collapsed. A woman saw it from outside, and she asked what happened. He yelled at them and called them out for fighting because of jealousy. She told them to stop, and if they really wish to fight, they should go outside and not destroy the sect. This old woman is the Purple Cloud Sect Pill Room's Foundation Establishment Realm, Old Crone Wang Lin. She was surprised to see Yinling. She was enraged that Ling died. Snaky realized that the simp was actually strong. He can fight evenly with Yuntian. That expert from the pill room arrived too, so Snaky knew his mission was done. At the same time, an old woman was wondering why her senior sister hadn't dealt with it yet. She wondered what happened. Black Yellow was lurking. This woman is the Purple Cloud Pavilion Pill Room's Foundation Establishment Realm, Old Crone, Luo Fei. Feo commented that it's too noisy. She blamed the male cultivators for fighting over their sect's disciples. Black Yellow was pleased that Snaky did it. Now it's his turn. He said that it would be a waste not to use such a big, refining cauldron. Fei smelled something. She got worried that the pill burned, but she knew it shouldn't have since she checked all the ingredients and she's keeping an eye on the fire. Then she speculated that senior sister added something again when she wasn't looking. She questioned if the senior sister is secretly researching new pills behind her back. She turned off the fire. Half of her body entered the cauldron since she wanted to see what her sister added. She stated that the old woman hides everything from her. Otherwise, she won't get any credit if it works, and she will take the blame if it fails. Black Yellow pushed the woman inside the cauldron. Fei was surprised. She yelled at who it was. Black Yellow was grateful that he observed in advance and knew about the two old women. With that, he's set to take the pills. He used fireball technique and lit the cauldron. Fei kept screaming on who it was. She yelled to be let out. Black Yellow told her to keep screaming. He shared that there's a fight outside, and no one will come to her aid even if she screams. Snaky appeared. He was surprised to find out that Black Yellow locked the Foundation establishment in the cauldron. Black Yellow told him that they will talk later. For now, they grabbed the stuff first. Snakey was surprised to find that there's so many pills. He exclaimed that they are rich. He kept the pills and brought back the ingredients for Snowy. Black Yellow commented that it's rare to see Snakey being so loud. It made him feel that the trip was worth it. Faye realized that the ones who locked her inside the cauldron are pill-stealing thieves. She vowed to kill them. Snakey replied that he might not have the courage, but he has fireball technique. He increased the flame on the cauldron, which made Faye scream out loud. Black Yellow felt proud of his disciple. Faye used Purple Cloud Golder spell, Burst. Snakey panicked since it's going to explode. Black Yellow asked him what he's panicking for. He told him to go look. The Mystic Yellow Bell covered it up. Snakey was surprised that Black Yellow fixed the Mystic Yellow Bellow that he obtained from the Heavenly Puppet Sect. Black Yellow stated that not only he fixed it, he even strengthened it. They head to the minor teleportation array outside the Purple Cloud Pavilion. But then, a loud bell rang. Snakey panicked. He thought that the old woman escaped from the cauldron. Black Yellow told him that it was the sound of the Mystic Yellow Bell. It's the Purple Cloud Sect's emergency bell. He uttered that it shouldn't be happening, since there's no way that they would notice so quickly. He asked Snakey if Snakey had caused too much commotion. Snakey replied he didn't, that he just killed someone. That was unexpected, but Black Yellow didn't pay attention to it further. Snakey expressed that he had a bad feeling. He told him that they shouldn't go to the Purple Cloud Pavilion and they should just escape. Black Yellow argues that they already arrived at the teleportation array. He spent a lot of spiritual stones and ingredients to set it up. It can pass through the Purple Cloud Pavilion's restraints and teleport over short distances. Their plan was to go to the Purple Cloud Pavilion while everyone's distracted by the pill room. Snakey argues that the bell sound is clearly not what Black Yellow expected, since it came earlier than planned. Snakey emphasized that when one thing goes wrong, everything falls apart. He didn't want to take the risk. Black Yellow asked Snakey if Snakey would just toss him after he had used him. Snakey persuaded Black Yellow to trust him in his judgment. He promised him that if he trusted him, they would leave immediately, and if he doesn't, he will use the puppet beast to accompany him. Black Yellow was annoyed. Then Black Yellow asked him why he thinks that something had gone wrong. He asked him if he had evidence, or if it was just purely intuition. Snakey replied that it was his intuition. Deep down, Black Yellow knows everything has its risks. If there's no risk, there's no point to rob and cultivate. Black Yellow likes that kind of dangerous cultivation path. Never mind a 90% chance, he'd take the risk even with just a 30% chance. This is also the reason why Black Yellow was able to rise from a mortal to the world's top existence. But because of that, Black Yellow had his body destroyed. He went from being the heavenly wandering demon to what he is now. Black Yellow thought that he should learn something from Snakey. He decided to believe Snakey for once. But since the array has been placed, he suggested that they shouldn't waste it. If Snakey is using a puppet, he decided to use one too. They activated the minor teleportation array. Their puppets arrived at the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Black Yellow told Snakey to search for what they need and make it quick. Snakey whined that teleportation made him dizzy. Snakey looked around and saw that each middle-grade minor QE replenishing pill costs 50 contribution points, while an upper-grade minor QE replenishing pill requires 70 contribution points. Then, a foundation establishment pill costs 10,000 contribution points for one. Snakey was amused to find out that everything can be exchanged with contribution points. He uttered that human cultivators have exceptional advantages, unlike the demonic beasts. Meanwhile, Black Yellow struggles getting an item. Snakey asked if he found something. It was an item that Black Yellow left in the past. Black Yellow told Snakey that he released some of the restrictions, and Snakey should take a look if there's anything he wanted, and to grab it quickly. He told Snakey to stop staring at the pills. He suggested a mountain-connecting deep ravine that costs 300,000 contribution points, which is really suitable for Snakey to cultivate. Snakey replied that he's coming. Snakey thought that the pills that they collected in the pill room are enough for him to cultivate until the perfected spirit awareness realm. He knew he'd waste too much time if he got greedy. He decided to take this time to learn some new techniques in case the puppet is unable to bring the Jade Scroll out. Black Yellow saw something. It was a treasure gourd that costs 20 million contribution points. With that amount, he expected it to be a golden core treasure. Black Yellow decided to take the most expensive one, just in case. The restriction was quite hard to release. He struggled. Meanwhile, Snakey felt that his head was getting heavier. He didn't know that Black Yellow was unintentionally stepping on him. He thought his brain was growing. Black Yellow's puppet got the item. Black Yellow noticed that the array is broken. He told Snaky that there was an ambush and to quickly cut the connection. Black Yellow grabbed Snaky and used Earth Traversal technique. Snaky asked what happened when he hadn't finished reading it. Black Yellow replied that someone strong is coming, and that person is in the Golden Core realm, so they had to run. The woman is Purple Cloud Sect's ancestor, He Luohua, and she's in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. She uttered that they are making a fool of themselves by showing her a mere teleportation array. She held with her powers the puppets and asked them what they had come to the Purple Cloud Sect for, but she noticed that they aren't resisting at all. She learned that it was a puppet beast. She got furious that they tricked her. She claimed that no one would be able to leave. She activated the Mountain Protection Array and sealed off all the Purple Cloud Sect's exit. She strictly ordered that not even a mosquito will be let out. Then she called all the disciples to assemble at the plaza. While running away, Snaky expressed that it's too bad that he only managed to read half of the mountain-connecting deep ravine. Black Yellow admitted that he miscalculated, but he was grateful that Snaky is smart, and they only sent a puppet which they can just remake. Snaky remembered that Black Yellow told him that the Golden Core realm won't interfere. Black Yellow replied that no one expected that the Purple Cloud Sect is crazy. He didn't expect to attract the ancestor just by stealing pills. The Golden Core ancestor's lifespan is at their end. Every time they come out, it's consuming their life. By rights, they will only appear when the sect is in great danger. Black Yellow was thinking how close it was. He was thankful that his idea hit him and was able to take the most expensive gourd. If he directly takes the demonic mirror, they will most likely suspect his identity. Black Yellow noticed that something was wrong. Snaky asked what it was. Black Yellow cursed after realizing that not only did they triple the array, they also changed the layout. Snaky inquired if they can still go outside. Black Yellow replied yes, but they have to decipher it again. It will take at least 1 hour. Snaky was surprised to hear that. He asked if they could forcefully break it using his golden scales. Black Yellow replied, Snaky's golden scale is amazing, but it can only handle a Foundation establishment realm. It can't handle the 3-layered array. Moreover, if they want to forcefully break it, he can also do it. But it will immediately get them noticed. Black Yellow told Snaky to dodge. It was the old hag's divine consciousness. Snaky was worried that they got noticed. Black Yellow assured Snaky that he strengthened the invisible talisman so the old hag won't notice them. Snaky commented that the ancestor is hiding in the Purple Cloud Sect to ambush them. It was wicked. Snaky thought that she also guessed that they were hiding somewhere deciphering the array. That makes him think that they can't just wait and do nothing. He suggested distracting them. Black Yellow leaves the task of stalling to Snaky. He told him not to let anyone come close within 10 meters. Snaky replied, "Understood!" Luohua told the members that some thieves got into their sect, and now they're sealing the entire sect to catch them. And because they caught the demonic beasts, no one is allowed to enter and leave. One member raises the concern that the sect master hasn't returned yet, but Luohua didn't make an exception. They all replied that they understood. She gave them a life force detecting talisman, so if any being with cultivation enters a 10-meter radius, it lights up. The range might be small, but the effect is top-notch. Even if the target is using a golden core-level concealment treasure, they won't be able to hide. There are only 100 talismans. After the Foundation establishment elders receive theirs, the rest will be distributed at random. She instructed those with the life force detecting talismans to go and locate the demonic beasts and destroy the talisman as soon as they found it. They will be awarded with 300,000 points. They all did what was instructed. A woman expressed that even though 300,000 points is tempting, she didn't want to take the risk. The other woman told her to stop complaining, because if she's heard by the elders, she will get punished. A Purple Cloud Sect intersect disciple, Huang Yu, approached the senior sister and told her that if she doesn't want it, she can give it to her, because she doesn't mind enduring the hardship. The senior sister decided to give it to her then. The senior sister expressed that she's lucky. She uttered that people like you never understands. It's because she believes that if one can endure hardship, they will keep giving her more. The other woman replied that even if you came from a farmer's family, she's still one of the talented in their generation. The senior sister agreed that you is a single upper-grade Earth spiritual root. They expect you to reach Foundation establishment realm within 3 years. But she refused to cultivate the Purple Cloud Sect's dual cultivation technique when she's been in the sect for 5 years and only reached the 7th level of key refinement. They gossiped that Yu risks her life hunting demonic beasts every day. but it doesn't compare to what they get from just one session of dual cultivation. Yu was thinking that as long as she earns 300,000 contribution points, she will reach the Foundation Establishment realm within a year. She believes that after exchanging Mountain Connecting Deep Ravine, she will be able to leave the Purple Cloud Sect, and the event is her fortuitous encounter. She sees it as her one and only chance, so she's determined to find that demonic beast. An ancestor's divine consciousness didn't manage to detect it, so she thought that there's a big chance that the demonic beasts are hiding underground and are trying to decipher the array. She used the earth traversal technique and searched along the perimeter. She was positive that she would find it, at the same time somewhere around the perimeter. Yuntian was in a dire condition. He was fortunate that the array activated at the right time and helped him block the attack. Otherwise, he might die together with the madman. Someone yelled at him to come out. It was Chu. Yuntian told this madman that the Purple Cloud Sect said that a demonic beast infiltrated. He stated that Ling died at the hand of the said demonic beast. Chu replied that he doesn't care about the demonic beast. He was set to kill Yuntian first. Yuntian told him that he's insane. He explained that the array has been activated, which means that Cho can't come in and he can't come out. With that, Chao can't kill him. Yuntian walked away. He went back to heal his injuries. He threatened Chao that if he sees him again, he's dead for sure. Chao was crawling on the ground. He realized that he couldn't drag it out and had to think of a way to return to the mountain moving sect. Otherwise, he'll be dead while Yuntian was still alive. Chu was set on killing Yuntian. At the forest inside the Purple Cloud Sect, they found a talisman. They immediately broke it and planned to inform their ancestor, but several puppet monsters appeared, ready to throw fireballs at the ladies. The woman clenched her fist, then Lu Hua appeared and grabbed those girls. She was angry at the beast for daring to hurt her disciple. She lifted the puppets in the air using her magic. She's pissed off to deal with puppets again. She uttered that the demonic beast is cunning. She ordered everyone to keep searching and not let a single corner unchecked, including the places that have already been searched. Snaky asked Black Yellow on how much longer he needs since the puppets can't hold off the Purple Sect anymore. They have already killed more than 100 lizards, which brings down to only 10 units left and one investigating a small snake without any battle power. Black Yellow replied that he's almost done in 15 minutes. He encouraged Snaky to keep it up. Snaky sensed that someone was coming from underground, so he went to check. Yu complained that the puppets are quite strong. She felt that there's definitely something off, that anyone who gets close ends up distracted by puppets. It made her think that the demonic beast is most likely hiding nearby. Snaky identified the Earth-type 7th level of the QE refinement realm. He could kill her with one strike, using the Earth-piercing spike and golden scale. But he knew that if he attacks, he'll be exposed. Unless he had no choice, Snaky knew not to act recklessly. He decided to kill her if she reached 10 meters. Snaky felt that she was 50 meters away. Then, at 30 meters, she stopped. It's because Yu had a bad feeling about it. She felt that something with a strong killing intent has locked onto her and it could kill her at any moment. If she took another step forward, she'll die for sure. She thought about the 300,000 contribution points. She knew that if she died, there's no point in having 300,000. She willed herself to calm down, since she knew that staying cautious is the key to survival. She believes that there's hope as long as one survives. She must stay alive if she wants to get strong. Luohua saw her and asked if she had searched the area. Yu was surprised to see the elder. The elder noticed that she stammered and asked why. She replied that she came up from the underground and was a little tired, and all the while a deadly spike pokes her butt. What a move, sneaky snaky. She couldn't tell the truth, since at that range, she'll be surely killed, then the others would surely take the credit. She told the elder that she searched in front, and there's nothing. Luohua finds it strange that they couldn't find the demonic beast. Snaky was relieved, since if the woman acted strangely, he would have to kill her. He made the earth-piercing strike disappear. Thanks to the woman being cautious, not only did she save herself, but she also saved the beasts. Snaky knew that the girl isn't ordinary because, judging by that earth-type technique, her spiritual roots must be pretty strong. It made him wonder as to why she's only in the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm. Black Yellow told him to stop muttering since they pulled it off. They got ready to move. That was close, but they were safe. They hurried outside. With that, Luohua learned that the array at the southwest was broken. As she expected, those beasts escaped. She tried to see if they could run away from the palm of her hand. She's certain that those guys didn't expect that she added a thin layer of consciousness on the array. Any living being that passes through that layer will get marked by a divine consciousness stigma that can't be detected. The ladies saw their ancestors left in a hurry. She yelled at the beasts on where they were going. Black Yellow commented that she got there fast. Snaky asked how she found them. Then it made him think that there's a consciousness stigma on the array. Luohua learned that there's two beasts. Snaky and Black Yellow used Earth traversal technique. Luohua made sure that none of them would be able to escape. She used the celestial golden alms bowl. The ground on where Snaky and Black Yellow was being detached. Something gathered at the bowl. The bowl was absorbing the area around them. Snaky reminded Black Yellow that he has a trump card. He urged him to hurry up and use it. Otherwise, they are done for. Black Yellow replied that he doesn't. He panicked as he's getting absorbed. Snaky yelled that if he goes out with Black Yellow next time, it would make him worse than a dog. Black Yellow was planning to wait until that old hag got closer, but she's catching on to them using the treasure, which led him to think that he had no choice now. He had to do it, so he called something to come out. The bowl that Luohua was holding slipped her hands. When the mountain-moving sex ancestor, Wu Yao, appeared, she was right. Yao was half a step away from the nascent soul realm. Yao told this old lady to leave some room when dealing with others. Otherwise, they'll fight to death and it won't end well for her. Luohua realized that the mountain-moving's ancestor's corpse was stolen by them. Not only that, she learned that they also made him into a puppet that can cultivate himself. Black Yellow told her that although Yao is not as strong as he was when he's still alive, it's still enough to kill an early stage of the golden core like Luohua. He told her to scram if she didn't want to die. Black Yellow told Snaky to head back first while he held her back. Snaky doubted that what Black Yellow had just said was true, so he had to verify. Black Yellow tapped Snaky's head and told him to stop dilly-dallying and go. Black Yellow just wiped off the stigma on Snaky. Then he gave him a talisman to stick on Snaky's body. He told Snaky to run far away so that the old hag won't be able to find him. Snaky asked why he didn't say that earlier. After that, he's off. Luohua thinks that the dog is trying to scare her, but she knew that the moment the corpse appeared, her celestial golden alms bowl broke apart. Black Yellow sighed. Black Yellow glanced at her. He wondered why the old hag isn't going away. He wondered if she's really going to fight. He felt bad that with his current strength, he's unable to make Yao into a puppet. The most he can do is place his divine consciousness stigma on Yao and control his body. He can also circulate the remaining golden core in his body to cast a technique that might scare people off, but he can't do anything else. Black Yellow knew that the golden core inside Yao was barely the size of a nail, and Black Yellow already used half of it just to bring out the celestial golden alms bowl. What's left is only enough for him to cast 3 more techniques, and since he's not an Earth-type spiritual root, he can't perform high-grade Earth techniques. He's afraid that he'll be discovered too quickly. Snaky finds it weird that Black Yellow hasn't shown up yet. He knew that if what Black Yellow said was true, that the corpse is so strong, then it could easily kill that old hag. It made him wonder as to why Black Yellow made him run away. That's when Snaky realized that Black Yellow lied and he's in danger. Snaky knew that he can't just leave him behind and run off on his own. He also pondered that if Black Yellow's words were a lie, just going back meant asking for death. And that maybe Black Yellow is strong and he would just hold him back if he returns. Snaky slapped his face and told himself that he can't keep making excuses for his weaknesses. He decided that no matter what happens, he won't leave Black Yellow behind and run away by himself. Secondly, he won't recklessly seek death either. With those 2 things in mind, he needs to figure out what he can do. They were in a standoff. Luohua knew that the stalemate wasn't getting them anywhere. She decided to launch a small attack to test out Yao. She released a purple cloud silver needle. Yao yelled that the old hag is seeking death for herself, and she shouldn't blame him for it. Black Yellow decided to start with a flashy spell to throw her off. Then he planned to make a quick escape while she's distracted. Luohua was surprised that the silver needles got corroded. Then, Yao created a monster-like mist. Luohua knew that there's no way that the mountain-moving sex ancestors knew that kind of technique. She had determined that he must be a demonic cultivator. Yao replied that no one cares about the righteous path or demonic path. He claimed that if it can kill people, then it's a good path. With that answer, Luohua determined that he's a demonic cultivator. She planned to eliminate him to protect the righteous path. She used primordial golden light burst. Yao replied that she's too weak. When the mist disappeared, she was surprised to see him gone. She was pissed that she was tricked. Luohua noticed that the enemy used stealth. She then used the 1,000-layer divine consciousness array. She was determined to kill the enemy. Black Yellow didn't expect her to have a wide divine consciousness technique. He knew that it's impossible to guard against that which rendered stealth useless. And with the old hag's speed, he knew that she'll catch up to him soon. Black Yellow knew that the purple miasma plague is still too weak. Except for the small amount of power at the beginning, everything that follows is just for show. He's aware that he needed to use a stronger attack to hold her down longer. He thought that the technique is Rashomon, but realized that it's too strong. He's afraid that the golden core will be exhausted before he even manages to cast it. Black Yellow sensed the parade of 100 ghosts. He knew that it isn't good either, since an Earth spiritual root corpse can't cast it. He determined that he had to do it himself. But Black Yellow's powers still haven't recovered yet. But to his surprise, a sword appeared in front of him. Luohua called him a bastard and asked where he's running to. Black Yellow recognized that the technique was Nine-Mist Unparalleled Sword. Black Yellow knew that if his Earth traversal technique was as fast as Snakey's, he would have escaped long ago. He decided to gamble again. Black Yellow made Yao inhale deeply. Then he used the Soul Suppression Requiem. Luohua uttered that the old dog is too demonic and must be killed. She used Nine-Mist Unparalleled Sword to slash him. Black Yellow ran as fast as he could. His body starts to disintegrate because of the attack. Black Yellow learned that the old hag is dead set on attacking him even if he gets hurt. At this point, Black Yellow is also gravely injured, and if he takes 2 more hits, he's finished. Even if his essence soul can escape, he will have to go into slumber for 1,000 years. The drain from casting a cross-spiritual root technique drove him crazy. That technique had depleted 1/3 of his golden core, and if he used it 2 more times, it would be completely wiped out. Luohua used a technique called 3 Pure Evil Killing. Black Yellow knew that was bad, but something from the ground deflected the sword. Black Yellow was shocked by Snakey. Even Luohua was surprised that it created a dent on her treasured sword. She wondered what hidden weapon it was. Luohua knew that because she placed a stigma on him, he wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Black Yellow saw her fly away. Snakey appeared in front of Black Yellow. Black Yellow scolded him because he already told him to escape. He asked him why he returned. Snakey asked Black Yellow if he could control the puppet. Black Yellow asked if he's talking about the mountain-moving sect ancestor. Snakey replied, yes. Black Yellow told him that since Snakey learned the puppet technique, of course he can control it. And with the level of divine consciousness, his body might collapse just from controlling it for a little while. Snakey expressed that since he and the mountain-moving sect ancestor are both Earth spiritual roots, he wanted to give it a shot. Black Yellow told him that he definitely won't be able to handle it by himself. He offered to assist him and try, but Black Yellow warned him that he has to cooperate with him, that if they're out of sync, they will be both finished. He plans to slowly transfer his divine consciousness to him. Snakey was determined. Then, it looked like he was in pain. Black Yellow told him not to force himself, that if he really can't handle it, he should dissolve the divine consciousness immediately and escape. Black Yellow told him that the golden core inside the puppet can still cast 2 techniques. It should be enough to cover his retreat. Snakey insists that they will leave together. He urged Black Yellow to hurry up and think of something. Snakey bled through his eyes and mouth. Black Yellow has a divine exploding pill that can boost Snakey's body and divine consciousness for a short time, but the side effects are brutal. If it doesn't work, he's afraid that Snakey won't even have the strength to escape. Snakey insists that he knows what he's doing. He told Black Yellow to feed him the exploding pill. Luohua saw that Snakey, that little bastard, came back too. Black Yellow spoke softly to say to Snakey that Snakey will handle the casting technique while he catalyzes the golden core. Luohua saw that the scales are not ordinary. She saw it as a material to make a golden core treasure. She was grateful for the material. She was ready to kill them both. Black Yellow gave the cue on Snakey. Snakey used the Great Earth Shield. Luohua was surprised that they blocked her flying sword. She used 3 Pure Evil Killing to pierce them. Black Yellow was out of breath. He complained that the old hag is persistent. He asked Snakey if he could still hold on. Snakey replied that he has to, even if I can't. Snakey ate a divine exploding pill so that he wouldn't faint. Black Yellow was surprised that Snakey is eating 3 at the same time. He wondered if Snakey was already trying to kill himself. But Snakey replied that it was just his instinct. It's telling him that he can do it. And at this point, we see this huge purple dragon aura that is manifested through our boy. He told Black Yellow to catalyze the golden core, and he'll cast a technique. He prayed that his divine demonic cauldron would be able to withstand it. Otherwise, they will all die there. Yao exudes powerful energy. Luohua was concerned about that commotion. Something from the ground appeared a centimeter in front of her. It nearly got this old hag. It was the earth-piercing strike, the same one that Snaky used to poke the lady's butt earlier. But this time, it's really freaking huge. Luohua stepped back. When she saw the earth-piercing strike, she couldn't believe it. It was huge, which made her think that it was clearly a mountain. She felt relieved that she activated the protection technique beforehand. She cursed at them for making her miserable. Snaky used another earth-piercing strike. Even him, he was surprised that he can still go on. Our boy is on a roll. I just hope nothing bad happens to him while trying to break his limits. Snaky released several earth-piercing strikes. Our boy is really determined to kill this old hag. Luohua commented how endless it has become. Black Yellow notices how the earth-piercing strike is being cast one after another. It is what he expected of the finest grade earth spiritual root. The depletion of the ancestor's golden core is less than when Black Yellow was controlling him. Luohua was forced to use a golden shield talisman just to dodge Snaky's attack, and cloud-breaking sail. Snaky saw that Luohua flies too high. The earth-piercing strike can't reach her. They cursed upon realizing that she's countering every technique with the right response. Luohua broke the ornament in her hair. She expressed that she underestimated them. But it was about time that she ended it. She used Pearl Flower Storm. Snaky used the Great Earth Shield to protect them. Luohua challenged them to see how long they could hold on. She speculated that the mountain, moving ancestor's golden core is going to exhaust soon. She wondered how a golden core that has died a few centuries ago and has long become a dried corpse is going to compare to her. Black Yellow agreed with her. Even though Snaky's Earth-type technique has low consumption, a third of the golden core has been exhausted. The ancestor won't be able to hold on for long. Snaky replied that they will have to bet on a big one. Snaky was talking about the mountain connecting deep ravine. He opened a scroll. Snaky knows that he won't be able to control it on his own, but with the mountain moving's ancestor's body and golden core, it can be done. Unfortunately, he only read the first half. He will have to imagine the remainder by himself and create it on his own. He asked Snaky to continue to catalyze the golden core to block the attack from above for now. He just needs a little more time. Black Yellow did what Snaky said. Snaky started the spell. Black Yellow had observed that the Snaky now isn't the same cowardly snake who used to fear death. Snaky learned all the Earth-type techniques instantly. Black Yellow was surprised when Snaky grabbed him. Snaky told Black Yellow to get ready to cast the ultimate skill. They used Mountain Connecting Deep Ravine. The mountain moving's ancestor's left eye glowed in red while the right one glowed in purple. If the old hag won't run away, they vowed that it is the day that she will die. Luohua couldn't believe that they just used Mountain Connecting Deep Ravine. The Mountain Connecting Deep Ravine is something that the founding sect leader obtained from the mountain-moving ancestor at a great cost. Over hundreds of years, no one in the Purple Cloud sect is able to fathom it. Even all the previous sect masters are unable to do it. From several million contribution points, its price keeps decreasing, but there's still no one who can learn it. She couldn't believe that the snake learned it in a moment. She finds it strange. But whether it's real or not, she knew that she had to retreat first. But her path was blocked with the sudden rising of cliffs. She got enclosed. Snaky's skill was just too incredible at this point. Controlling the whole terrain at this level was just unbelievable. Snaky told her that it's too late to run. Black Yellow told her to die. Luohua didn't expect two beasts to be able to force her into the situation, but since it has come to that, she had no choice but to take out the memento given to her by his Dao companion. She used teleport. Black Yellow was surprised that she used a minor teleportation talisman. The old hag had escaped. Snaky asked what it was. Black Yellow explained that it's the same as the minor teleportation array. However, the minor teleportation talisman is instantaneous. The price is steep, though. It requires the rare Void Stone to create one. Once activated, one can cast the teleportation technique that only a nascent soul cultivator is able to perform once. Snaky replied that no matter what, he wants her dead. Luohua sensed something. When she turned around, it made her pale. Right at that moment, she knew she fucked up. She saw the earth rising. She could tell that it's not the mountain connecting deep ravine. It is different from what was recorded in the Jade Slip. Snaky told her to die. The earth then formed into a large snake. This is Snaky's version of mountain connecting deep ravine. Luohua simultaneously casted Heavenly Thunder Bead, Fire Cloud Talisman, Green Deadly Needle, and Explosion Talisman. It reaches the large snake made of rocks. But in return, the snake gave her a vicious look as it touched the ground. Luohua used all her treasures, but none of her attacks worked. Snakey wouldn't let her escape. Black Yellow encouraged Snakey to kill her. The rock snake attacked Luohua. She took a direct hit and coughed up blood. Her ribs broke. She called for Gale. The Gale talisman helped her escape. They watched her get away. But with the heavy injuries she had, they knew that she could just go into seclusion and wait for death. The Ancestor's golden core has been exhausted too. Black Yellow and Snakey don't have the power to chase after her anymore. Black Yellow got excited since he knew that the last technique is Snakey's own creation. He exclaimed that it was awesome. He got worried when he saw Snakey's condition. Snakey was on his back and not moving. Black Yellow thought he fainted. Even when he's too weak, Snakey told Black Yellow that she's not completely dead yet. He asked him to chase after her. It's quite funny that Snakey still won't stop even after fainting. Moments later, movements were heard along the forest. It was Black Yellow. And right now, he's dragging Snakey as he was too exhausted to even move. Snakey still wanted to kill the old hag, but Black Yellow told him to forget about it for now, or they will be the ones who will get killed. He's firm that they should retreat first. Then, out of nowhere, Snakey's body got covered by an earth armor. Black Yellow didn't expect this. He wondered just how many backup plans did Snakey have that he can even automatically defend himself even after fainting. But because of this, dragging Snakey became much more difficult. Black Yellow also didn't forget to retrieve the body of his puppet. He thought that, although all these treasures that the old hag left behind are already broken, they may still be usable after some fixing. And after a few more minutes, the voices of the disciples of Purple Cloud Sect were heard. The reinforcements are here. Black Yellow promised to Snakey that sooner or later he will turn this battle around, but for now, they need to survive first. Black Yellow and Snakey vanished as he used stealth. At the same time, Purple Cloud Sect's sect master, Shen Qingzhu, found their ancestor barely able to retreat. But the old hag's first command was to still find and chase the demonic beasts. Everyone, listen to the order. Search the mountain immediately. The old hag was desperate that she even wanted them to search underground just to find Snakey and Black Yellow. Qingzhu told them that she'll bring the ancestor back to the sect to heal first. Then she reiterated that every elder and disciple should listen to the order and search the mountain to find the demonic snake and dog, dead or alive. And whoever finds them will be rewarded with 300,000 contribution points. Everyone acknowledged the sect master's word. One woman told her sisters that the demonic beast almost killed an ancestor who was in the Golden Core realm. She uttered that they are basically seeking death if they go now. One replied that the demonic beast is scary, and they won't be able to fight it, but they can't disobey the sect master's order, so they decided to put on a show. A week later, the news about the Purple Cloud Sect spread like a storm, engulfing the entire southern city of Chu Country. People talked about how mysterious demonic beasts infiltrated the Purple Cloud Sect deep in the night to steal the pills. The public knew that those beasts were being hunted by the 5th-generation ancestor. However, the ancestor was unable to defeat them and got gravely injured and retreated. Another breaking news is that a snake and a dog stole the Mountain Moving's ancestor's corpse into a puppet and was used to defeat the Purple Cloud Sect's ancestor at the Mountain Moving Sect. Someone was enraged that the ancestor's corpse was stolen. He ordered to raise the bounty by tenfold and retrieve the ancestor's corpse. At the Carefree Sect, Yangzi commented that the dog and the snake were interesting. He gave it 10 points. He assumed that it was them who destroyed his clone back then. Yuntian replied that back when he was hunting the elephant, they lost a lot of disciples, and puppets and earth-piercing spikes were involved too. Yangzi told Yuntian to go contact the Snake Catcher Sect's headquarters and ask them to issue a joint bounty. He commented that it has been a long time since it gets so lively. A poster of a snake and a dog was on the bulletin board. It announced that those who manage to catch them will be awarded 200 spiritual stones and 300,000 contribution points. Those who kill them will be awarded 300 spiritual stones and 800,000 contribution stones. That amount is unheard of. A young man told the guy that even a golden core got injured, but the man insists, saying that the fortune favors the bold. Meanwhile, at the border of Qin Country Geese Descending River official boat, the news about the Mountain Moving's ancestor becoming a puppet was reported. Qin Xuanji, the Heavenly Puppet Sect's great elder, also called the Thousand Puppet King, wondered on which genius it is to be able to cultivate their sect's puppet technique to such a level. He was curious, and if possible, he wanted to take them as his disciple. At Chu Country, southern region near Myriad Snake Valley, at the Snake Catcher Sec's Branch Hall construction site, Wenzhou told his subordinate to relay the order to work faster and to try to complete it within half a year. Although Wenzhou always had some lead about that snake and dog, the previous bounty was too low. So, he deemed that now is the right time to provide them with some leads. He noticed that, recently, the storm has been gathering at that place. It made him think that something big is about to happen. The divination also states that there will be a great misfortune. No matter what, once Wenzhou got the reward, he planned to leave the place. And he thinks that no matter how big the problem is, it won't have anything to do with him. At Snakey's cave, Husky the Wolf King was worried that Snakey had been unconscious for a week. Snakey was groaning, so he thought that Snakey is having a nightmare again. Snakey was dreaming of the bad guys he encountered, and all of them were haunting him. Then a mythical creature appeared, asking Snakey if Snakey felt that he's never strong enough. He asked who this person was. It is the divine demonic cauldron. The dragon mist from the cauldron replied that it is not important who he is, that if Snakey wanted to become strong, he should reach the Foundation establishment. Once he reaches the Foundation establishment, the dragon mist promises to answer the questions. However, if he wants to reach the Foundation establishment, there's still a part of technique that is lacking. Snakey asked his senior if he could teach him the complete techniques. The senior replied that the complete technique is within Snakey's heart. He needs to comprehend it himself. Others won't be able to teach him. Snakey was surprised when the ground was breaking apart. The senior told him that the time is running out. The senior wished this descendant of his clan to comprehend it properly. He knew that Snakey's path would be 10 times harder than the others, but once he breaks through, Snakey will be 10 and even 100 times stronger than them. He reminded Snakey that the key to comprehending is to go against. Snakey woke up and jumped up asking what it meant. He was frustrated that the senior spoke in riddles. Snakey's sudden movement made his head hit Husky in the jaw. Husky was surprised that Snakey is finally awake. Snakey was so dizzy. Husky told him not to move around too much. Black Yellow said that it's the side effect of using a divine explosion pill. Snakey asked where Black Yellow and Snowy were. Husky replied that Black Yellow has something to do. So he went out, and Snowy made a pill making cave abode nearby. Snakey noticed that the scales that he previously plucked out have grown back. It even increased in numbers. Not only that, when he was unconscious, he broke through into the 8 levels of the spirit awareness realm. He wondered if it's because he honed his skill during the fight, or if it's because of that he is in his dragon realm. He wondered where the old dog went. If Black Yellow was there, Snakey would have asked him about the flaws in his technique. Snakey remembered that Black Yellow said that there's a 90% chance of succeeding, but he cursed at him since they got hunted down by a golden core and almost died. He saw the items they brought, and it made Snakey comment that the harvest was abundant. There's a minor Qi replenishing pill, divine explosion pill, Qi restoration pill, lesser yang powder. There are even 2 of the most precious Foundation establishment pills. These pills are enough for Snakey to eat until he reaches the Foundation establishment. As for the herbs, the pill-making cauldron and pill-making jade slip can be given to Snowy. Snakey stated how all those were all obtained through life and death situations. If Black Yellow weren't there, he wondered how he would manage. He knew that he wouldn't have stolen the spiritual chicken, he also wouldn't have learned Earth-type technique, and also won't go to the Purple Cloud sect. Snakey could see that he would still be a small demonic snake who's only in the early stage of the spirit awareness realm, hiding in a corner where no one will notice. Then his lifespan will come to an end in 10 years and end up as ashes. He said that the lifespan of a snake is only 10 years or so. If they don't fight with heaven and earth and humans, then it's a puzzle on how they will live a long life. He realized that he should thank Black Yellow. But when Snakey imagined him being conceited, he didn't feel like doing it anymore. Snowy was happy to see Snakey awake. Snowy invited him to her new cave abode and wanted to show him the pills that he refined. Snakey told her not to rush. Snowy offered to carry him, but she told him Husky could do it too. Snakey replied that he can walk by himself. They arrived at the place. Snakey's eyes widened. Snowy told him that it's a good one. She narrated that Black Yellow even helped her set up an array to reinforce the cave and prevent explosions. Snakey asked how long he had been unconscious. Snowy replied that it's about 10 days to half a month. Then Snowy excitedly gave things to Snakey. Snakey was surprised that there were a lot. Snowy replied that she wanted to repay him. Then she gave him tons of pills. Snakey replied that he already has enough pills, so she should keep those. Snowy told him not to look down on her. She boasted that she did the pills right, that it won't kill anyone, but they're also very effective. She was proud that a dog would praise them. By dog, Snakey asked if she's pertaining to Husky. Since it doesn't look like Snakey believes Snowy, Snowy told him to have a sniff. Snakey did, and he realized that it had the aura of a strength enhancement pill. Snowy replied yes, and asked him if he wanted to try it. Snakey suggested that they should let the pig try it first. Snowy was confused. They looked at the pig pen, and Snakey assumed that Snowy raised those pigs to test the pills. Snowy replied that the place doesn't have any pigs. Snakey realized those weren't pigs. Snowy informed him that those are rats. Snakey was surprised. He asked why those rats are so big. Snowy replied that there's a simple explanation. She grabbed one rat and made it swallow a pill to show Snakey. The rat grew in size as it developed muscles. Snowy explained that demonic beasts prioritize body size during battles. When the body is big and strong enough, then one can defeat the enemy. Snowy explained that as long as the strength-increasing pill is consumed, even a rat can defeat a cat. She threw the rat back into the cage. Snakey was dubious that the pill can be considered a strength-increasing one. She told Snakey to watch the rat. The rat releases a powerful punch towards the wall. Snakey replied that it made sense now. Snowy encouraged Snakey to try it out. She tries to make him swallow a pill, but Snakey refuses and suggests that he has to catch a cultivator and have him try it first. Snowy told him that he can keep it for now since she has a bunch of others anyway. She also shoved him some minor ki replenishing pill, divine increasing pill, bone enhancement pill, and blood replenishing pill. Snakey looked overwhelmed, but he still replied that he'll keep it. Snowy noticed an insignia. Snakey explained that it's a secret insignia. It means that there are valuable items inside, so he can't show it to anyone. It looked like a skull, though. Snakey told Snowy that she can continue doing her stuff since he still has something to deal with. Snowy inquired if it's to avoid being pursued. Snowy told him that before Black Yellow left, he placed a detection talisman for miles around. If humans get close, they will be able to detect it. Snakey replied that it's great. It means that he can rest and go cultivate. When Snakey was out, he uttered that Snowy's pills are still too scary. It made him think that the pork he ate was actually a rat. He was wondering if he asked Snowy to make poisons instead, it might be more effective. But he didn't entertain the idea further since a regular pill already has that effect. He thinks that if he lets her make poison, she might end up poisoning herself and die. And if they aren't careful, they might end up poisoning themselves first, then the whole village. After that, not a single blade of grass will be left alive for miles. Snakey thought that since he isn't lacking in pills, he would focus on cultivation first. After the battle in the Purple Cloud sect, all of his puppets have been destroyed. Only a small investigation snake without any battle power is left. Snakey thought that he needed to think of a way to fill up the gap. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient. Unfortunately, he didn't have the materials needed to make puppets. Only the Heavenly Puppet sect has those. He saw that the mountain isn't short on stones, so he thought he could make some stone puppets for now. Although it's low level and can't fool anyone, he thought that it's still better than nothing. The strength of the stone puppet is only mid-stage of the Qi refinement realm. It can handle simple movements and scouting, but it can't cast any techniques. The only attack it can do is throw stones. If Snakey let the Heavenly Puppet sect see it, he knew that they would laugh at how silly it is. Snakey is glad that he has an earth spiritual root. He made the puppet use earth-type technique and stone technique. The rocks that it threw broke a tree. Snakey had observed that a single puppet's strength is just average, but if they all attack together, their combined power isn't so bad. He decided that if a single puppet doesn't work, then he'll just win with numbers. If 30 don't work, then he'll use 50. If it still doesn't work, he'll use 100 of them. Snakey also dug some granite to try to control more of them. He gathers enough stones to make 500 puppets first. He saw that his storage bag had no more space. Fortunately, he still has that storage jade stone. Then he noticed that the detection talisman 30 miles ahead just went out. He was alarmed, especially since he doesn't know if it's a passerby or a cultivator. He released a puppet. He can't just casually use his divine consciousness because he might alert them. The puppet saw a man washed on the rocky part of the lake. He recognized that the clothes are the ones worn by the mountain-moving sect, and the person looked injured. When he got close, he was surprised to see that it's the Purple Cloud sect's simp. Snakey quickly rolled to arrive at its location. He decided that since the guy is in such agony, he will help him unite with that lady. When he was about to eat the man, Snakey realized something. He remembered he needed a pill tester, so he spat him out again. He thought it was such great timing. He saw that the man looked like he lost a lot of blood. He started off with a blood replenishing pill. He fed the guy the pill. It's his first time saving a human, so he counted that as doing a good deed. He saw the wound being healed. He was shocked that it's working already. He knew that the person's strength is incredible. He backed up just in case. He tied the man up so he wouldn't break free. The man had a terrifying expression that shocked Snakey. Then it coughed a fountain of blood. Snakey was shocked. The blood replenishing pill's effect is too potent. 10 breaths later. Snakey panicked because there were no signs of the blood stopping. If it keeps up, it will never stop. He had to stop the bleeding. He tried to block it, but it wasn't enough. He tried to block the mouth some more, but the blood pooled in his mouth. He got annoyed, since there's no end to it, so he just slapped and threw the man. He was surprised that the bleeding had stopped. He realized that his tail is quite effective. The blood-replenishing pill works so effectively that he had to use an attack to stop it. Snakey saw that the man's complexion is looking better. It made him conclude that the blood-replenishing pill does work. But then, the man still looks ill. Snakey realized that it might be hurt somewhere else, so he slapped the man to wave him up and say something. Snakey finds it strange that the man is still unconscious. Since the man isn't talking, Snakey decided to look inside the man's storage bag. He was curious as to what kind of treasure this man is hiding to be scared of showing it to others. Snakey saw some bread and pickled vegetables. He questioned why this man is so poor. Snakey uttered that those who don't understand the situation might think that he caught a mortal. Snakey opened what he thought was a diary. It was stated there about the Ling giving the man a precious silk, but he only returned the favor with a Foundation establishment pill. But he thinks Ling doesn't mind. The man felt lucky and fortunate. The simp logged about how he spent 30 spiritual stones to buy a fairy in Ling's clothes. Ling told him that she won't sell it to others even if they offer her 100 spiritual stones. She only sold it to him. The man thinks that Ling really cares for him. There was also a log about him being beaten by the young Master Hua. He wanted to fight back but didn't because Ling liked someone honest. Snakey couldn't bear to read it anymore. He thought that the human had gone mad. There was no doubt that he's broke. Snakey thinks that it would be unbelievable if he has more money. Snakey realized that since this man shows different expressions, it means that his body still feels things. It's just that he can't wake up. Since Snakey finds the man so pitiful, he decided to help him till the end. He woke him up first by using a divine awakening pill. It clears the mind and stimulates the spirit. It is an essential medicine. Snakey didn't like that the smell was too strong. He told the guy to endure it and not spit it out. Under the bright sun. The pill was thrown in the air. Snakey refused to believe that he can't stuff it in. Chu puked the pill again. Snakey complained that it's disgusting. Snakey noticed how the smell is getting stronger. He speculated that it's because the saliva got on the medicine and it's starting to vaporize. It was such a disgusting smell. Snakey had to cover his nose with his tail. Then Chow started vomiting. Snakey was surprised that the guy had woken up. Snakey vomited because of how disgusting his environment is. He got worried because Chow won't stop vomiting, and if it continues, he might die from it. He took out the beast taming ring and was about to use earth traversal, but he vomited again. Chow asked Snakey to just give him a quick death. Snakey dragged him using the beast taming ring and replied that Chow should stop talking. He yelled at him that he worked so hard to save him. Snakey realized that the divine awakening pill truly refreshes people's brains. It made him want to vomit his brain out. He saw 5 detection talismans, which gave him an idea that 50 miles to the north have been broken. He knew it was bad. He thinks the cultivators are on their way, so he had to worry about going home and moving. Yuntian told his senior brothers and sisters that around 100 miles to the south should be the location when Wenzhuo divined. Yuntian is with Zhuan Yangzi's disciples, namely Wu Muchu, Wang Ping, Liu Fei, and Su Bei. Chu asked his junior brother Yuntian if he is all right since his arm just got attached. Bei hoped Yuntian's divination was accurate. He warned Yuntian not to let the trip go to waste. Fei replied that whether it's accurate or not, they will know once they get there. Someone agreed that she's right. Ping sniffed. It stinks. So much that it was hard for them to bear. They retreated and took a detour. Meanwhile, Chow was tied up and had difficulty breathing. Snakey saw Snowy and Husky. He immediately instructed them to pack their stuff and get ready to move. Snowy and Husky worked together to move things at once. In a blink of an eye, it was done, and Snowy informed Snakey that everything has been packed and they are ready to go. Snakey was surprised that they did it so fast. Snowy informed them that while Snakey was unconscious, the old dog rehearsed with them. Husky reported that he's ready too. Snakey was impressed that he pats Husky while saying that he's dependable. Cho was confused on what's going on. He questioned if he's still alive. Snakey assigned Husky to carry the pet. He replied yes to Boss Snakey. Meanwhile, in Cho's perspective, this is what he was seeing. Then, he questioned if he's the pet that they are talking about. Snakey informed that the pet was hurt, so he told her to give Chu medicine and let him have a good sleep while healing his wound. Snowy complied. Husky holds the head while she shoots the medicine in Cho's mouth. As soon as Chow swallowed the pill, he fell asleep instantly. Husky was surprised. Snowy reported to Snakey that she had finished placing the stealth talisman. Husky asked where they should go. Snakey replied that they will go to Mount Wu on the border between Qin and Chu. He had a hideout there. Husky was impressed with the backup plan. Snakey told them to wait because Black Yellow hasn't returned yet. Snowy replied that Black Yellow said before that if they are moving due to an emergency, there's no need to leave him a hint. He has his ways of finding them. Snakey agreed that with Black Yellow's skill, there's no way they can't find them. Snakey had learned that Black Yellow told them not to leave hints behind because he is afraid that they will get found out by the cultivators. He thought it was thoughtful of him. Upon realizing that, they thought of using that method to lay a counter trap. Husky replied that he knew a lot of good places on the mountain. Meanwhile, the cultivators face a boulder because according to Zhao Wenzhuo's divination, it should be in front. Fei asked why she couldn't see the entrance of the cave. She wondered if there's a concealing array. She used Mystic Sun Sword technique to break it. They were surprised to see that there's no one. It made them wonder if Wenzhuo got it wrong, but they also considered the idea that the demonic beast ran away. Mu Chu felt a lingering demonic snake's spiritual energy in the cave, so he knew Wenzhuo got it right. He knew that they were a step behind, and the beasts had already run away. Yuntian asked if they should ask Wenzhuo to be divine again. Mu Chu replied that there's no need, because not only Wenzhuo is greedy for profit, but divination also requires timing. It can't be done whenever they want. He expected that the demonic beast had gone far already. He planned for them to each bring a troop and search separately. He ordered them to use the snake-catching secret technique to track the demonic beast, and if they find anything, they should notify everyone immediately. Yuntian felt that the aura had disappeared in a strange location. It made him wonder if the demonic beast is hiding underneath the swamp. He felt unfortunate that he just reverted to the Foundation establishment realm, and his divine consciousness isn't fully restored yet, so he can't detect it completely. He said that the demonic snake is cunning. He just recovered from grave injuries, so he knew not to take any risk. He ordered his men to blast the area and check it. His men used exploding talismans. Something came out. It was a large mouth. Several gigantic crocodiles appeared. They recognized that it was Crocodile Kings, and they got tricked. Fei sensed where the aura disappeared. She was being called by one of her men, but she shushed them. She expressed that she has a bad feeling and told them not to make any commotions. Then, a man got bitten and yelled that it hurts. Fei told this idiot to stop. It was too late. They ran as the poisonous killer bees chased them. Fei ordered them to throw an exploding talisman and retreat. His men complained that there's too many of them. One man got caught and the bees covered his face. He tried calling for help, but he got already abandoned. At the same time, another troop got tricked. Mochu told everyone to stop because it is the territory of the Burning Sun Eagle, a powerful demonic beast in the Foundation establishment realm. Although he can handle it, he's uncertain if more will come if he kills one of them. He could feel that the demonic snake left its aura behind to purposefully lure them into a trap. He ordered everyone to retreat at once. The ground shook. Mushu asked what's with the commotion. Apparently his men were running away from a gigantic elephant. Those men were hit by the elephant's trunk. Mushu witnessed the perfected Foundation establishment. He was surprised to see a great demon halfway into the golden core. One of the men informed Mucho that their previous defensive shield got broken by it. Mucho told the guy not to panic since he still has the defensive talisman. He gave the guy a pouch and told him to take a replenishing Qui to stabilize his energy first. He volunteered to hold off the enemy and told the guys that once they recovered, they should come and help him. The elephant assumed that Mocho is the head of the snake catcher. Mocho used Mystic Sun, Sword, Qi, Array. The elephant stomped its foot. It roared and teased Mocho that it's just a mere sword Qi. Mocho was surprised that the sword Qi had been blown away. He tried a different attack, this time its Mystic Sun, shocking thunder. The elephant scoffed. Mocho noticed how the elephant, despite being huge, is agile. He called for the water dragon god. The elephant roared and countered it. Mocho was surprised that the elephant couldn't be pushed back. Since the water is formless, he made the elephant trapped in it. His juniors were impressed with his strength. He told them to hide properly, otherwise they will get in the way. Two people announced that they're back. They were surprised to see that there's a trap in there too. Yuntian saw the elephant and identified that it's the great demon that killed him last time. Moshu replied that it wasn't an ordinary demon. He thinks that it has a treasure on it. Earlier, Snakey informed this elephant that the enemy who annihilated his clan is still alive, and he will lure them into him. The elephant had confirmed that, just as the little snake puppet said, Yuntian is still alive. The elephant vowed to kill him again. It stomped its foot while making a loud noise. Mochu couldn't believe that it broke free so fast. It targeted his juniors. The elephant stated that he'll kill the clan's kids as a sacrifice for his clan members first. Mocho yelled at them to run. The elephant used mountain-suppressing stomp. Mochu told them that everyone needs to attack together. Yuntian replied that they just barely managed, and they don't have much energy left. Mocho replied that they have no choice but to summon their master. He threw a scroll. The elephant saw his act of calling reinforcements. It wouldn't let them. The elephant destroyed the scroll. Immediately, Mochu told everyone to send out the transmission jade slip together and send it to different directions. Then he told them to retreat immediately. Everyone followed his order. Meanwhile, Snakey kept going, but he knew that with all those traps and that giant elephant, even if those guys aren't dead, they won't be able to catch up anytime soon. Snowy told Snakey that he's so cunning, almost on par with a human. Snakey felt flattered. Husky questioned if that's supposed to be a compliment. Husky was panting heavily. Snakey told him to pick up the pace since he's the slowest one. The sun is about to rise and they still have a long way to go. Husky defended that he's carrying a person behind his back. Meanwhile, Bay expressed that the demonic snake is too cunning. It killed 15 people on their side, and they couldn't just let it get away. Faye agreed. She uttered that the grudge can't be settled. He vowed to rip out the snake's tendons and crush its bones. Ping told him to stop, and at least few of them are fine. Ping uttered that if the eldest brother hadn't been there that day, they would have all been dead under that elephant's foot. Faye asked if they no longer need to chase the demonic snake. Mochu replied to leave it be, and they would return to the sect first. And he planned that next time they hunt it down, they will bring Wenzhuo with them. The elephant sighed when even if he stopped all the jade slips, some still got away. He knew that the mountain was not safe anymore, and he needed to consider moving away with his clan members. He wondered where they should go. At Mount Wu. A few hours had passed, and Snakey was relieved that they had finally reached Mount Wu. Back then, he heard from Black Yellow that the mountain is full of powerful demonic beasts. Some even rare ancient ones. Their cultivation is on par with golden core cultivators. He told them that once they settle in, they will keep a low profile, and they wouldn't go too deep into the mountain. Husky replied, "Got it, boss," in Snakey's abode in Mount Wu. Husky asked if he's certain that it's there. Snakey replied yes. Snowy replied that it seems like someone is already living there. Snakey saw the monkeys took over his home. Husky asked if they should take the place back. He assumed that the monkeys were just at the early stage of spirit awareness and was certain that they couldn't beat them. Snakey replied that they have to take it back without force because they might draw the attention of a stronger demonic beast. Snowy asked how they are supposed to take it back without fighting. Snakey replied that they will use her pills. Husky asked them what they're trying to do while they're on his back. Snakey brought out a pill and licked it. Snowy asked if that's the one she made. Snakey threw it in the air. When it landed on the ground, the curious monkeys approached it, and they barfed, fell unconscious. Some ran away because of the stinky smell. The stinky smell was flowing on Snakey's way, so he hurriedly told them that they should hide underground. Snowy was confused about the stinky smell that they are saying to her. It's a nice aroma that refreshes one's mind. Husky replied that luckily, he's experienced and got used to it. But his nausea betrayed his words. Snowy pouted and questioned how they can despise it so much. Snakey kept barfing. He tried to tell Snowy that they didn't mean to. Husky told Snakey that the monkeys were gone. Snowy told them that if the smell bothers them, she can seal it up. Snakey was annoyed that she didn't say it earlier. He told her to hurry up and do it. Snakey had learned that the move he made harms the enemies but comes at a great cost. He took a mental note that it shouldn't be used carelessly. Chu, who was dangling on Husky's back, expressed how his life is filled with endless turmoil. The monkey barfed and shrieked. It made someone think that something weird has happened. Apparently, those monkeys reported to the large boss monkey. The large boss monkey told them that they could head back now, and he'll check things out himself tomorrow. At the same time, in the old cave, Black Yellow arrived and saw that Snakey and the others had run off, and they didn't even leave a single clue behind. He expressed that it's unfair. He sniffed the ground. He felt fortunate to have an amazing nose, but he noticed that the scent is spreading in so many directions. He complained that the brat had learned every trick in the book except for the proper ones. But it didn't bother him since he's confident that nothing in the world can stop him, the heavenly wandering demon. He decided to just follow every trail one by one. One day later, Snakey had a smile on his face. A bipedal earthy creature stood before him. He was glad to have finished making 100 stone puppets. Now, it's time for him to train them. He made them use a stone flying technique to aim at the target, which is a mountain. Then those puppets shot at it. It turned the mountain into debris. Snakey realized that sheer quantity really does make an impact. He thinks that this should be a catapult made by humans. As long as it's numerous and big enough, it can also easily destroy a city. It was such an intensive attack. He started to think that he could crush a cultivator with it. He thinks that if he sticks an explosive talisman on the stone puppet, then the effect should be on par with a cannon. He felt like such a genius. Cho has his legs and hands tied, but he can skip to reach Snakey, and he requested if he can release him. Snakey was hesitant because he might run after he released him. Cho replied that he's wanted by the snake catcher sect. If he goes back, he's dead. That's why there's no way he'll run. Moreover, not only did he think Snakey saved his life, he even enlightened him that a true man shouldn't be troubled by the matter of love. That's why he decided to pay back Snakey's kindness, and he stated that he can only pay him back if he lets him go. Snakey thinks that the simp isn't lying, but he's still deemed to have a backup plan. He made the beast taming ring transform into a collar. Now that Cho is free, he asks Snakey if there's anything he can do for him. Snakey confirmed if he wanted to work for him. He replied yes. Snakey slithered behind him and replied that he doesn't buy it, because he knew that humans are the most cunning and deceitful beings, and yet he wants him to trust in him. Snakey wraps him in his body and opens his mouth in his face to threaten him. Chu replied that as someone from the snake catcher sect, he's not surprised that Snakey doubts him, but he's still willing to serve him. Snakey commented that this guy sure talks well. He told him to listen properly. He told him that he will command 10 stone puppets to attack him, and he can only defend and not attack. It is to test if he's going to survive. Chu asked what would happen if he survived. Snakey replied that he'll increase the puppets into 20. Loud sounds can be heard as the puppets attack Cho. One slapped him in the face. Snakey was annoyed that he only withstood 33 stone puppets attacks. He knew he didn't do his best. As someone who can fight at par with Luntian, it's questionable that he can only withstand that amount. Chu tried to answer, but it was gibberish. Snakey replied that it's enough blabbing. Snakey dragged him to Snowy and requested that she treat his injuries. Snowy happily obliged. Unbeknownst to them, someone was watching. It's the boss monkey. He knew that those guys were not ordinary, and if he wanted to take them back to his territory, he couldn't face them head-on. He needed to find helpers. He thinks that it's best if he can make someone kill them in his stead. Half a month later, after cultivating for half a month, in addition to the bluff from the pills, he already reached the perfected 8 levels of the spirit awareness realm. Winter is coming soon, so Snakey has to go to seclusion to strive for the 9th level of spirit awareness. His goal is to reach the foundation establishment by next year's spring. During this half-month, Cho really didn't show any signs of running. He even helped Snakey hunt. But Snakey knew that if he went into seclusion for 3 to 5 days, he wouldn't be able to stop him if wanted to run. That is why he's considering beating him half dead and keeping him knocked out for a few days. Chu arrived and announced that he caught something good. Chu drags a black dog inside and states that the dog is quite aged and bald, which makes it great for nourishment. He said he'll heat the stove right away and they'll have dog meat. Snakey is surprised at what he saw. Black Yellow grinned at Snakey. Snakey was speechless. Cho asked why Snakey wasn't saying anything. He finds it strange because he usually gobbles up the hunt with a big grin. He's puzzled as to what's going on since Snakey doesn't even react when he offers to cook. Black Yellow commented that Snakey had grown up. He asked him if picked up a human pet. Chu was surprised that it can talk. Black Yellow replied that not only he can talk, he can bite too. And he did. Chu screamed out loud. Snowy, who was chewing herbs, heard it. Cho screamed for help while Black Yellow asked Snakey to help him tie up. He's annoyed that the human is thinking of eating dog meat, so now he's considering how to deal with him. He suggested slicing him up and throwing him into a hot pot. Chu yelled at Snakey that he can't just stand there and watch him die. He dangles on top of the pot and panics. He yelled that even if he didn't achieve much, he still puts effort. Snakey expressed that it would be a waste to eat him like that. Black Yellow agreed since the guy doesn't have much meat. He suggested fattening him up first. Cho felt relieved that Snakey was there to help him, but Snakey had suggested cutting off his limbs to taste it first. Black Yellow agreed that it's a good idea. Chu's soul left his body. That was enough teasing, and Snakey told Black Yellow that he already bit him and scared him, so it's enough to release him. Snaky expressed that he worked so hard to raise that pet. Black Yellow expressed that he's just helping him to be put in place since the guy might act out in the future. Snaky asked where he has been these days. Black Yellow replied that he had been digging graves, but unfortunately, those sects are heavily guarded. He only managed to rob the Purple Cloud sect. He showed him what he found. Snaky was surprised to see his old scales because he knew that the old hag took it. Black Yellow uttered that the old hag was killed by him. Snaky asked if that was true. Black Yellow asked him why he's surprised when the old hag is already in her last breath. That fight before had drained her lifespan. Even if he didn't step in, he knew she would have died within a half a year. And he thinks that it's about time for the Purple Cloud sect to fall. He shared that they either have no idea or are just scared out of their wits and pretending, but no one even noticed that their ancestor had died. Chu was shocked to hear that such a big thing happened. Black Yellow recognized him to be the famous simp. He told him that his glorious tale is being spread around in Purple Cloud sect. He argues that he was courting her seriously, so he's offended that they call it simping. And besides, the woman is already dead, so it was all in the past. He stated that he's walking down the right path and he's done being a simp. Black Yellow asked if that was so. Chow replied yes. He realized that as a human, he needed to have a backbone, so he can't just bow to anyone. Black Yellow laughed. Then he brought out Ancestor's ice coffin. Chu knew about it since Snaky told him. Black Yellow told him that it's not his ancestor. Black Yellow opened the coffin to show him who's inside. To his surprise, it was Linger, the one she had been simping from the start. Cho screamed in agony. He yelled at Black Yellow to give it back to him. Husky asked Snaky as to what led to that big commotion. Snaky hushed him and told him to just watch. Black Yellow retrieved the coffin. He told Chow to look at himself. It was contradictory of what he's saying, that he's not a simp, when he's even simping at a corpse. Black Yellow simply stated that a dog can never change its habit of eating shit. Snaky commented that it felt weird to hear it from a dog. Cho asked if he could give him the corpse. He begged that even a piece of Ling's clothing was fine. He leapt towards Black Yellow. He begged him, but Black Yellow kicked him in the face as a response. Snaky knew that Cho said that he's done simping, but now it's questionable. He had completely lost it. Snaky commented that it's too scary and he'd take it as a lesson. Black Yellow told Cho that he has such a good spiritual root. If he put his mind into cultivation, he would have reached the Foundation establishment years ago. He told him that it was such a waste of talent. Cho asked him what he should do. Black Yellow informed him that he couldn't be entirely blamed for it. The Purple Cloud technique is pretty sinister. It can plant a love goo unnoticed, and coincidentally, he's the kind of person who's easy to bewitch. Once he can use his willpower to get rid of the love goo's influence, he could reach the perfected Foundation establishment. That sparked curiosity in Snaky, so he asked him to elaborate on that. Black Yellow explained that the so-called Foundation establishment is the process of condensing the spiritual energy inside the body into a solid state. It will become a spiritual foundation, and the spiritual energy will flow continuously. Snaky replied that they knew about it. Husky asked if he should listen too. Black Yellow told him that he's talented and suggested that he go burn some firewood and cook some meat since he's hungry. Husky replied, okay. Snowy told Snaky that she'll go help Husky and requested him to relay the information later. Husky was cooking while thinking that with his talent, it would already be incredible if he's able to reach the Foundation establishment in that life, let alone perfected it. He expected himself to be a buzzkill if he joined the conversation, so he decided to hide his disappointment. The meat should be done. It smelled good that it made him drool, but in reality, Husky cried as he was hurt being set aside like that. Snowy covered his nose with a leaf and comforted him that it would be fine. But Black Yellow was aware of his surroundings. His silence made Snaky ask what he's pondering about. Then explained that Foundation establishment cultivators also vary some. Some are stronger, some are weaker. The main difference lies in their energy. He showed them a true key. It was color white. He told them that the majority of Foundation establishment cultivators' true energy is white, just like that. It's an ordinary normal Foundation establishment. He added that there are also some Foundation establishment cultivators with light blue-colored true energy. Those cultivators are normally peerless geniuses. They have strong spiritual roots, techniques, and willpower. And all those three elements are essential. Foundation establishment with blue-colored true energy is the perfect Foundation establishment. Chu asked about the strength of a perfect Foundation establishment. Black Yellow chuckled, then replied that in the same realm, one person can rival 10 people, and that isn't even an exaggeration. He was impressed. Snaky inquired if there's anything else above perfect. Black Yellow replied that the deeper the color of the true energy, the more perfected it will be. After light blue, there's dark blue, then purple. But in the entire world, there are only a few of them. The main reason is still the limitation techniques. In the entire world, there are only a few techniques that qualify to perfect foundation establishment. However, the Heavenly Devil technique is one of them. He sarcastically expressed that he was curious on what kind of astonishingly talented and peerless person created the technique. Snaky expressed that the true creator of the Heavenly Devil technique must be an astonishing talent. He thought about Snowy's pills. Ordinary people won't be able to do it. Black Yellow uttered to remain humble. Deep inside, Snaky was annoyed that he's bragging. Cho commented that it sounded like a demonic technique, and the creator must have been not good. He suggested that the creator must be a scum. Snaky, Snowy, and Husky immediately hid behind a tree. Chu was confused with their behavior. He asked if he said anything wrong. Snaky replied that he can speak as he likes. To his surprise, Black Yellow bared his fangs on him. It was followed by his loud scream. Snaky knew that Black Yellow never released the people he bites. Meanwhile, a monkey reported to another creature that there are 2 demonic snakes carrying a large amount of pills and exhaling smoke every day. The monkey assumed that those demonic beasts have a big secret that might be helpful to the boss. He was talking to a golden-winged great eagle in the Foundation establishment Great Demon. The eagle doubted it, but the monkey was firm that it was true. The eagle thanked him for the good information. The monkey looked like it had a sinister plan. Back to Cho. He was being bandaged up. Snowy bandaged his head while telling him to endure it. Black Yellow created a stealth array so that they wouldn't be noticed, even if a Foundation establishment cultivator passes by. Snaky replied that it was great. Black Yellow gave him an item that can automatically detect strong cultivators within a 50-kilometer radius. When there's danger, the jade stone will turn red. The deeper the color, the stronger the opponent is. However, it only works on humans. Snaky expressed that the item makes him feel safe, but it felt like Black Yellow was saying his final words. He replied that Snaky is correct. He only returned to bid him farewell. Snaky asked where he's going. Black Yellow replied that he discovered a yin-infused place deep inside Mountain Wu, which is suitable for him to cultivate, so he decided to go into seclusion for a period of time. Snaky asked how long it would be. He replied that he'll come out once he finishes absorbing the yin energy inside that place. It will take at least 1.5 years, 3 to 5 years at most. He added that the amount of time is nothing since a cultivator's lifespan is long. 10 years of seclusion could pass in the blink of an eye. Snaky replied that it's great since he's going into seclusion too, though it's a short one. Then Black Yellow remembered that he has another protective charm that he wants him to have. He told him not to open the storage bag just yet and only use it in life or death situations. Snaky turned his face away from him since he's already teary-eyed. He received the bag using his tail. Black Yellow told him to use the item inside and he'll be able to fight on equal footing, no matter who the opponent is. He emphasized that he can only use it once, so he shouldn't use it randomly. Black Yellow told him that he will now. He hoped that the next time they meet, Snaky is already a great demon in the Foundation establishment. Snaky replied that he hopes so too. When Black Yellow was a few steps away, he yelled at him to wait for a moment. Black Yellow glanced behind him and asked what it was. Snaky had something to give to him. His jaw dropped when he saw the spiritual stones, and there were tons of them. He scolded the brat for being bad. He didn't expect him to hide so many treasures behind his back. Snaky replied that he's giving it to him now. Black Yellow grinned and commented that he's messing with him. I bet Black Yellow felt proud that the once cowardly snake he found in the forest is now able to hide something from him. With that, they expressed their gratitude and hope to meet again. That dusk, Snaky watches him leave. He thought, thanks, brother. Let's meet again. The sun was shining brightly. Cho saw that Snaky is finally back after being outside the whole day. He reported that Husky just left too. Snaky asked what happened. Cho told him that Husky couldn't bear to bid farewell to them, so he asked him to relay a message. He wanted to venture out on his own and hoped that by the time they meet again, he'll have the strength alongside him. Snaky felt down. He asked about Snowy. Cho replied that when Snowy found out, she chased after him. He asked if she went by herself. He was worried about her. Chu assured him that she's strong, but before he could finish his sentence, Snaky yelled at him to dodge. An eagle had just attacked him. The eagle saw that there was not even a cave abode or pills. It realized that the monkey just said that to trick him into dealing with its opponent. but nevertheless, it's still a win for the eagle if it gets to eat demonic snake meat. Cho told Snakey not to panic since it's not time yet. They used a golden shield talisman. Then Snakey grabbed Cho and dove under the ground using earth traversal technique. The eagle was surprised that they used a talisman, but it think lowly of that. Then Snakey noticed the claw's force energy. He used his golden scale to defend his body. The eagle noticed that its attack didn't work and decided to retreat. That was a close call. If Snakey didn't have the golden scales to defend himself, his tail would have been cut off. When he checked his body, it didn't have any scar at all. This time, Snakey got targeted by his natural enemy, and it's even a great demonic beast in the Foundation establishment. He questioned why it was him. Chu admitted he was frightened. He felt it was incredibly unlucky to have come across yet another powerful demonic beast at the Foundation establishment level. Snakey asked if he could handle the eagle, but Cho pointed out that it was a demon cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, far beyond his current strength. So he questioned why Snakey thought he could possibly take it on. Snakey replied that Yuntian is also in the Foundation establishment, yet he was able to beat him up like that. Cho couldn't tell him that he only managed to burst out that strength because of Ling, and he was being looked down upon. Instead, he replied that if they worked together, they might actually have a chance. Snakey agreed. And since they are teaming up, Snakey suggests that he hangs him in a tree to use as bait. The eagle was confident that he'd break him into pieces, so it couldn't believe that it failed. It started to believe the monkey that the snake consumed pills and its entire body hardened as steel. It decided to wait since the snake is hiding. It had a technique on its sleeves that it could use if there's no other way. Although it would require the eagle to rest for a few days after using that technique once, a snake meat would still be worth it, and it's also a great nourishment. Chu saw that the great demon eagle was gone. Snakey saw it leave, but he knew they still couldn't go out. Chu doesn't believe that it's trying to lure them out. Snakey reasoned that in order to catch a frog, a snake can stay still for 3 days and nights, so a little wait like that was nothing. And at worst, Snakey thought that they could just drag it out. He was confident in his patience because he had never lost before when it came to it. He planned to dig a hole first, and they used that time to consume some pills to solidify his cultivation. Chu saw him and copied him by meditating and cultivating too. Snakey threatened him that if he disturbs him, he'd eat him. 1 hour later, the sky outside changed. Chu asked if they still won't go back. Snakey could feel that there's something off about the thunderclouds. He could tell that it wasn't an ordinary thundercloud. He decided to change location while avoiding those clouds. Cho could feel that something was strange too. He noticed that the cloud was moving with them. Snakey cursed out loud. He felt bad not having that kind of skill. The eagle hovered over them. It's trying to strike at them. Chu asked him what they should do. Snakey realized that the demonic beast disappeared just to cast that technique. Chu agreed, and because of that, he had known that he wouldn't be able to use the skill again in a short amount of time. Snakey used earth armor and told him to endure the attack first, with the hope that tomorrow they'll be eating eagle meat. Cho was okay with that. He also activated earth armor. The eagle striked. As another form of barrier, Snakey activated earth shield and used a golden shield talisman. Lightning struck them. The eagle expected his attack to work this time. It saw 2 monkeys approaching, and it asked where their boss was when it said that they would attack together. The eagle felt tricked. The monkey argues that they can't come close if it uses that kind of technique. They assured it that their boss would secretly attack if needed. The eagle agreed that it made sense since anyone below the golden core won't survive that attack. The eagle was surprised when Snakey used earth-piercing strike. The monkey asked what that commotion was. Then with a smug look on its face, it pointed out that the eagle just said that no one below the golden core could survive the attack. It asked if the eagle held back. The eagle replied that there is no way it would do that. Chu came out and called the idiot monkeys. He vowed to slaughter them all. The monkeys were annoyed with his arrogance. They told the eagle to leave the guy to them. The eagle sensed something. It was surprised when a golem suddenly jumped out of its face. It wondered where it came from. Then it saw Snakey. Snakey used gravity technique and golden scale ambush. The idiot bird got baited. Snakey was relieved to have used his tail to shift position beforehand. Otherwise, the outcome would have been hard to predict. That bird's technique was too powerful, so he made sure not to let it use it a second time. Earlier, he spied on the conversation of the eagle and the monkeys. Since he found out that the boss monkey could attack in the dark, he became careful with sneak attacks. He instructed Cho to draw those monkeys away and pull the fight in the opposite direction, while he takes care of that idiot bird. That's how they reached this moment, and as Snakey expected, the stone puppets are too weak in front of a Foundation establishment. But the eagle got spooked. So many golems appeared again, and they are throwing stones. He felt humiliated. A lump formed on the side of its head where the stone struck it. The eagle got annoyed and destroyed the golems while yelling at the snake to stop being impudent. It reminded the snake that it can crush those golems with a single grab. Then he searched for the demonic snake. Deep inside, Snakey wasn't interested in humiliating the eagle, but he was glad that he finally got the eagle to come down. When the eagle was within firing range, he unleashed several spikes. It realized that the snake had set up the traps beforehand. The eagle felt the pressure in the cracks, and the direction of the hidden weapons drove it deeper into the crevice. Only then did the eagle realize. It had walked straight into the trap, and since it could no longer dodge, it chose to block instead. Wrapping itself in its wings, it trusted in the toughness of its feathers. It got hit, and to its surprise, its wing was pierced, and the spike passed through. The eagle lost its balance, and while it was falling, Snakey lay in wait, while its mouth was wide open. The eagle saw the tail of the snake. It smacked it down. The eagle hurriedly got up while Snakey dove underground using earth traversal. The eagle called it shameless. The wings of the eagle trembled, so it decided not to fight a losing battle. It was focused on leaving the chasm. Through the crack, Snakey saw it trying to leave. He made golems jump down on the crack and attack it, making the eagle shriek loudly. It used flying technique stone. Snakey followed up his attack with an exploding talisman. He was determined to trap the eagle there. Now the eagle faced golem puppets above and exploding talismans below. Snakey was determined to bring it down. But the eagle cried out, declaring it had no fear of the demonic snake. And although those golem attacks are weak, there's too many of them. It left him with no choice. The eagle attacked the golems, using its technique called feather-transforming sword chi. Snakey defended himself using the golden scale shield. At this point, the eagle had already used its trump card and it looked exhausted. It wondered if it was dealing with a snake or a human cultivator. It decided to flee. Snakey noticed that the eagle had used its ultimate attack. Now it could no longer fly. It was merely scrambling up the rocks. And Snakey had no intention of letting it escape. He attacked it with an earth-piercing strike. It landed beside the eagle, and because of that, the eagle can't create any more footholds. Snakey used fire snake technique next. The eagle was almost at the top, but Snakey chased after it. Then he used the earth-piercing strike just beneath it. It looked like a skewered eagle, but it wasn't dead yet. Gritting its beak, it said that Snakey was overflowing with talismans and tricks, and pointed out that Snakey's behavior is just like a human's. It described him to be a snake raised by a human, which meant that Snakey is a traitor and won't die a peaceful death, and that neither the human world nor the demonic world would ever accept that kind of freak. Snakey replied that he doesn't understand what he's talking about, but he revealed that he already has his own family, so he doesn't need anyone's acceptance. He made sure to point out that it's the eagle who won't have a peaceful death. Several more ground spikes pierced through the eagle. Snakey was relieved when it finally died. Now he had to quickly find the simp, but he didn't expect that he would be suddenly pierced. He took out the arrow and used divine consciousness to search for the culprit. It found something on a branch of a tree. It was the white-haired old monkey. He realized that it's the boss of the monkeys. He panicked when the arrow he pulled out was coming back again. He used golden scale slash. The arrow broke into pieces, then he dove down. He was in pain, though. He realized that it wasn't a normal arrow. He assumed that it was some kind of treasure because it could also break through his golden scales. When he looked around, the monkey was gone. Even its aura had been hidden away. He called it cunning, for it ambushed him when he's killing the eagle, and it ran away after failing. He determined that the eagle was an accomplice of this monkey. He decided to deal with the eagle's corpse first in case the monkey comes back to take it. He also had to heal his injuries first. He was pouting because it sucks to be played like that. After eating the eagle, he acknowledges how mad he is. He vowed to find the monkey and devour it. Meanwhile, the monkey was fleeing. Its ambush had failed, and it knew that if it kept fighting the snake, it would end up like the eagle. Unable to kill the snake, it turned its sights on the cultivator instead. On the other side of the forest, someone was getting beaten up. It was Chow. He was used as a training dummy by the little monkeys. Chew helped Snakey by distracting the monkeys, but since there's so many of them, he'd get beaten up. The monkey sounded the gong, and it made him dizzy. If not for that, he would have killed those monkeys already. He shrieked and begged the monkey to stop hitting him. He had to think of a way to distract them, and he thought that the monkeys wouldn't be able to resist bananas. He threw bananas at them, and the monkey happily received it. Finally, he managed to get rid of a bunch of them. But suddenly, a monkey loomed over him. He asked if it wanted bananas too. The monkey took his pouch and inspected it, while the other one played the gong beside Chow. The monkey thinks it was trash, but to Chow, his storage bag was important. They mocked him for panicking because of the clothes. Cho begged them to return it. His mind called out to Ling, even as he spoke aloud, demanding the item be returned. The monkeys played with him. They sounded the gong again, and it made Cho's head hurt to the point that he couldn't even open his eyes. But even if he can't see, he's familiar with Ling's aura. So he was able to grab the clothes. The monkey was impressed. It pulled the clothing while Chu held onto the other end, and it tore apart. These monkeys are such bullies. They made fun of his reactions. At this point, Chu could no longer hold it in. He cursed at them and told them that he's not playing with them. Cho's body exudes aura. The monkey felt weird, so they got cautious. Chu made the ground shake, and it threw the monkey off balance. Due to the erosion of love goo, Chu has completely lost his sense. He transformed physically into a wooden monster, becoming a puppet that fought solely for Ling. The monkey with the gong stepped forward and played it, but the transformed Chu pushed the monkey on the ground. Snaky noticed the commotion on where the simp is. The monkeys ran as fast as they could, but the monstrous Cho was determined to kill them all. The monkey that he grabbed shrieked out loud, while the other fell into a stream of lava. Since they can't hide, the monkeys decided to fight, and to prepare for that, it ate a berserking fruit. The monkey grabbed Cho's hands and wrestled him, snarling that he would pay with his life for killing the kids. But Cho was able to grab the monkey on its neck, and the monkey complained that it was hot. Cho burned the monkey using his sky-piercing giant arm. Snaky searched for the other monkeys. When he arrived, he was confused about what was happening. Snaky got confused as to why Chu, who was just getting beaten up earlier, suddenly went mad. Then he saw ripped clothes off Ling, and it made sense to him. Snaky knew about it since that was recorded in Cho's bamboo slip diary. He remembered it cost around 30 spiritual stones. Snaky was impressed. He realized now why he can beat Yuntian to half dead. He noticed that the simp is getting smaller, which means that his strength will be exhausted soon. He decided to go there after this one. Snaky noticed a trail of light. He warned him to be careful of the hidden weapon. To his surprise, that idiot grabbed it instead of dodging it. He could sense something was wrong with the arrow, so he yelled for him to throw it away. It exploded, resulting in unveiling his stone armor on the side. Snaky was right. Then Cho's arm shrunk. Chu yelled out loud as he garnered strength, and he threw the arrow back. Snaky watched it disappear in the air. The distance was so far that his divine consciousness couldn't investigate it. Then he heard a sound which made him assume that the attacker was hurt, but he didn't scream at all. It made him curious how he'd put up with it. He decided to send 2 puppets ahead to check it out just in case it's a trap. Chu fell face down on the ground. Snaky could tell that he's exhausted. He noticed that Cho's spiritual energy had almost dried up since it was leaking out from the right arm's wound. It made him intrigued what the bone arrow is made of, that it can destroy spiritual energy. Snaky could tell that the bone arrow is too terrifying. Its concussion power back then already left him with a deep wound. Had he not used his tail to block it, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Then he checked what the golem found. He was surprised to see that both the old monkey and the bone arrow are gone, and only some blood and fur are left behind. He decided to collect them, thinking it would make tracking easier in the future. If it were him, he wouldn't have left such an obvious clue for his opponent. Knowing how cunning the old monkey was, he wondered if the blood and fur were planted to mislead him. Then again, maybe the creature had been too focused on escaping to clean up its trail. Considering he wasn't fully healed yet, he chose not to pursue the monkey. Still, erring on the side of caution, he dug the area so he could return and investigate later. He knew that no matter how that old monkey is, there should be some lingering aura left in the soil and grass. 1,000 miles away, deep inside Mount Wu. Someone was eating happily. It was black-yellow and he's eating corpses. He liked how the yin energy is so pure. With that, added to the spiritual stone mountain that Snaky gave him, it would be a matter of time before he returned to his peak. Suddenly he remembered that he hadn't given Snaky the puppet that he promised him. He wondered if he should just leave it be, but he imagined Snaky calling him a liar. So he decided to keep his promise. But before he left, he took a bone to bring with him as a snack. Snaky was back in his cave, but Snowy hasn't returned yet. He checked Cho's condition and took out the limb regeneration pill he had received from the Purple Cloud sect. It was incredibly precious. He only had one, and its value rivaled that of a Foundation establishment pill. As he held it, he couldn't help but think that once he gave it away, he'd have none left. But with Snowy gone, he knew giving it to Cho was the right thing to do. While feeding him that, he's thinking how it was unexpected that he'd hang around humans. Suddenly, Snowy appeared. He was surprised that she returned. He immediately pulled out the pill from Cho's mouth. Snowy expressed how sad she is with Husky leaving. Snaky comforted her and assured her that they will meet again when fate allows it. She clarified that she's not crying because of it. Earlier, Husky told her to stop chasing. She wanted to catch him because he hasn't tried the new pill that she made. Husky kept running because he's scared. Snowy swore there was no poison this time. She even promised she'd be struck by lightning if she was lying. Then the lightning struck. She decided that if he doesn't stop, she'd be impolite. Husky saw that it was a divine pill awakening, and just by looking at it, he's already vomiting. She encouraged him to try as much as he wanted, though Husky was determined to venture out this time. She gave him a pouch to take with him containing all her important pills. Then she told him to tell her the effect the next time they meet. Husky sobbed since he kept telling her that her pills contained poison, and yet she kept forcing them to her. Snowy told Snaky that she's sad because she lost a friend who can help taste her pills. He told her that they have the simp to taste it for her. Snowy was surprised to see his condition. It made her ask what happened to them. Snaky replied that it's a long story. He asked if she could take a look at him and treat him. Snowy confidently replied that she could. Snaky entrusted the simp to her. She promised to make his arm return to normal in 7 days. The water from the ceiling of the cave dripped continuously. Snaky's body was wrapped around some animal. Then he started reciting a prayer. He couldn't help but notice that the power of the great demon in the Foundation establishment feels different. He could tell that his body is getting firmer. He broke through the 9th level of awareness. He was so happy to have reached the perfect spirit awareness. His wounds have fully healed and his scales increased a lot too. His divine consciousness also improved. He accomplished a lot from that seclusion time. Some feathers and claws were left. All of those are Foundation establishment beast ingredients. They can be used to make second-tier treasures. He planned to try them on the puppets later to increase their battle power. He had been in seclusion for a few days, so he was curious on how the simp and Snowy. He heard some commotion, and it made him wonder if some great demon had come. It was a large, rat-like creature sniffing around. Snaky could tell that it's another Foundation establishment demon, and it's a mongoose who specializes in suppressing serpents. The mongoose thinks he was scammed by a bastard who lied and told him that there's a snake to eat there, but he couldn't find any trace of snake scent, just some weird, funky smell. Snaky thinks that it was the old monkey who lured it to him. He was glad that he had always been cautious and had cleaned up his scent. He could tell that the old monkey didn't appear this time. It's obvious that he barely knew the mongoose. He knew that he needed to get rid of that old monkey, because if it goes on, who knows what other demonic beasts he'll summon. He decided to check on the simp and Snowy before he went out. Cho's arm had regenerated. Snaky was amazed that his arm actually grew back. Snowy replied that her medical skills are brilliant, but she informed him that it will take about 10 days for him to fully recover. Snaky replied that it's actually a fast recovery. Cho was dreaming about eating delicious dog meat. It was funny how Cho remembers the meat, but not the beating he received. Snaky stated that if Black Yellow was there, before he could finish his sentence, Black Yellow popped out. They were surprised that he was back. Snaky was so shocked because he knew he was in seclusion, and he's back so fast. He replied that he came back to give him something. Snaky asked what it was. Black Yellow boasted that he always keeps his promises. He gave him a bag of puppets that Snaky would truly like. Snaky thanked him. After that, Black Yellow told him that he'll take his leave, but Snaky told him to wait as he grabbed something from the bag. Since Black Yellow has a good nose, he requested him to check if there's any monkey scent on an item. Black Yellow got curious. Then he realized that is why he saw traces of battle in the ravine, and even Simp got hurt. He smelled it and identified the fur of the ice soul bear. Its strength should be at the late stage of Foundation establishment, and the bloodstain is from the demon bear too. He caught its scent on his way there, and had estimated that it's about 30 miles away. He added that the bear is really sensitive to intruders. Anyone who gets near its territory will be hunted down to the end of the world. He commented that the monkey was really sly, and if he had followed its trail, he probably would have been crushed to death. He sniffed some more as he inspected the bottle. He identified the scent of the snowstorm monkey. Although its cultivation is at Foundation establishment, it might have been injured before. That would explain why it's so weak. Snaky asked if it was nearby. He replied no. Within a 100-kilometer radius, there's no trace of that monkey. Snaky wondered if it relocated, or maybe that demonic beast's concealment technique even fooled his nose. Black Yellow wasn't pleased with that statement because it was insulting. Meanwhile, Snowy had observed that Snaky had become more human and Master Doggy had become more dog-like. In another setting, the monkey was amused. He faced an elephant clan who migrated back. One of them recognized that it was the old monkey who saved a young elephant back then. The leader of the elephant even rewarded him with a tusk back then. The leader of the elephant asked his friend if he ran into trouble. The monkey replied that 2 snakes and a human broke into his territory and slaughtered his clan members, and he had come to ask for help. He was curious about what happened, and even if the elephant clan usually doesn't interfere in other clans' affairs, they always repay kindness since it's one of their ancestral rules. He decided to help the monkey. He ordered the elephant named Gray to go. The monkey added that the demonic snake knows human techniques to the point that it's strong enough to kill a Foundation establishment great demon. He suggested that they needed someone strong. Gray was insulted since it's like he's saying that he wasn't strong enough. The elephant leader asked how far the place was. The monkey replied that it took him 5 days to get to them, so for the elephant leader, it should only be half a day. The elephant leader agreed to go there himself. He'll go there to check if the human is a damned snake catcher or not. Back to this chaotic duo. Black Yellow asked if he had more questions. Snaky thought about it. He brought out a broken bone and asked what demonic beast bone was it, because it feels like it can break spiritual ki. Black Yellow sniffed it and replied that it seemed to have been made from a tusk. He could tell that the owner is a descendant of the ancient beast, the spirit-devouring elephant. Its cultivation should be at least mid-stage Foundation establishment. Snaky realized why it was familiar. It was because it was a tusk. Black Yellow shared that in ancient times, spirit-devouring elephants used their tusks to absorb the essence of spiritual veins. Their tusks were known as the strongest tools for breaking spiritual ki. Because of that, humans hunted them down for their tusk, and they were nearly wiped out. He didn't imagine he'd get to see something like that again. Snaky added that their descendants are dancing the same fate. Black Yellow explained that tusks are top-tier materials for making treasures. They don't require much refining skills either. As long as it's polished well, it can have the power of a treasure. He noticed that it was getting late, so he needed to leave. Snaky asked if he needed to go already. He replied that it's always nice to come home, and he wondered how many years will pass before he could visit again. Snaky called him again. Snowy, who was observing them, thinks that Snaky is reluctant to make Black Yellow leave, but Snaky just wanted to retrieve his tusk from Black Yellow. He demanded that he hand it over. Black Yellow made an excuse that he got used to it, and it wasn't his intention. He added that he already took it, so Snaky better not be stingy. Snaky got annoyed and wrapped his tail on his head while saying that dogs really can't quit their habit of eating crap. Black Yellow tried to convince him by saying that he went back just to give him puppets, so he better not be ungrateful. Snaky yelled at him not to mix things up. While they were having their banter, Chew ate Black Yellow's leg while commenting that dog meat tastes amazing. Both Snaky and Black Yellow were speechless. Black Yellow smacked him while telling him that he's not allowed to bite. Cho woke up screaming loudly. Good food was being served. Cho looked like he's in bliss. Then suddenly the face of the angry dog appeared on the soup. That bad dream woke him up. He expressed his scary dream, getting bitten by a cooked dog. Then he sensed something different on his arm, but since it was wrapped up, he decided to just leave it be. Aside from that, his thigh hurts. It made him ask if something had just bitten him. Snaky realized that he's not fully awake yet. Snaky got distracted when he saw that the array was activating the enemy. Black Yellow also felt the strong spiritual energy coming from Snaky's direction. The aura is almost at the level of a golden core great demon. He assumed that the snowstorm monkey found another helper again. He knew he wouldn't be able to handle just a few of them. Meanwhile, the elephant leader arrived at the ravine together with the monkeys. He wanted to hurry and get it over with. With that, the monkey thought that any tricks would be useless, and the snake would have nowhere to run. The monkeys cheered. Those 3 were alarmed, especially Cho, since his injuries haven't healed yet. Snaky told him not to panic, and they would observe the situation first. The elephant leader yelled for them to come out. Snaky peeked, and he was confused what he's doing there. Then, connecting the information he has with the monkey and the tusk back then, he realized that the monkey has a relationship with the elephant clan. The elephant leader noticed something. Snaky realized that it can even notice his scouting puppet. This guy immediately recognized the snake puppet. The elephant leader then used scatter and fell from his flying cloud. The monkey gave him praise. The elephant leader asked if that was the place. The monkey replied that he's right, and suggested that he can just overrun the entire place and the stealth array will break by itself. The monkey announced to his clan that they could get revenge soon. With snake meats, treasures, and pills, their clan will become strong once again. The elephant leader yelled at the master of the place to come out and face him. The monkey was surprised since it was an attitude different from what he imagined. He dismissed it by thinking that he's just overthinking it. Then the elephant leader says that he hopes the friend can come out. The monkey was confused since it seemed like the elephant leader knew the snake. Since he could tell something was wrong, he thought of sneaking away. The elephant leader asked his little friend if he's unwilling to meet him. The elephant leader knew that if it weren't for its help in the dark, none of those elephants would have survived. It saved a whole branch of the elephant clan, and their clan only has 8 branches. He knew that a feat and kindness like that must be repaid with his entire life. When the elephant leader kneeled, everyone was shocked. Then the elephant leader stated that the elephant clan will forever remember his kindness. Snakey peeked from the cave and told him to put away his flame. The elephant leader was happy to see him. While the monkey got nervous, Snakey expressed that he doesn't want his new home to get burned. He added that he doesn't have to thank him since the snake catchers are also his enemies, and he just did it in passing. Immediately, the monkey told his children to run in different directions. They were all in panic. The elephant leader replied that he's too humble. He introduced himself as Man Jin and asked what his name is. Snakey told him his name, then he explained that he and the monkey weren't on good terms and if he's really thankful. The monkeys felt something wrong on the ground. Then suddenly Snakey emerged, blasting the monkey away. He continued to say that Man Jin shouldn't interfere. Man Jin replied that he'll remember Snakey's name. Meanwhile, Black Yellow was out of breath. He realized that it was just a false alarm. He didn't expect Snakey to do something like that. He arrived at the scene where there was a pile of roasted and dead. Black Yellow could tell that he's no longer the cowardly Snakey from back then. He realized that he shouldn't have worried. Concurrently, the monkey leader hurriedly went to the volcano. His only chance to win is by using the terrain in that area. Snakey saw that it has talismans too. That's why it's fast. But he was confident that he wouldn't lose in terms of speed. He used triple wind talismans. The elephant leader watched them. He saw how fast Snakey went, that he already caught up with the monkey. Then, he used earth-piercing strike. If the monkey dodges, the gap between them will shrink to just 3 meters. The monkey used his treasure, the dark nether cauldron. He rode it and borrowed the force of the spike, throwing him to a distance. That made Snakey pissed. This monkey leader really is cunning. A worthy opponent, I would say. The monkey used the sky shield fan to protect itself while riding the walk. Snakey was surprised that the walk blocked the earth-piercing strike. Since that was the case, he thought of increasing the power. He thinks brute force was the solution to overcome it, so he prepared multiple earth-piercing strikes. But it didn't work. Instead, it propelled the monkey further. The monkey coughed blood because of the impact. Snakey saw that opportunity, so he planned to unleash a powerful earth-piercing strike. But then he remembered how cunning this monkey was, and the part where it coughed blood could just be an act. So, if he used the same attack with more power, the monkey could really get away. The monkey saw that he didn't fall for his tricks. Snakey decided not to rush and be very careful on his next attack. The monkey saw how fast the snake was when he used some treasures, and he can't even be compared to it. He knew that if it went on, he'd be caught up real fast. He used his berserk bloodline to speed up. Snakey targeted him again with an earth-piercing strike. The monkey thought that he was being impatient, and it's exactly what it wants. But the monkey was surprised. The walk got stuck. He realized he was tricked because the target wasn't him but the walk. He got furious since he had lived for centuries, and this was the first time someone ever dared to trick. He couldn't believe this brat. He hung from the walk, so it caught his attention when it shook. Snakey rose up to grab the walk. The monkey realized that this snake wanted to rob him of his treasure, but he wouldn't give up on it because his divine consciousness was on it. Snakey exudes his power, and the monkey was left astonished. His divine consciousness got overwritten. He didn't expect the demonic snake's divine consciousness to be so strong. He lets go of the walk and falls. His divine consciousness got damaged and his body was getting numb. As he fell, the branches had scratched him before he crashed on the ground. He couldn't understand the illusion that he just saw. As he struggles to get up, he was surprised when Snakey suddenly showed up in front of him. He expressed to Snakey that he doesn't want the territory anymore, so he should stop being aggressive already. Snakey pointed out what he did first. He lured the golden eagle and mongoose to kill him, then he wanted to make the elephant kill him too. It was ironic that the monkey was telling him to stop being aggressive, so now it was too late to make peace. Snakey attacked with Rainstorm Golden Scale. The monkey planned to counter it with a spirit-devouring arrow. He deflected the scales. But the last scale broke his spirit-devouring arrow. Snakey had long figured out his trump card, so he prepared for it. He learned that when he focused all his golden scales attack on the area, the spirit-devouring arrow would be broken in 12 hits. The monkey took out another weapon, the tribulation rod. He's starting to get annoyed with those scales. So he decided to attack the caster. Snakey wasn't scared, though. He unleashed the golem and it hit the monkey right on the gut. The monkey got annoyed at the puppet and crushed it. Snakey followed it up with a flying stone and an explosion technique. The monkey went through the smoke, refusing to give up. He was determined to take him with him to the grave. Several golems charged at him and pinned him down using earth trap technique. With that, he'd be at the snake's mercy. Several golems attacked him all at the same time. The beating continued. Snakey wanted to get revenge for the simp too. If the monkey could withstand it, then he'll be cleared from their grudges. Simultaneously, he released flystone technique, a wind blade technique, a fire snake technique, and a thunder technique. Man Jin watched them from the sky. He doubted if it's something a demonic beast can do because not even a human's fight was that outrageous. The scale of the chaos could be mistaken as a group fight, but Jin knew that it wasn't. But calling it a one-on-one fight doesn't seem right either. What's even scarier was that Snakey barely even moved in the latter half. The monkey was burnt, with limbs torn apart. Jin bid farewell, saying, "Monkey bro, farewell." Snakey knew this monkey was cunning, so he carefully approached him to confirm if he was dead. He hit him with a golden scale slash. After chopping the body, he used gravity technique to collect it, and he finally had the peace of mind that he's completely dead. Jin approached him and expressed that Snakey surpassed his apparent cultivation, but Snakey thinks it was too weak. But Jin was in awe. Jin had to follow his ancestors' rules since Snakey had helped so many of his elephant kin. He got distracted on what he's saying when he felt hot from the flame on his body. Snakey internally thought that he might be afraid of his own flames burning him. Continuing with what he said, he presented Snakey an ivory as thanks. It was so shiny that Snakey could barely open his eyes. Jin gave him the twin tusks of an icefire giant elephant. Snakey inspected it. Jin shared to him that the icefire giant elephant once roamed the polar regions, born with both ice and spiritual roots. It was truly unique and unbelievable, but on the continent, they have long gone extinct. Only in the wildest lands might one catch a glimpse. Black Yellow once told him that the owner of the tusks should have been at a foundation establishment of great perfection similar to Jin. Just the thought of that made him drool. Compared to the soul-devouring ivory of the old ape, those were countless times more precious. The gift was far too valuable, so he couldn't accept it. Jin insists since it was their ancestral rule. The elephant clan was nearly wiped out by humans, and to survive, they can only spread kindness and forge good ties. And when he falls one day, his tusks would also be left to his descendants to be given to those who have shown them grace, so he wished for Snakey to accept it. Since that was the case, Snakey accepted it. But honestly, it was just a small favor, and he got such a great gift so it made him feel guilty. So he shared to Jin some pills that he took from the snake hunters before. He was about to say something when water splashed on his face. Jin burst into tears, and Snakey had no idea why, until Jin expressed that he had given away so much ivory in his life, and it was the first time he ever received a gift in return. He clearly came to repay his kindness, and yet he ended up taking advantage of his benefactor instead. Snakey was just too kind. But then Snakey remembered correctly that Jin was tricked by that old monkey to come kill him first. He told him to stop crying already. He was old and powerful, and yet he wasn't vigilant. It was a precious ivory, and he just handed it over even when the monkey tricked him to fight Snakey personally. Jin agreed he was right, but also, it was their ancestral teaching. Snakey told him that had he run into a core formation cultivator instead of him, he would have been doomed. Jin reasoned that his elephant clan is innately strong, so he doesn't fear them. Also, he could form a core anytime. Snakey commented that he's a big guy with no brains at all, because that wasn't his point. But then Snakey got sidetracked when he realized Jin said that he could form a core anytime. He asked why he hadn't done it. Jin replied that forming a demon core requires long seclusion and would trigger the 49 heavenly tribulation. He would be gravely injured, and with humans hunting them, it could lead to extinction of his clan. Then he admitted that the raging flames in his body and thunderclouds were punishments from a failed attempt at core formation years ago. They burned him all this time. Snakey told him to extinguish it, but he couldn't. But then Snakey had a thought. Jin had a strong body and higher cultivation, so he might be able to handle Snowy's pills. So he gave him the essence nourishing pill, blood replenishing pill, and bone strengthening pill. He warned him that those were extremely potent, so he shouldn't use them, unless absolutely necessary. It made Jin extremely happy, to the point that even if Snakey told him to climb blades or dive into fire, he won't even hesitate. He claimed him to be his friend for life. Snakey told him to stop kneeling, because he might crush him to death. Then he sent this crybaby on his way. And lastly, he told him not to call him benefactor. Instead, he could call him Snakey. Jin made sure to remember. Then he invited him to visit his clan when he got the chance. After that, Snakey went to his cave and got excited for his favorite part. He took out the chopped body and some other stuff. He took the jade and herbs to give it to Snowy. Then, he gave the weapon to the simp, who was moved to tears. But Snakey warned him not to let any woman trick him again. Snakey also upgraded their cooking pot to the dark nether cauldron that he got. He told them to go do their own thing while he lives in seclusion for a while. He requested Cho to guard the outside for him. When he was alone, he checked the content of the sheepskin scroll. It was a map of the Wushan Mountains. 100 miles north, there was the Ice Soul giant bear, who was at the Foundation establishment late stage. Then at 200 miles out, a mongoose snake at mid-stage. Then there was Jin's elephant clan, 1,000 miles away at the plains beneath Wushan. Then, 3-headed wolves and 4-winged birds were marked with black dots to indicate that they had undergone mutations. Snakey took a mental note to stay away from them, as they might be core formation beasts. He also saw on the map a place that he had entered with black-yellow before. It was the Spirit Mine Cave. It was marked X, which means it was dangerous. It was no wonder because the spirit-devouring ant was there. Snakey saw the importance of the map. To survive there, it was essential. And then he remembered the key. It had some patterns that looked like the deconstruction array that black-yellow used. He tried scratching it using the golden scales, but it didn't work. Its material surpassed ancestor Zixia's flying sword. He had no idea what the key opens, so he decided to keep it safe. He also got a legendary forging furnace. He doesn't understand forging, but he remembered black-yellow saying that ivory doesn't need technique, just a simple refining to reach the magic treasure level. So he thought of using divine sense to activate the furnace and reshape it. He was confident in how smart he was. He imagined the weapon's shape in his mind. And with heaven and earth as the board, all beings were the pieces, he activated divine sense refinement. And it was successful. He got the shape that he wanted. It was a sword with a wavy blade, and the power was so strong. Snakey got elated, so he decided to forge the Icefire tusks too. The aura was far stronger than those soul-devouring tusks. Suddenly, it exploded. The furnace sizzled. Snakey realized that the Icefire tusks weren't something he could handle at his current level. He decided to wait until he reached the Foundation establishment before trying again, and at the moment, the most important thing for him was to go into seclusion and complete his Foundation establishment. He ate the monkey, and he didn't expect that it would taste pretty good. Half a month passed by. Cho finds it strange that he couldn't feel anything on his arm. He tried to intentionally hurt himself, but to his surprise, even blades couldn't cut it, and stones couldn't smash it. Also, fire couldn't burn it. He got enthusiastic as he realized that he could have refined the legendary copper skin iron bones. His loud voice made Snowy scolded him for being too noisy when the snakes were hibernating. He asked Snowy to bite him to test how tough his arm was. Snowy was hesitant because she was poisonous. He didn't mind, so he urged her to bite him to test his arm's toughness. She chomped on him. He claimed that it was just a tiny wound, and it wasn't a problem at all, but seconds later, he fell. Snowy was annoyed because now she had to detoxify him. He always causes trouble for her. She contemplated on what method to use and considered poison to poison. Chu could tell she was quite excited. She let centipedes crawl on his arm. She instructed him not to move as she's helping him detox. His arm turned purple, and he screamed loudly. He panicked on what was happening to his arm. He claimed that he's from a righteous sect and would rather cut off his own arm than accept that kind of thing. Snowy suggested he test its power first, then she'll help him cut it off later. Her suggestion made sense, so he gave it a try. He punched the ground, and it shattered. His eyes sparkled upon seeing that his arm is a legendary Qilin arm. Snowy told him he could cut it off now, but he refused, saying that it was good fortune. She reminded him that he said it was ugly, and if he doesn't cut it, it would spread all over his body. Chu replied that he didn't care for appearances since he's a cultivator. Meanwhile, at Snakey's cave residence, his Foundation establishment failed, and he had no idea what happened. He clearly felt his realm break through another layer. Even his golden scales increased. Black-Yellow once told him that a complete spirit foundation should be like a whole staircase, but he only condensed a single brick. In ancient times, when cultivation flourished, the 9th layer of key refining wasn't the limit. There were even 10th, 11th, and 12th layers. Back then, once cultivators reached Foundation establishment, almost all of them achieved perfect foundations. But as time passed with spiritual energy drying up and inheritances broken, very few could ever reach that point anymore. Snakey realized that he might now be in the 10th layer of key refining, but it could also be just a fake foundation formed after failure. He had a dream before, and the dragon said that his cultivation was missing something. He considered that to be the reason that he failed. He talked to the cauldron in his stomach and requested the dragon to come out and explain. He complained that he spoke vaguely before, so he couldn't understand a damn thing. He got irritated that it wasn't responding when he's asking something from him. Eventually, he gave up and was forced to figure it out himself. He had been in seclusion for so long that all the breast meat was digested already, so he decided to go to Snowy and get something to eat. Cho first saw him. He was finally out of seclusion, and coincidentally, it was New Year's Eve, so he got invited to eat dumplings together. Snakey had no idea what New Year's Eve was, so Snowy explained that it was a human festival. Cho got curious and inquired if demon beasts had any festivals. They both replied none. He got sad for them, but he admits that he was miserable too. Because every year during New Year's Eve, he'd go home for a family reunion, but since he entered the Moving Mountain sect, it had been 5 years since he last returned home. Snakey was confused because their cave was their home. Chu clarified that they were only companions, and the place that gave birth to and raised him was what was called home. From the Simp's definition, Snakey's home would be the 10,000 Snake Valley. Chu heard that the Snakecatcher sect plans to turn that place into a slaughterhouse. He empathized with Snakey, saying that it was tragic. Snakey thought that home was just a territory, and it can be replaced. But if 10,000 Snake Valley counts as home, then he thought of something, but it would be too dangerous. Unexpectedly, they heard a ding sound. It came from the detection jade that Black Yellow gave him before. It was a warning device if a cultivator appears within 100 miles. Judging from the size and shade of red, the cultivator should only be an early-stage key refining, nothing to fear about. But suddenly, several more ding and red marks appeared. They were surprised at how many there were. There were at least 300 QE refining cultivators, with several foundation establishments mixed in. They feared that they were all there to capture them. Chu asked what they should do. Snakey noticed that something was off. It looked like those cultivators were just passing through. They already moved 100 miles past them, and another wave was chasing after them. Snakey assumed that they were just a major sect relocation and had nothing to do with them. But wave after wave like that means there could be tens of thousands cultivators, and no sect has that many people. It was practically an army of cultivators. It led him to think that war was going to happen. Snakey saw that war as an opportunity. While they're too busy to care about them, they could focus on training and getting stronger. Cho hoped that disaster doesn't reach his homeland. Snakey reminded him of how strong he got, so his thoughts were useless. Snowy added that only by focusing on cultivation that they can better protect themselves and their families. Snakey shared that in a few days, he plans to hunt a Foundation establishment beast to aid in his cultivation. It might be too risky, but he asked them if they wanted to come. If so, they could split the spoils accordingly. Snowy had to tend to the spirit herbs, so she declined. But Cho was excited to go with him. Snakey pointed to the map and told him that within 100 miles, there's only one Foundation establishment beast at an early stage approaching mid-stage. It was the Amethyst Thunder Lion. And Snakey had figured out that hunting it gives the best returns for all the risk. The large band of cultivators has passed through, so Snakey has deemed that it was safer for them to begin the hunt. The cavern of the Amethyst Thunder Lion lies just ahead. Snakey planned to draw it out and probe its strength. Cho followed his lead. The cave was filled with amethyst created through the cultivation of that very Amethyst Thunder Lion. It made Snakey curious if the ore holds any benefit for his own cultivation. He slithered through the cave but had not seen the Amethyst Thunder Lion. His only choice was to follow its tracks and lingering scent. But then chow something in the distance. It sounded as though two demon beasts were in a fight. Snakey decided to investigate. Also, he hoped for some unexpected loot. The Amethyst Thunder Lion was furious that the other demon beast killed her child. The pangolin insists that it was not them, because they only eat insects, so there was no reason for them to kill her child. The Amethyst Thunder Lion argued that she witnessed it herself, so he shouldn't bother denying it. She demanded him and his children to pay with their lives. The pangolin threatened the lion that if she harmed his children, he would fight her to death. Snakey had learned that the Amethyst Thunder Lion was seeking vengeance. He felt lucky because they could just claim the spoils after their fight, but he doubted if such a fortuitous event would just really fall into their laps. Chu agrees, since he doesn't think he's a lucky person. Snakey could tell that the wounds upon the lion cub's body were undoubtedly inflicted by the pangolin king's claws. The pangolin king wasn't a carnivore, so he wondered why it would kill the cub. Cho could tell something wasn't right. He thought of it as a setup. Snakey agreed. He decided to wait for them to wear each other down and then eliminate them both. Chu was about to say something when Snakey hushed him. He told him that it was a scheme that he only expected from a cultivator. Yet there wasn't a trace of any cultivator for 100 miles. He wondered if he was just mistaken. But considering that the jade could only detect human presence, he thought that a puppet was used. Chu informed him that they were in the territory of the Qin Kingdom, and the Heavenly Puppet sect operated there. Snakey had a theory that the culprit who orchestrated this wasn't likely a high level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have reached the initial stage of Foundation establishment. He moved on from the thought and had decided to wait and observe a bit longer. They had more than enough invisibility talismans to do that anyway. Chu followed his decision. The amethyst thunder lion was already panting. The same goes for the pangolin. He told her to leave his territory, but the lion was determined to have her revenge. The pangolin wasn't afraid of her. Unexpectedly, a vine came out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, several of them appeared. Then, it wrapped around the lion and the pangolin. The lion asked who was there, while the pangolin realized that it was those humans. They fell into their trap. He told his little ones to flee, but the vines already got them. Those small pangolins only whimpered in response. Then the humans came out. There was a woman named Shuang'er and a man named Su Jian, and they were both from Wudezong. Snakey noticed they were just humanoid puppets, so the cultivator could be a wood element. The lion got mad at them and asked if they were the one who killed her child. The humanoid puppet used a heavenly wood sword and attacked her. It was a flying sword that pierced through the lion. The pangolin begged them to spare his children and promised to willingly go with them, but Shuang'er cut him into pieces. She replied that young pangolins were prime ingredients for medicine. Snakey watched on the side and expressed that framing them was one thing, but to slaughter the young and wipe them all out made him burning with rage. To him, it was unforgivable. He threw his spirit-breaking sword at them. Jian countered it with the heavenly wood sword. It falls back to defend. He was slightly confused with the spirit-breaking type of flying sword. He yelled at the attacker to come out. He told Shuang'er to leave first, and he'll handle the attacker. She hesitated, but he urged her as she used a wood shield to defend herself. It was a convincing performance for a pair of puppets. Snakey commanded Cho to go after the female while he dealt with the male. Jian used a wild forest dance and several vines came out. Snakey saw that he didn't evade, which means that he planned to trade blows with him. Snakey came out and used the spirit-breaking sword to strike him down. They both think they could defeat each other. Meanwhile, at a snowy forest, the cultivator learned about the presence of the demonic beast, which made him confirm that the rumors from the Chu kingdom were true. The rumor was that deep within the ancient forests, some demonic beast practices human cultivation arts. And he saw this demonic beast was even capable of wielding a flying sword, despite being at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. And it can even command a flying sword. He felt fortunate that their paths had crossed. He also heard that this demon was skilled in the art of puppetry. He thought that he couldn't discern the puppets from his true self. When his real body arrives, he plans to eliminate them all. Suddenly he was struck. He immediately took out the divine tortoise shield. But his backside was torn open. He was attacked with an earth-piercing strike again. While running, he used the wood-style, traveling roots. Snakey was on a branch on the other tree. He now learned why the red dot was so faint. The cultivator used a high-grade invisibility talisman. He nearly failed to notice him earlier. He felt that it was a shame to destroy the 1,000-year-old tree. But now that he possesses the tracking jade, the cultivator's attempts to hide were futile. Snakey used an earth-piercing strike to destroy him. The man was surprised that the enemy could perceive his location. He even had a third-tier spiritual item, a concealment talisman. Only the divine sense of a core formation expert should be able to lock onto him. He thought it was the demon snake from before, but he deemed it impossible when it was engaged with his puppet. Then he realized that the snake with his puppet was also a puppet. Snakey admits that the cultivator was hard to chase, so he wondered what would happen to a wood-style user when there's no more wood. He used a sandstorm technique to find out. With that attack, he uprooted everything, leaving nothing behind. Cho used Heavenly Tribulation Staff. While Snakey's puppet almost ate Jian, but he blocked him using the sword, and on the other side of the forest, a sandstorm hit. The cultivator was surprised with this sandstorm technique. It was a Foundation Establishment level spell. He wondered how a mere spirit-gathering stage beast could cast that. It shouldn't be possible. Snakey knew he had exposed himself. He unleashed his golden scales. It was like rain as it hit the ground. But he noticed that the cultivator had just disappeared. He wanted to make sure he hit him and that his eyes were not deceiving him. He inspected the body and saw that the arm was missing. It was the arm injured by his spirit-breaking sword. It led him to think that it was just a puppet, that this man could actually switch places with his puppet. The cultivator commented that beasts would always be beasts, and they were so easily deceived by such a simple ploy. He used Heavenly Puppet Thread. Snakey tried to use Earth Evasion, but it was too late for him to escape. The real Snakey sensed that his puppet was no longer responding. They had been separated by over 10 miles. It would be over before he could get there. His only chance was to force a counterattack by controlling the spirit-breaking sword with gravitational art. The cultivator used spiritual sense disruption. The distance was too great, making his control unstable. He collected the snake puppet and the flying sword. It was just a shame that the pangolin king managed to escape. Snakey sensed his puppet and spirit-breaking sword being taken, so he told Cho not to let them get away. Cho affirmed the command. Schwanger sensed an earthquake. She guessed it was from the earth-piercing strike, but she couldn't believe it was possible at that range. Cho used his Qila and arm on her. She was distracted when the spell's intensity suddenly spiked. Earth-piercing strike shots up from the ground. Seeing those towering spikes made Jian worry for Schwanger. He rushed to save her, and once he got her in his arms, he left. But Cho chased after them. He used a noxious stench lightning bomb. The stench made Jian groan. He wondered what that foul thing was. Chu kicked him while responding that it was a pill. He punched him using a Keelan fist. While Cho grabbed his neck, a snake hissed. Snakey cuts off his head using the tail. Shuang saw Jian's head roll. She cried and begged him not to abandon her. Chu watched her, but Snakey thinks it was ridiculous. He couldn't believe that they still had that role-playing act even at death's door. He breathed fire in their direction, but Cho stopped him. He asked why he interfered. Chu sympathized with them because they were star-crossed lovers just like him. Snakey corrected him that what happened to him wasn't being a star-crossed lover. After that, Snakey's cave had been filled with treasures. It made the venture worth the risk. He got a huge haul. There were over 2,000 spirit stones alone. He split the loot like how they used to. All herbs go to Snowy, and they split the meat equally. And the rest would be split equally between him and Cho. Snowy and Cho thanked him. Snakey found 2 establishment pills, so he gave one to Cho. Whether Cho breaks through or not was up to fate. Chow cried from joy. He never imagined that day would come. He immediately attempted to break through. Snakey thought he was a fool, just being happy with a 30% cut. He remembered Black Yellow used to trick him like that before. He took out what was left in the storage bag, the Amethyst Thunderlion, and 5 Foundation Establishment pills. It was more than enough to see him through to the Foundation Establishment stage. There were also jade slips that were filled with wood-style spells. Snakey's element was earth, so he set that aside at the moment. But to his surprise, the other set of jade splits were about puppet art and a second-layer earth puppet technique. It allows the creation of Foundation Establishment puppets with 3 skills: Spirit Thread, Position Swap, and 100 Machine Control. It was great, but he had to reach the Foundation Establishment first to practice. Snakey had fully prepared to go into seclusion. He won't be emerging until he successfully breaks through. He ate the lion. While doing so, he could tell it looked much smaller than when he first encountered it. He wondered if it was because of an illusion spell. 2 months had passed, and Snakey was so close with his goal. He ate more Foundation Establishment pills and willed himself to focus. But there wasn't enough spirit energy. He added some spirit stones, and absorbed it. It made his body glow. And eventually, he breaks through the Foundation Establishment stage. Snakey Key emits a light blue true key. It means he had achieved a perfect Foundation Establishment. The color of the Qi was the ancient perfect Foundation Establishment that Black Yellow described. Golden scales also enveloped his body. It truly showed that he had succeeded. The dragon came out and told him that even though he had established his foundation, he lacked the final element for his true perfection: defiance. Lacking the reverse scale upon his brow meant that he shall forever remain a mere serpent. Snakey asked what defiance meant. He wished for his clarification. The dragon told him that it was something that he must learn by himself. Snakey begged him for some direction. Deep inside, he was annoyed at this dragon for being vague, like he's toying with him. Snakey could only sigh. He decided to just focus his strength on other areas. If all else fails, his only choice would be to descend the mountain and seek the Tao. First, he used the earth puppet technique to enhance all his puppets. He started with the Great Snake, strengthening it to the Foundation Establishment level. Then he polished the Icefire elephant tusks into swords. The material was too tough, and he doesn't have a smithing surface. His only option was to grind it down bit by bit with his golden scales. 1 week later, he had finished grinding. He created the Extreme Cold Sword and Heaven Burning Sword. He tested it out, but realized that it was too difficult for him to handle at his current level. Since he had finished all preparations, it was time for him to descend the mountain and seek the Tao. He planned to empty out the human scripture pavilions. He refused to believe that he wouldn't be able to comprehend it by then. Cho was crawling when he saw him. Cho was happy to see him finally out from his seclusion. Snakey asked if he's enjoying basking in the sun. Then he told him that he had been preparing to leave the mountain for a time. Cho asked if he could accompany him. Now that he successfully reached the Foundation Establishment, he had a score to settle with certain people. Snakey agreed on the condition that he would obey his every order. Their first destination was the Purple Cloud sect, since they had the weakest defenses. While on their journey, Cho shared that he encountered so many strange things during his Foundation establishment that he almost died. Snakey was intrigued on what had occurred, so he shared that at the critical moment, all the spirit energy had suddenly vanished and not a trace was left. It caused his breakthrough to fail. He had no inkling on which scoundrel was responsible. Snakey remained quiet and dumb, as if it wasn't him. Then Cho continued to narrate that he tried to break through again, but an outer realm heavenly demon popped up. It scared him to death, so his Foundation establishment failed again. Snakey was surprised to hear that. Outer realm heavenly demon was something that should only appear during core through formation breakthrough. Chu agreed, so he's also confused what a minor cultivator like him did to warrant such attention. He suspects that he was suffering from delusions due to an error in his cultivation. But then another strange thing happened. For some unknown reason, the demon scrambled back into the void rift, and judging by its expression as it left, it seemed to have seen something terrifying. Given that he failed twice, Snakey got curious how he finally succeeded on his breakthrough. He replied that it was with the help of Snowy. She refined a Foundation establishment pill and had been looking for someone to test it. Snakey couldn't believe it. He had to ask him if he's well or if he experienced any side effects. Cho asked what was wrong. Snakey pointed out that he's human, so he should be walking with his 2 legs erect rather than crawling. Funny enough, that slipped Cho's mind. He hurriedly practiced as he was ashamed to be seen that way. Later on at the Purple Cloud sect, it was gone. Even the medicinal garden had been uprooted. It made them wonder if they moved. They had observed signs of conflict all along the way, so it led them to think that the Purple Cloud sect moved to the Snakecatcher sect to seek refuge. Snakey asked him what he would do with his plan now. He decided to go to the Moving Mountain sect instead. His token would grant him entry there. Snakey agreed with him, and so they went there and arrived. Snakey hid inside the bag that Cho carried. The guard told him to stop and identify himself. Chu answered that it was him, that he was an inner disciple of the Mountain Moving sect. Then he showed him his badge. His senior was surprised to learn that he was alive. Chu's transformed arms were bandaged to hide it. He asked his senior, who pronounced him dead. His senior explained that he was placed on Yuntian's wanted list last year when he fled into the deep mountains and had been missing for half a year. So, the sect declared him dead. So, all his cavern abode and all his belongings were handed over to his relatives for inheritance. He couldn't believe it. Both his parents were mortals, so he questioned what manner of relatives could he possibly have to claim an inheritance. His senior had no idea. He only knew that it was a female cultivator from the Purple Cloud sect. It was the elder Chu who handled the arrangements. It made Chu furious. Meanwhile, at Chu's cavern abode, 2 pretty women were having tea. One of them was named Mei, and she had heard that the spirit energy of the Mountain Moving sect was exceptional. And being there now, she could say it truly lives up to its reputation. The other woman named Chun responded that Mei's methods were truly impressive. She used dual cultivation to handle Elder Chu and then got her hands on Cho's cavern abode. She replied that she did not need to envy as she had brought her with her. From then on, they planned to live together and engage in 3-person cultivation with Elder Chu. Chun had no problem following the arrangements Mei made. Unexpectedly, the door cracked open. They asked who was there. Mei was so angry at who this bold person was daring to trespass in her cavern abode. He must have had a death wish. Chun asked her what was happening. The person replied that they were the trespassers. They were surprised to see Cho. They couldn't believe that he's alive. Since he was alive, he told them to leave. But Mei called him a lowly, spineless man and told him to look carefully. She showed him the contract for the place. Then she told him that if he's willing to kneel down and lick her toes, and her mood improves. She hadn't finished what she was saying because Cho had already punched her. It was such a powerful attack that had wreaked havoc in the room. Mei was left kneeling while her head was stuck on the wall. Chun couldn't believe that it happened to her, despite her cultivation level. She got angry at the sycophant. She couldn't believe he dared to strike Mei. Chu also punched her. It left her face drilled on the ground. He told them that he practiced that punch for 5 years. He warned them that his patience would only last for 5 breaths. Snakey whispered that it suits him better. Then he told him to hurry up and get rid of the bodies. Suddenly, Elder Chu showed up calling for the 2 women. He called Chu a wretched creature for committing murder. He told Elder Chu that it was his private territory, so, as per sect regulations, no one should trespass and not even an elder was exempt from the rule. Elder Kui was furious. This man was at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Elder Chu warned him that he's courting death. The elder unleashed a fireball towards him. But Cho just stood there and swatted it away. The elder was shocked. Chu told him that he's also at the Foundation establishment now, so he should stop trying to intimidate him. He couldn't believe that the brat broke through in less than a year. In the past, when he was still in the QE refining stage, he was able to heavily injure Yuntian. Now at the Foundation establishment, he feared that his strength was a matter not to be taken lightly. Cho warned him that he'll remember what he did, and then left. While they were on the move, Snakey asked why he spared him. Killing him would have been a simple task for Cho now. But had he killed him, not only would it be difficult for him to escape, but they also won't get the things that Snakey wanted. Snakey praised him for a job well done. He was quite impressed. Chu replied that it was only because Snakey was a good teacher. They hurriedly went to get the items, then they planned to kill the Elder and flee. Elder Chu was annoyed at that bastard Cho for ruining his plans. Rather than fighting him himself, he thought it would be better to kill him through a third party. And the most effective instrument at his disposal would be the enforcers of the Four-Sect Alliance. The Four-Sect Alliance, under the command of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, was waging war against the Chu Kingdom. They were starved for combatants. And since Chao murdered an ally, it was a crime punishable by death. At Mountain Moving Sect Grand Hall, Snakey hid on a branch outside the hall. He hoped that Cho wasn't in some kind of trouble. Chu asked the Mountain Moving Sect, Elder Shu, who was at a mid-stage of Foundation establishment, on where he could find Shi Longzi and the Sect Master. He couldn't find them anywhere. The Elder responded that Longzi had gone to the Chu Yan front lines, and they wouldn't be back for some time. During the duration of the war, Elder Shu was in charge of all internal affairs, so he advised him to speak with him instead. Chu was shocked to learn that the Qin army had already reached Chu Yang City. He inquired what the Mountain Moving Sect's role was. Elder Shu informed him that cultivators had no nation and home. They only have the legacy of the sect. In the grand scheme of hundreds or thousands of years, nations were fleeting moments. Only the sect endures. Chu understood. Then he expressed the reason he came was to receive the cultivation techniques for the Foundation establishment stage, as well as the rewards for his promotion to Elder. But his master wasn't around. Elder Shu hugged him and was pleased to know that. It was expected of their sect's genius to reach the Foundation establishment so quickly. The Elder opened the door, and Cho got confused. Elder Shu explained that under normal circumstances, the rites of promotion to elders would take half a month at least. But in these times, things got simpler. He told Cho to follow. He received 1,000 spirit stones, 3 vials of Pei Yuan pills, a vast quantity of restorative elixirs, 1 spirit treasure, Thunderfire seal, 3rd-tier spirit talismans, a vast quantity of common spirit talismans, and jade slip. The bounty was truly overwhelming. Cho told Snakey to select whatever he wanted. In times of war, resources flow freely. The sole price for it was service on the battlefield. Snakey inquired if Cho was going to the battlefield. He replied, yes. Apart from the inner disciples of the Snakecatcher sect, all Foundation establishment cultivators from 4 major sects were assigned duties on the front lines. Fortunately, he still has time to prepare. Snakey doesn't understand human conflicts, so he only advised him to simply be certain of the path he chose. Chu expressed that his desire was to grow stronger. Snakey saw the scrolls of the advanced arts he wished to learn. He must master those as quickly as possible. Chu told him to take his time, as he will stand guard for him. There was the Stonevein Heart Manual 2nd Tier Advanced, the Mountain Embracing Seal, 2nd Tier Advanced, Falling Stars 2nd Tier Peak, and Moving Mountain and Ridge Clearing 2nd Layer. Meanwhile, in the forest, Chu Ming of the Mountain Moving Sect welcomed the enforcers. A man asked if it was him who filed the report concerning a member of the Mountain Moving Sect murdering an allied disciple. He confirmed it. Since those men had traveled a long way, he gave them a small token of his respect. Enforcer Bai Shu, Foundation establishment, received it. He told him to consider the task done. He would personally seize the fiend, brand his very soul, and dispatch him to the front lines to serve as cannon feeder. Cannon feeder of the Foundation establishment lever was a scarce resource on the battlefield. The person with him, Enforcer Hong Li, who was also at the Foundation establishment, just listened. Elder Chu hid his smile as he heard the fate of Cho. He knew Chu was doomed. Meanwhile, Chu noticed that the Crimson Sunset looked like it was dyed with fresh blood. At that point, Snakey had completed his studies. Suddenly, the enforcers showed up and told him to surrender at once for killing an ally. And if he doesn't resist, his life would be spared. Cho quickly hid behind a tree. Snakey saw this as a good opportunity since he needed to practice his recently acquired knowledge. Although those enforcers were at mid-stage of Foundation establishment, if they used invisibility talismans, they could catch them off guard. The enforcers were confused that they vanished. They wondered if they fled, or it was the work of an invisibility talisman. Suddenly, they were ambushed. They realized that the twerp intends to defy them. They put up a golden gang shield and the shield of the earth. They decided to split up, but within the close range of each other. They could tell he was close. Snakey unleashed the spirit-breaking sword to the weakest link. Elder Chu screamed out loud when his arm got cut off. The spirit-breaking sword turned around. He cursed at Cho for resorting to a sneak attack. He was about to create a sandstorm, but the sword stabbed him on the back. He could no longer muster any strength. The enforcers saw the sect elder fall. They couldn't believe Cho dared to kill an elder in front of them. They vowed to bring justice. Chu sneaks behind them to attack them with his cudgel. Shu used a concealment-breaking mirror. Chu was caught off guard that the invisibility was dispelled. They had no choice but to fight openly. Shu and Li attacked him at the same time when they found where he was hiding. They thought of him as arrogant when he just reached the Foundation establishment. Shu wanted to teach him a proper lesson. They found his accomplice, a snake demon at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. It was the same one on the sect's wanted list. Cho noticed that Snakey had been exposed as well. The concealment-breaking treasure was becoming a real nuisance. If that was the case, he thought of handling the woman on his own. He grabbed her. Shu told them that attempting to divide their forces was foolish. Snakey responded that he had done well. Then he released a frog. Shu used a high-grade golden talisman to protect himself. Seeing the frog's color, he could tell it was poisonous. He used a thunder tribulation bead. Snakey, on the other hand, used gravitational art and bound it. Shu saw the puppet and the gravitational art. It just confirmed the rumors that the beast was full of cunning techniques. He detonated his bead. A loud explosion happened. The snake puppet fell from the branch and hissed. Snakey felt fortunate that he was swift enough to evade. He could tell that the power of the bead was comparable to a 4 to 9 minor heavenly tribulation. He realized that even if the person was only at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, his magic treasures were formidable. He decided to test him with the spirit-breaking sword. Shu saw that the sly creature wasn't dead yet. He assumed it was hiding to prepare for another ambush. He was confident that the sword wouldn't break through his shield, but he saw that there's something strange about it. He took out his sword-swallowing gourd. And with this purple-gold sword-swallowing gourd, he wished for all the swords to return to oblivion. It sucked the sword. Snakey felt its formidable suction force. It was a good thing that his gravitational art still grants him control. Shu was getting annoyed that a mere demonic beast possessed such potent gravitational art, but he saw something was wrong. The spiritual brand on his gourd glowed. He realized that the snake demon was trying to steal his gourd. The gourd was being sucked. Shu noticed that the snake's true ki felt unnatural. He planned to break its concentration, but its movements were too swift. Though Snakey's cultivation level was higher than his, the true ki was weaker, which meant that the gravitational art wasn't a match for him either. Snakey used a sandstorm technique. He covered his face and took this chance to use his gravitational art. But his gourd was taken away, and it annoyed him. He called for the statutes command and subdued it using wind-settling pearls. Snakey got annoyed that this person had so many artifacts. He was like a walking treasury. He had never met anyone like that before. Shu was annoyed that the demon was only at an early Foundation establishment stage, yet its true ki could suppress him. Never before had he faced a demonic beast of that caliber. On top of that, he saw Li nearing her limit. He finds the young rogue from the mountain moving sect quite impressive, so he was confused why he hadn't heard of him before. Snakey saw he was distracted and used an earth-piercing strike to get his attention back. Shu got hit. He knew he cannot prolong the fight, so he planned to unleash his ultimate treasure. It was the soul-devouring banner. He declared that from the 9 hells, forgiveness was denied. 10,000 souls would serve as his legion. He called for the Yellow Springs to heed his command. By the Blood Pact, he called out their nether names, and the boundless dead all became spirits for his banner. Snakey saw the dangerous-looking artifact. He ingested a divine burst pill to stop him from completing the incantation. He had one remaining move to use. It was the Mountain Embracing Seal, an advanced earth elemental art. For this technique, one must calmly visualize a great mountain until its phantom image appears, then fuse it with true ki to give it the form. The stronger the true ki, the greater the technique's power. This technique demands immense true ki, a potent earth spiritual root, and deep comprehension. It is recommended to use in the late Foundation establishment stage. 10,000 ghosts devour the soul. At that moment, for Snakey, retreat was not an option. He poured in true ki to give the mountain form. Shu expected him to become sustenance for his soul-devouring banner. He planned to tear the snake apart. Snakey was surprised that the branch he was in snapped. He activated the Mountain Embracing Seal. Shu was confused, when suddenly the mountain emerged to crush him. He recognized that it was the Mountain Embracing Seal. Hardly anyone in the entire mountain moving sect knows that technique. It covered a wide area, and it was coming down, so he hurried to get away. He used a cloud supporting umbrella, but it was useless. He got caught in the falling mountain. He screamed out loud as the whole area turned chaotic, and the mountain had made contact with the ground. The powerful impact made Li worried for Shu. She got distracted. So Cho, was able to wrap his weapon on her body using heavenly tribulation cudgel-binding art. He followed it up with a kill-in fist. Her spine broke from that punch, and when she crashed on a tree, it caused an explosion. Cho was relieved that it was finally over. It was only possible because Snakey drew her attention. Then he noticed the mountain embracing Seal. Just as he expected of his senior, he mastered it in one attempt like a true genius. Upon remembering his senior, he wondered where he went. Snakey was inside a hole, feeling some pain because of the soles in his stomach. His golden scales couldn't even pierce them. They were consuming his flesh and blood from within. He willed himself to remain calm, and he tried to think of a solution. Then he remembered one of the treasures that Cho brought. It was what he needed. He thought of drawing them all deep within his body. He hoped that a thunder seal from Cho would be the answer. He could no longer hold it in. He was determined to risk it all. It was now or never. He used the Thunderfire seal to create an internal detonation. He casted the spell and forced it to detonate inside his stomach. It exploded, and fire came out of his mouth. Then it ended with a loud burp. At that point, he already looked haggard. He never imagined he would employ an artifact in that matter. It was fortunate that his body was resilient. Having a mid-grade spirit treasure detonate within the body was no laughing matter. After that, it was time for him to rendezvous with Chu. They got several bags of spoils from the enforcers. Chu told Snakey that they should leave. Since their business had been concluded, they thought of their next destination. Snakey told Cho that his performance during the battle was great. Chu had been quiet, so it prompted Snakey to ask what the problem was. He thought that Cho could have developed feelings towards the female enforcer. Chu replied that it wasn't that. Snakey guessed that he was plagued by guilt for killing an elder. Chu finally revealed that he had a favor to ask. He wished to leave for a while. Snakey asked where he would go. He wanted to join the front lines in Chuyang City. Snakey got concerned because he killed an enforcer, meaning even if he goes to the front lines, the Qin army would just treat him as cannon fodder. He clarified that he isn't going to the Qin front lines, but to the Chu front lines. He is of the Chu nation. His parents as well, and they had been residing in Chuyang City. Snakey's emotions heightened as he responded that the Qin army was unstoppable. It seemed like Cho was marching to his death, and it also means he's going to betray his own sect. He reminded him that a cultivator's duty was to sever worldly attachments. He questioned why he cared about a group of mortals. Chu already had the path of immortality, so Snakey questioned him on why family and kingdom would still matter. Chu agrees with him. He understood those principles as well. If that was the case, Snakey couldn't understand why he would still persist. Chu expressed that he finds it unbearable, especially when his parents' faces come to his mind. Snakey remembered the death of the Black Snake. Chu bowed down to him and begged him. He promised him that as long as he remained alive, he would repay his kindness 1,000-fold. Snakey replied that he had no reason to stop him. Chu sincerely thanked him. He told him to wait for his return, then he left. As Snakey watched him leave, he thought that he had no right to intervene, and he no longer owes him anything. But he just couldn't agree with the decision. Then he thought of defiance. The dragon told him before that he lacked the final element of true perfection, which was defiance. Without the reverse scale on his brow, he shall forever remain a mere serpent. Snakey got into a deep thought as he wondered what defiance meant. His previous understanding was that cultivators practice in defiance of the heavens. When forming the golden core, 4 to 9 tribulation would descend. At the moment of soul formation, the 5 to 9 heavenly tribulation descends and can even lure forth demons beyond the realm. Then he realized that the act of cultivation itself was defiance. Then he thought that what Cho had chosen could also be a form of defiance. Snakey checked all his things. Besides the jade slips, Chu gave him a few books from the mountain moving sect. It was possible that the answer he sought was in them. Then he saw a scroll about defiant cultivators. It was written there that to defy the prison of heaven and earth, to defy the obsessions of the heart, and to defy the fetters of regulation. It was the perfect description of Cho. A disciple of the mountain moving sect, his loyalty was sworn to his sect, and that was his prison. He was also a sycophant. His affection for Ling was an obsession. That was his obsession. And lastly, as a cultivator, he was meant to sever worldly ties. That was the regulation. This meant that Cho was undeniably a defiant cultivator. But Snakey was different. He had to discover his own path of defiance. He deemed it was time to go down the mountains to see the path where he came from, his native land, and to see the world of humans. At the Iron Bear Mountain, it was the place he once ruled the mountain as king, and also where it was once destroyed by a great fire. He saw that the wild grass had been reborn in the spring wind. He saw that a subsect of the snake catcher sect had also been erected there. He saw that they had yet to lay down protective arrays, and the cultivators were still new. Their strongest was a single individual at the initial stage of foundation establishment. As a precaution, Snakey used his spiritual sense probe. He saw a person deep inside. On a closer look, it was Dao Ling, the man who hunted him for hundreds of miles and even became his inner demon at one point. But when he saw him, he was confined in a dungeon. His true key was sealed, and he was being gnawed by snakes and rats. He was also barely alive. It made Snakey wonder how he ended up in such a state. Snakey heard him cursing at Wenzuo, the treacherous animal. He didn't think he wasted his efforts on a disciple like him. He misjudged and wasn't able to eradicate the root and had left a bastard like him. It made Snakey think that Wenzuo did that to Daoling and that they had a deep-seated blood feud between them. If that was the case, then it made perfect sense that Wenzuo betrayed and killed his fellow disciples before. A man came and told the guards to keep Daoling alive a little longer. It made Snakey wonder what an act like that qualifies as defiance. Although he could wipe out the subsect with ease, there was no need to start the snake in the grass just yet. Also, he knew Daoling would no longer live. Meanwhile, at the snake village, the guards aggressively entered and searched the houses. The villagers wanted the Chin dogs to get out of their village. But the snake village had fallen too. One of the villagers pledged fealty and surrendered to the great immortal. They begged him and offered him a head. The man asked what it was about. It was the head of Zhang San, who refused to surrender. They took his head and offered it to him as an offering. They wished to submit to the Qin army and follow his commands. They begged him to take them in. The man was pleased and commented that a person of good sense adapts to the times. He called someone to enlist the man into their ranks. The man sincerely thanked him. Those men were eager to leave the place. Snakey watched them and noticed those two cunning men who only ensured their own survival. Only staying alive gives hope. Once a person dies, everything is gone. Those men who were taken away had hidden a weapon on their back. Snakey saw it. Then they yelled that it was all for the eternal glory of Chu. The cultivator got furious that they dared to ambush him, so he burned them. Those two mortals killed their comrades to gain trust only to dare slay the cultivator. Even if the cultivator was only at key refining stage, to mortals, attacking him was still suicide. Then Snakey heard someone screaming. It was the cultivator. His face burned as the weapons that scratched him were laced with poison from spirit grass. Through pills, meditation, and healing, even if they used poison, it was still not easy to take the cultivator's life. The cultivator ordered the soldiers to form a protective array around him. Snakey knew that cultivators were invincible to mortals. That was the law of heaven. Meaning from the very start, they planned to trade a few lives to take a cultivator. The cost of this defiance was too heavy. To be born as humans was a precious thing, so it made Snakey wonder if they truly hold their own lives in such low regard. He went to the house at the entrance of the village. It was the Wang family's home. He remembered that child from that family used to give him fish. He wondered what happened to him. He saw him sitting in a dark room. The kid sobbed as he held the rope. He wished for his father's forgiveness for failing him. He refused to become a slave in a conquered land. He placed the rope on his neck to hang himself. Snakey called him an idiot. He released his golden scales to cut the rope. The boy fell. Immediately, the boy sensed a familiar feeling. He could tell it was the old black serpent. Snakey was under an invisibility talisman, so a typical cultivator shouldn't be able to see him. He wondered how a simple mortal could see him. The boy asked if it was really the snake immortal. He couldn't believe he could feel his presence. Snakey showed himself, and the boy was elated to confirm it was him. Snakey asked this boy named Wang Xiaoyu why he's trying to hang himself. Xiaoyu already assumed the snake immortal already knew the village's circumstances. Then he reasoned that with their kingdom on the verge of collapse, his life doesn't hold any purpose now. Suddenly, his stomach grumbled loudly. It made him embarrassed. Judging by his appearance, Snakey could tell it was just because he had nothing to eat and was about to starve to death. Snakey gave him meat, and it made him drool. He made a fire, and chomped on the food while admitting that he was in fact dying of starvation. But that wasn't the entire reason. Now that his stomach was full, Snakey asked him if he still wished for death. Xiaoyu told him not to think too little of him. For the past 2 years, he studied under the town's scholar, and when the day came that the Qin army captured him, he would still choose to end his own life over enslavement. Snakey asked him if he's aware that for every 1,000 sea turtles born, only one hatchling makes it to the ocean. Or of the countless salmon that journey upstream, a mere 1% would successfully spawn. Within the kingdom of Chu, there would be innumerable living beings. He asked what portion of that was humans. He suggested there could be 100 million. Xiaoyu replied that it was too profound for him to answer. He suggested that Chu would be able to answer. Snaky asked where he could find him, but when the kid was about to answer, the soldiers had arrived. Those soldiers knew someone was inside the house. Snaky used his invisibility talisman. Xiao Niu turned pale. The guards were determined to slay the people inside the house. Xiao Niu braced himself and declared that in his next life, he would still be a man of Chu again. But before the guards could reach him, their necks were slashed, and their bodies were cut in half. Xiao Niu trembled in fear. To his surprise, he was alive, and the guard in front of him had a terrified expression. The guard ran out saying that the building was cursed. The other guards were confused about where he's going. They asked him what happened to the other two. Snaky came out. From the house, Xiao Niu could hear the guards screaming. They also yelled that there was a monster. They called for the cultivator. Eventually, it got silent. Xiao Niu went to the door looking for the snake immortal. Snaky asked him why he came out. He assured him that everything was all taken care of. Xiao Niu rushed to hug him while saying that he's amazing. Snaky placed an invisibility talisman on him, then told him to lead the way to Chu. Xiao Niu informed him that Chu resides in Chenjia town. He was the town's most renowned scholar and a former top scorer in the imperial examinations. He was a very good man. He teaches impoverished children like them without charge. In Snaky's head, he recalled Chenjia town, the place where he first attained consciousness. While they were on the way, Xiao Nui shared that Chu gave him a new name. He was called Wang Ding. Ding as in a single word as weighty as 9 sacred tripods. Snaky affirmed that it was a fine name. They arrived at the location. They saw Chu drinking. Chu told him he came at the right time and invited him to drink with him. He got an excellent wine as a gift from the Qin army. He shared that the army commissioned him to pen their historical records. Ding asked if he accepted. Chu did without hesitation. He passed the imperial exam at 15 and served in court for 3 years advocating for reform, only to be banished back to his hometown for offending the powerful. He had grown tired of the miserable life. Ding couldn't believe him. He told the kid that life was a difficult road, so he had to do his best to survive it. Snaky had just confirmed that Chu shares the same choice as him. For the sake of survival, he submitted to the Qin army. It made Snaky strongly believe that survival is what matters the most. Later on, Chu informed Ding that he would be departing for the main camp of the Qin army. He left the house and all the books to Ding. At this point, Ding was drunk. He bid him farewell. Snaky told Ding to wait there while he chased after Chu. He found Chu at the edge of the cliff. Just as he suspected, he was lying and wasn't headed to the Qin camp. He wondered what his purpose was for coming to the river's edge. Under the moonlight, he declared that the surging years cannot be held back. Ying's capital lies in ruins, with its skies blotted by doves. He continued to say that the longsword lies broken and consumed by the river's fish. Zhao's clear stream knocks upon the emperor's celestial gate. Snaky wondered what it meant. Then the next thing he knew, Chu jumped, and he fell on the running water. It was so tragic. There was no longer a sight of Chu. Snaky wondered why Chu would lie to Ding, and he couldn't understand why he chose death with such conviction, especially when he's 100 times more brilliant than any normal person. Submitting to the Qin kingdom would have guaranteed him a life free of worry. Snaky thought he'd find answers on the books that he left behind. He read a lot. Chu chose to drown himself, preferring death to becoming a slave of a fallen nation, and before he died, he left all his wealth to Ding. Life was precious, but there would always be more value than life itself. And Snaky guessed that to Chu, it was Ding. Snaky finally realized what defiance truly meant. It was to defend one's principles with their very life. Ding woke up and asked him if he had found what he was searching for. He replied yes, and it was thanks to him that he was able to unravel it. Ding was happy for him. As the saying goes, to hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening was acceptable. He congratulated Snaky. Snaky expressed that he wished to thank him and Chu. So, before he leaves, he wishes to grant him an opportunity. Snaky casted the spell. Ding asked what it was. Then Ding felt pain in his body. Snaky taught him a breathing technique for cultivation. Whether he would attain enlightenment would be up to fate. Ding had no foundation to speak of. The single wisp of true Kui should take him a very long time to digest. He told him that he was the only one who could decide for his own path. He hoped to meet again. Then Ding lost consciousness. Snaky remembered what Cho mentioned, that the snake catcher sect intends to perform a blood sacrifice at the Myriad Serpent Valley. He deemed it was time for him to return there and fulfill his own defiance. Meanwhile, at the Myriad Serpent Valley, the cultivators noticed that the number of snakes in the valley was already approaching 3 million, and the disciples were still luring some more. One of them asked if the master was planning to lure all the snakes of the southern domain for a sacrifice to achieve a breakthrough in a single attempt. One guy said yes to that and added that their master hasn't even gotten involved in the war between Qin and Chu. While they weren't joining the conflict and thus haven't received any resources nor pay from them, their neutrality had also kept them safe, preventing the Qin kingdom from interfering or attacking them. The cultivator claimed that a new age was upon them. True power lies only in strengthening oneself. And by sacrificing millions of snakes, their master would surely succeed in breaking through to the mid-stage of core formation. And even then, they would be able to reap some of the benefits. They compared the sacrifice to drying up the lake to get all the fish. But with that, the snake population won't recover for a century. They claimed that for the sake of cultivation, some even sacrifice mortals, so sacrificing a few snakes won't be a big deal. They went back to spreading their snake-luring powder. Zhuan Yangzi finds the view spectacular. Yuan congratulated him. Kui Yuan was at the peak of Foundation establishment. He admits that his aptitude was less than Yangzi. He was stuck at the peak of Foundation establishment for 50 years, and his life was drawing to a close. He was moved that Yangzi hadn't given up and was willing to include him. Yangzi replied, gave a 0 rating for those words. He told him that they were brothers in arms who faced death together, so there was no need for such formality. He was certain that the blood sacrifice would allow him to break through to core formation and extend his lifespan. Yuan accepted his auspicious words. The moon shone brightly. Yangzi determined that it was time. He activated the formation. The disciples were all waiting on pins and needles. He casted the spell and activated the great blood sacrifice formation. The snakes below hissed loudly. Yangzi called forth the myriad serpent cauldron and began the sacrifice. The red cauldron started to form as they continued to cast the spell. They activated it, and the rest of the mist covered the area. The myriad serpent cauldron had been sealed. Then they bound it. The blood sacrifice was the greatest event in Yangzi's life. 3 million mortal snakes and 500 snake demons were more than enough for him to reach the mid-stage core formation. It was also enough for every disciple there to break through and reach the next level. It was a living sacrifice, so first, they had to extract the snake blood, then refine the snake galls, and finally the flesh, bones, skin, and scales. He ordered everyone to connect to the myriad serpent cauldron. The amount of energy they can absorb would depend on their own destiny. Snowy was caught in the massive formation too. She hid first as she suspected Snakey would come, but she had no idea when. She couldn't afford to wait there to be slaughtered. She realized she had to fight. At the very least, she could slow them down. It was time for her to try her new and improved invincible thunder poison devouring pill. She threw it at those cultivators. The stench was carried by the wind. It distracted them and made them puke, and some even melted. Some had become bones in an instant. The others tried to shield themselves with true ki while they stayed clear of the toxic mist. The mist mixed with the cauldrons. They were surprised that the poison could also corrode their master's myriad serpent cauldron. Yuan called Yangzi's attention. Yangzi was amused. He created 5 elements of toxin-transforming palm. Then he sealed the poison mist. He also got the pill that was used. Then he repaired the cauldron with 9 Serenity Primal Chaos palms. Yangzi didn't expect the bonus. He graded the poison as 7 out of 10. Snowy admits that a cultivator at the core formation stage was truly terrifying. She already knew she wouldn't survive. She hoped that whatever happens, Snakey won't come. Snowy wasn't ready to die yet. She hoped that the barrier wouldn't extend too deep on the ground. She tried to hide, but Yangzi saw that she's trying to run. She realized that he found her as expected. He brought her into the air and saw that she was a mere snake demon, not even at the Foundation establishment. He asked where her accomplice was, but she was unwilling to talk. But he admits that he was impressed not just with her pills, but her sheer courage to murder one of his disciples right before his very eyes. It was an offense that he couldn't overlook. He hit her with a soul-spinning spear, making her hiss loudly. He went back to commencing the blood sacrifice. None should be left alive, so he ordered all disciples to attune themselves to the serpent cauldron. They followed him. A lot of snakes had died as the blood sacrifice continued. A large red orb formed like a moon. The disciples could already feel the power. With that experience, they pledged to follow their master for eternity. The spear restrained Snowy. She watched how the strong preyed on the weak, as the law of nature states. But she couldn't accept it to be done in such a merciless fashion. Their act would drive snakes of the land to extinction. Basically, what they did was genocide. A disciple broke through the 8 layers of chi refining. The others felt their breakthrough too. They were oblivious that a sword was thrown at them, and as it passed by, their heads rolled off in an instant. Yangzi had confirmed that using the white snake as a lure did its job. He acknowledged that the demon snake was quite clever to go for the cauldron. Yuan saw the flying sword and was surprised that it broke through Yang Ji's protective aura. He warned his junior brother to be careful because something was amiss with the flying sword. The disciples realized they were ambushed while in the middle of breakthroughs. Snowy knew it was snaky. Yang Ji restrained the flying sword. He didn't expect a demon at the Foundation establishment stage. He yelled at it to show itself. He grabbed Snaky with his technique, making him hiss loudly. Snaky couldn't move because of the intense gravitational art. Yang Ji brought him close and confirmed that he was the one who destroyed his wooden puppet clone. Snaky's arrival was timely. He rated this body with such abundant spirit energy and essence, a 9 out of 10. Snaky hissed at him and told him to get his hands off him. Since he was making such a ruckus, Yang Ji decided to throw him into the cauldron. Snaky realized that it was true. A Foundation establishment cultivator was utterly powerless against one at the core formation stage. Worse, Yang Ji was at the pinnacle of the core formation, far beyond the likes of that old crone from the Purple Cloud sect. But he still has the gift that Black Yellow gave him. Black Yellow told him to wait until his life was on the line to open it. And with it, no matter the opponent, the treasure inside would even the odds. It was Black Yellow's bronze mirror. The quality was unknown. He remembered that it was the very mirror that Black Yellow tried to pilfer from the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Yang Ji recognized the Purple Cloud sect's heavenly demon mirror. The Purple Cloud sect came into possession of the mirror centuries ago, yet none have ever discovered the method to awaken it. He never dreamed that the snake demon would actually use it. He saw the mirror become larger. He wondered if it was locking onto his position, but there was no response, so he thought it was just a mere trick of the eye. So, he used 9 Serenity Primal Chaos Palm to destroy it. The power was overwhelming. With that, the gravitational art had been broken, so Snaky was free at last. His true friend helped him a lot. The artifact could actually contend with the core formation stage. Yang Ji's hand was burned. He had learned the power of the mirror that he judged recklessly earlier. His statement was echoed by his image in the mirror. It was too bizarre. He doesn't fully understand this mirror. The disciples saw that it could match their master's blow. They realized that the reflection wasn't just a perfect likeness, but it even mimicked their master's techniques. They couldn't fully comprehend this cursed relic. It was as if their master was fighting his own self.
Thank you all for watching. Please watch this next Giga Chad video, and I'll see you guys next time. Also, support the channel by joining the Summon Club membership. You can also support by just liking the video and being awesome.